We'll call this board retreat to order at this time. Welcome to the January 27, 2024 board retreat at the Akron Public Schools. Roll call, please. Dr. Thompson.
Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Ms. Autry.
Present.
Ms. Hall.
Present.
Ms. Jackson.
Present.
Dr. Molnar.
Here.
Mr. Perry.
I'm here.
Mrs. Sykes.
Present.
8 present, 0 absent. Or excuse me, 7. I don't know why I keep counting you guys as 8.
You said 8
7
last
present.
time. Yeah.
Thank you. Vice President Jackson, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I thought you were about to say prayer.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So thank you and welcome to this board retreat. I just have a few opening remarks before we get started here, and a very short video message from our Scholar Voice. So again, thank you for your commitment. This is the third opportunity in less than a month that we've had to enhance our professional development. So I thank you for that. As I stated in my January 8th remarks, having quarterly professional development was a goal that I wanted this board to strive for, and we've actually already exceeded that. And so I'm so happy and proud of that, because each and every one of us brings something special to this table. And so the big point is, how do we bring those special things together and make it work for the entire district, and most importantly for our students? And so that's why we're here. And so I'm happy to, again, continue learning and growing with you. And so speaking of students, I do want to share this brief video with you. Some of you may have seen it already, but I wanted us to see it together. And it's just something to kind of think about as we go throughout our day. I met with some of our Student Voice members and told them we were having a retreat, and I said, what would you want your board members to know? And so this is what they shared with us.
My name is Devon. I go to Bookville COC. I'm in the 11th grade. I'm part of the... My name is Devon. I go to Bookville COC. I'm in the 11th grade. My name is Devon. I go to Bookville COC. I'm in the 11th grade. I'm part of the student board, and I was thinking y'all should fix the metal detectors and the TSA machines and keep them up so we can get into class faster.
My name is Deshaun. I'm in 10th grade. I go to Bookville CLC. I'm part of the superintendent's leadership team, and I believe that 90-minute classes are good enough because they give us enough time to work and get stuff done.
Okay, hello. My name is Darrell Thornton. I'm a senior at Firestone High School and a member of the Superintendent Advisory Council. One of the main things I'd like to see the board work on is creation of preventionary programs that prevent students who need to bring guns to school, instead of investing all the money into preventionary tactics that detect guns coming to school. Such programs could be community gardens, or it could even be better work opportunities. I provide that student value system to prevent needing to enact acts of crime against your own peers.
Hello, Mr. Griffin. I'm a senior at student board member. This is including peer-to-peer, peer-to-student, and teacher-to-teacher.
3. Hi, my name is 11. I go to East High School, and I'm a part of the superintendent's team. I would like the board team to work on mentorship and guidance.
3. Hi, my name is Piper Mead. I go to Lit. I'm a junior. I'm on the superintendent leadership team, and one thing that I would like the board members to volunteer with.
Hello, my name is Casey, and I go to Akron Early College High School, and I'm a senior there, and I'm a student board member. And I would love for you guys to continue to implement the Akron Early College motto into other schools.
So, just a few words from our students just to keep in mind as we're moving along throughout the day. And so lastly, I have a little form that I got from our recent conflict resolution workshop that I'm going to share with you guys, and it's for your own personal self-reflection and growth as well as we move throughout the day. So I'm going to pass that out to you. And then at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Christine Robbins, and she is our workshop presenter today from OSBA. Thank you, Christine.
All right, well, good morning. My name's Christine Robbins, and I'm with the Ohio School Boards Association. I serve as a consultant in the Board and Management Services Division of OSBA. So thank you for having me today. I'm looking forward to working with you. A little bit about my background. I grew up in Central Ohio, grew up in a community by the name of Westerville. You're familiar with where that's located, northeast suburb of Westerville. And I was elected to the Board of Education for Westerville City Schools for 2 terms. I decided to serve for 2 terms before accepting a position as Vice President Chief of Staff at Otterbein University, which is also located in Westerville. Grew up in the Central Ohio area at that time. Well, when my father moved us to Westerville, we were moving out to country. We were moving from the north end of Columbus out in the country, and at that time there were maybe 15,000 residents joining us.
We would prefer you here,
Yeah,
but if
absolutely.
you're going to roam,
Okay, I can do this. I tend to roam, but I can stand here. So by the time I was elected to the Board of Education, there were 15,000 students in our community that attended Westerville City Schools. So slightly less than what you serve here. But at that time, we were the 9th largest school district in the state of Ohio, had become quite diverse. Our school district was 50 square miles and continued to become more and more populated. I think at one point there were 70 to 80 different languages spoken in our district. So lots of change. And it was a commitment of mine to step up and serve the district, and from a perspective of governing, from a perspective of communication and building those community relations. So as we get started, I want to talk a little bit about the agenda. A lot of this will be refresher. Some of it will be new, especially for some of you who are new school board members. We're going to talk about the characteristics of an effective board member, so what that looks like, and I would say of an effective leader. So these are characteristics certainly in your professional lives that you would be able to use as well. Qualities of a good team. We'll talk about governance versus administration. So what does it mean to govern a school district? Roles and responsibilities, and then we'll get into communication and trust, which go hand in hand. We're going to touch on meeting management, so how can our meetings become more efficient and more productive, and then superintendent and treasurer evaluations, so that process in terms of what OSBA would recommend for you. So it would be helpful to me if we could go around and ask you to introduce yourselves. Tell me how long you've been on the Board of Education, and what's your why? Why are you doing this work? Why did you decide to run for the Board of Education? Why did you decide to get into education at all? So who would like to start? Thank you, Diana.
Thank you. So Diana Autry, and so I am entering my 5th year. And so in 2020 of January, I was sworn in, not knowing what was coming in a few months. But my why simply is the students.
Okay, thank you. Great. That's what we're here for. Just go around this way, if that's okay.
All right, my name is Bruce Alexander, and I'm going into my 13th year on the school board, and my why is the students as well. I'm a student advocate. I want to see students thrive, and to me, the most important aspect of any school board member or any school district is to focus on making sure our students get what they're supposed to need so they can be successful. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Summer Hall, and this is my third meeting, maybe?
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. My why is our students, our community, our families, our teachers. It's everyone within Akron Public Schools. Making sure that every child has an opportunity for success and to be their best selves and to believe that they can do it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renee Molnar, and I've been on the board since May. And I started my career as a teacher, and I realized that there were a lot of things that I wanted to offer my students or needs that my students had that I did not feel I could in that point in time do by myself as a teacher. And so I went into education policy, and now we can make things better for our students.
Where did you teach?
A lot of places,
Okay.
but I started in Bedford.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Sykes.
Good morning.
And this is a new adventure for me. I am a new member. Welcome. Pleased to have you here. My why is because why not?
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Job Esau Perry. It's my third year on the board. Everybody knows I have two boys who are in the Akron Public Schools, and they're in 8th grade and 5th grade, and my why is because of them. I was always involved as a dad, being at the school and doing things, but I saw a way to be more involved with APS. So I proudly stand behind my boys and all our schools and all our students to do what I can to make this a better school system.
Great. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I have my back to you. It's a little difficult for me in this position. My name is Carla Jackson. This is my third year of being a member of this school board. My why is the community, the children, and because I had a conviction to try to assist the area that I'm from, the school that helped to cultivate me to be excellent. And so I figured with my experience, and I think I would echo Ms. Sykes, why not? If you have questions and you're making comments, why would you not bring your skills and how you believe you can be an asset to work with the assets of others to bring forth the treasures that we know our children have and that our leaders and teachers have in our district.
All right, thank you. Could we have our superintendent and treasurer also introduce yourselves?
I'm Dr. Michael Robinson, Superintendent of Akron Public Schools. I have a very lengthy litany of accomplishments and things that I've done in education, but that's not as important or as the fact that this is a calling and a mission for me. I don't do politics well, and I don't play games well. I'm here for kids, and everything else is second nature for me. And so and anybody that truly knows me, anywhere that I've ever been, will tell you that. That is, if it's not about kids, I'm not going to entertain it.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Thompson. I'm the treasurer. New this year in my 27th year in education. My why is because I wasn't the greatest student, and I think maybe kind of similar to some of the things I've heard Summer say, it wasn't until someone believed in me that I thought college was even possible. So I'm the first in my family to go to college, and I wanted to try to make a difference to some degree, and so that's why I went in as a teacher and all through, the process, I guess.
What did you teach, Steve?
I was a special ed teacher.
Okay, great. Well, just think about all the experience that sits around the table and how you can bring that to working with one another as a team. And a lot of what we're talking about and doing today also is intended to build a better team. You work together on a regular basis. You are at board meetings making decisions. You need to get to know one another and the way that you communicate with one another in order to be an effective team. My why, when I ran for the Board of Education, I come from a family of educators. My mother and father pushed education very hard when I think about it in terms of when I was growing up. Dad went into the Navy. Mom joined him after she graduated from high school. Both had aspirations of going to college and weren't able to do so. So I too am a first-generation college graduate. And when I thought about the number of educators in our family, it's pretty amazing to me that that's the direction that the majority of our extended family went. I have a brother who is currently in his 30th year, I think, teaching high school social studies, and a sister who's a retired teacher, a couple of nephews who are now principals, which is a lot of fun to see, and some other teachers and educators in the family too. So all about the kids. I thought what I could bring to our Board of Education was my experience in human resource management primarily. I have a master's degree from Michigan State in leadership strategy and management, so I have a lot of experience in management and leadership. And what was happening in our community at the time was a real disconnect between the Board of Education and the community at large. And what I heard, because I was very involved in the community as Executive Director of Leadership Westerville, was people did not understand the decisions that were being made. They did not understand why we needed to put another levy on the ballot, and that seemed to be happening very frequently. They did not understand where the resources were flowing in support of the students. So I felt that in stepping up and being a candidate and then subsequently being elected, that I could help with that, that I might be able to work harder to develop a community engagement plan, to reach out to the community on a proactive basis and do what we can to heal some of those wounds that existed between the Board of Education at that time and the community. So that is my why. I mentioned that part of today is team building. So I am going to pass around a jar with coins and ask you each to take a coin, and once the jar makes its way back to me, I'll give you some instructions on what we're going to do with this. All right, so thank you. I appreciate that.
1913.
All right, so if you would take a look at the year on the coin. And when I was looking at this exercise and I looked at the coin I had, it was hard for me to see the year on the coin. So you might have to use your reading glasses or look very closely. But what we're going to do is go around and ask you to tell us what you were doing during that year and share a story that you remember related to that particular year on the coin.
Let's see.
Who'd like to go first?
2004.
Diana?
I'll go first. My coin is 2019. And so I recall my son was about to graduate that next school year, and I'm like, what am I going to do with all of this stuff that I've learned? My daughter was 32. My son's now 22. But what am I going to do with all this information? So, you know what? I think I'm going to run for school board, but I'm not sure yet. And so I recall a former student of mine that I had in drama club who I had just seen, and he came and introduced me to his child and was so excited. And we had memories that we reminisced about. And then not too long after that, he was tragically killed.
Oh.
And so all I could think about was his children who I had just met. And it has made sense that my children are now adults. This is what I can do with that information. So I remember grabbing those petitions and starting to fill out that top part. And it's getting started, getting those signatures that we needed. So that's what I remember about 2019, not knowing what was coming.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next?
Yes, I'll go next.
Yes, sir.
I have 2013, and I really can't remember what was going on in 2013. It's been a little while. But I know I was, at that point in time, looking at life and saying at my point in life, what am I going to do, where am I going to go, and what should I be doing in the future? And I was also thinking about, I'm always thinking about kids, you know, and what can I do to help make it better for kids, whether it's at my job or whether it's here at the Akron School Board. And so I started to think about more or less retirement. And so I started focusing on retirement, and I'm still working towards that. But I thought, what happens when I retire? You know, I just can't sit around. I'm not going to be able to do it. So I just thought I'm going to still continue to work with kids and continue to try to make a difference in a different manner, not as a board member, but someone in the community where I can feel like I have a direct impact on hopefully several kids to be maybe a mentor, to guide, to teach, and to educate, and hopefully help make their lives better. So that's what I was thinking about in 2013. I'm sure there was other things too, but I can't remember.
What you can remember anyway. Well, thank you for sharing that. Who's next?
I have 2021.
All right.
So that was the year we were officially 1 year out of the pandemic.
Yes.
Trying to figure out life again. You know, all the animals started to come back out, and you're like, you know, there were really no cars on the road in 2020, you know. So in 2021, my oldest daughter graduated from college at Bowling Green State University. Schools were still pretty much closed. We were homeschooling our little one, which was an experience in itself. So I commend teachers for all that they do. You know, there was some posts on Facebook saying, you know, where they had teachers said, tag, you're it, you know, and it was true. It was very, very true. It was, how do people deal with, you know, their kids every day, not just on the weekends.
Right.
You know, and teaching your kid, making sure they don't fall short from the education path you want them to be on or where they need to be on. So some parents took advantage of that. Some did the best that they could. Some were probably unaware. But 2021, yeah, that was the year of self-reflecting also. And learn about your why, because you were with family 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I would sneak out and go to the grocery store and be gone for a couple hours, you know. But you come back home and, you know, you're just rebuilding and just trying to figure out life as a new world after the pandemic. So
thank you. Thank you, Summer.
I guess I'm next. First, I want to reflect on, I'm curious if there is a significance to the years on here, because at first I have 2013, and I had to think back and how significant was 2013 of a year for me, and it wasn't until I started making a list that I realized that actually was a pretty important year. And then it occurred to me that probably unlike most of the time that you offer this activity, this is not just a bonding activity for each other, but this is a bonding activity for us with the community also.
Absolutely.
Because we are live streaming these vulnerabilities right now. In 2013, I was in the Ohio State University Math Coaching Program because I was a curriculum specialist for an online charter school. And so we had the Common Core transition, and we were getting ready for the PARCC assessments, and I was trying to write curriculum where students were going to be able to practice this math completely online. And as we were making that shift in how we were going to think about math and deal with math, it was a big challenge, but it was also very exciting because no one in 2013, no one else was really focusing on how were we going to do this online. And I would sit through all of these in-person professional developments, and then I'd go home and then I'd translate, now how am I going to put this on a computer? And then Ohio Department of Education started doing the Blizzard bag things, which is not in existence anymore, but the for-profit company that owned our nonprofit charter school got a grant for that, and so I was moved to that for-profit company, and the work I was doing, and it was a very complicated time for me to be witnessing that, and I tried to ask a lot of people about the ethics and about the law and about the policy, and there was no one to ask, there's no one to reach out to, and so that was the year I decided to start my PhD in education policy.
Wow, that's great. Thank you for sharing. Mrs. Sykes?
So the year that I have, according to my member here, tells me that I have 2004 because I could not see it. Tells you something there. I absolutely could not see the number. So then I had to start thinking about my age. How old was I in 2004? So that kind of started to bring things. That's what I was thinking. Started to bring things into focus for me. So that was 2004. I had just been appointed actually as president and CEO of Ohio United Ways, and that meant that I was going to physically live in Columbus most of the time because the state office is Ohio United Way office in Columbus and not here. And so that meant some transitioning, being in Columbus through the week and coming back home to Akron over the weekend, and to try to stay involved in the Akron community as well as learning Columbus and the new community there and a new organization. And to work with all of the United Ways across the state to try to make sure that we were doing the types of things that each community knew, and to become more familiar with the state of Ohio, which is a huge state that individuals seem not to get sometimes, that has very, very different, is very diverse. And that seems strange when you think about diversity in Ohio. You think it's not that diverse. Yeah. But when you talk about diversity, it's not just in race. It's in age and products and the lay of the land. So knowing that I can be in one part of the state in Cincinnati during the morning and then back up in Athens, Ohio, at the university there, in the evening, and everything else in between. So it was it was a learning experience for me. It was really changing my life. You know, I was 50 at the time, and that within itself brings up new thoughts. What am I going to do now? I'm 50. My goodness.
How did that happen?
Yes. I had these two wonderful daughters that was changing and going in various different ways. So it was a very thought-provoking time that I had not thought about, and what that meant for me, and how that year caused me to be someone that I didn't think I was going to be, because I thought I was just going to be here at Akron every day and just doing the Akron things. And now I find myself not only in Columbus, but all over the state, meeting new, interesting people, from farmers, dairy farmers, to speaking with our fundraisers and bankers and fund. It was a good year.
Good.
Thank you for reminding me.
Sure, thank you. Well, one of the joys I find in working for the Ohio School Boards Association is similar to what you described. There are over 700 school districts in the state of Ohio. Monday evening, I was in Danville, Ohio, working with the school board there. Wednesday evening in the fog, I was in Leesburg, Ohio, working with Fairfield Local and Bright Local schools. And then to be here now with you all, it's just, you see this wonderful diversity in the state of Ohio, and it's been a great experience for me so far, so thank you for that. Yes, sir.
So my year is 2016. And as I listen to you guys' stories, you know, you guys are doing great things in your years and all these achievements and everything. I didn't do anything in 2016, other than that was the first year my boys got to fly internationally. We took them to Ireland, and they were 6 and 4. I was 38 years old. They were 6 and 4. And so seeing the eyes of a child in a different country was my biggest experience from that year, for sure. Seeing them, you know, speak to Irish people and do Irish things, and you know, we had taken them places in the United States, but never, you know, across seas. So I remember them just being kids and just running on the rocks and just seeing the topography of Ireland and doing all that stuff. That's what I remember about that year. In that summer of that year, you know, I had a first grader and a preschooler, so they were little, obviously.
That's awesome.
But yeah, otherwise, I don't remember anything else about that year.
Well, that's a pretty big thing, pretty great memory for that year. So thank you for sharing.
Their first international trip. Yeah.
Last but not least, my year is 1994. Great year. So two things when I looked at my coin. I was looking for 1913, hoping it was a 1913 penny, but the first thing I thought was the Diana Ross song, I'm Coming Out, right? And then some of you are not going to know this, but Biggie, it was all a dream. Because 1994, I graduated from Goodyear Middle School, right? And in summer, it was of 94. And I remember, you know, I'm Coming Out. The reason I thought of that song, because Dr. D's, as some of you may know, I was a little, I'm going to say resilient, and demonstrated grit and intestinal fortitude. So pushing back was not an issue for me in school. But I was a scholar. I was a student, a good student. But I would ask a lot of questions, and I had no problem with challenging. And so I really liked how my principal at the time, who was Flora N.D.'s, pulled me into leadership, and I actually did my commencement 8th grade speech. And I remember it was "Don't Quit." And one of the lines I remember in "Don't Quit," it said, "Think not, I cannot, but I can." So then I go into my freshman year at Garfield High School in 1994, and there was nothing that I thought I could not do. So I became very actively involved. As a freshman, I remember joining ROTC, and just my entire experience was executed from a lens of not I cannot, but I can. And so that's why I said the songs of 94 where I'm Coming Out, and it was all a dream, because every step from that point was like a catapult into the next step of leadership, which started with the principal forecasting and putting me in the leadership before my class. It wasn't like I was a class president. She just had me speak as an 8th grader. In 94, like I said, I joined ROTC. I became engaged. I ended up eventually becoming part of yearbook staff, a part of school leadership, the vice president of my class, homecoming court for the role of the freshman. I was a part of prom queen, and it was a great experience. And it all started in 94. So I had a great year.
All right, how about our superintendent?
My coin was 2023, and I was transitioning from Baton Rouge to come here, and moved here last week in July. So.
Okay, so that wasn't so long ago. How about you, Steve?
My coin is a year that everyone will immediately go to the same thing, I think, which is 2001, which of course was 9/11. But for me, it was very significant in my life because I was in the reserve at the time, and I was in what I thought was a bulletproof position. I was like the principal of OCS, essentially, the lead instructor officer candidate school. We were so short officers that I was asked by my superintendent, I was an assistant principal at the time, would I be called back to active duty? And I said, no, there's no chance, zero chance, that can't happen. A few hours later, my phone rang, and it was my commander, and I thought the call was to talk about the weekend drill that was coming up, and that was at 2 o'clock. I'll never forget. I had to be in Cleveland to do what they call depping in, going back onto active duty at 8 o'clock the next morning. So that's how much notice I had, and thrown into a company of men and women that I didn't know. And so I was gone for 16 months, and I had a 4-month-old, a 2-year-old, and a 4-year-old, all kind of left behind. So it all worked itself out, obviously, but so 9/11, 2001 was an impactful year for the whole nation, the whole world, probably.
All right, well, thank you all. Thank you all for sharing. Thank you for your service. You know, when you put yourself out there and you're vulnerable and you share your stories, you get to know one another a little bit better, maybe learn some things that you didn't know about one another, and that helps lead to developing a strong team, a team that can trust, that can communicate, that can work well with one another. I want to talk a little bit about your goals for today before we really get into the content. So as you planned for this retreat and you think about our time together for the next couple of hours, few hours this morning, what are your goals for today? What do you hope to do or to accomplish by being here this morning?
Mine is to listen and learn and interact.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes.
I was just writing as Joe was talking, but listen for understanding. Understanding as a means to connect and to correlate of why that understanding is important to the work we need to do. So listen for understanding, link, connect, to correlate to the work that we need to do.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Bruce?
Yeah, to learn something more about becoming a more effective board member, and also to develop the cohesiveness with our team.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, even with all of the things that I've done in my life, I find myself not being familiar with the process of being an Akron school board member. Mm-hmm. While I've served as a legislator in various capacities, I have not served as a legislator whereby it is not the norm to work as a group in a private setting. Meaning that as a city council member or as a state representative, we had caucuses. Mm-hmm. Now I come to a climate where there are not caucuses. And so when we are able to speak, then it's either in the public, and when you have a retreat, it is not recorded. And so it is a difficult situation. It is difficult.
It is.
It is difficult. And I think that not only did I not understand the difficulty of hearing an issue for the very first time in public, and trying to figure out what I'm going to do with it without talking to my other colleagues. So I think it is in addition to being an awesome responsibility of caring for our children and making sure that we are making good legislative and policy processes, it is very difficult to figure out how to proceed without speaking on a regular basis in a group where we can give that back and forth, have that ideas, those discussions. So this is a very unique situation for me. I mean, it's interesting that I find myself here at this point in my life, but I want to learn how to be, as Bruce said, effective in a very different climate than I'm used to.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Anyone else?
I think I feel pretty much the same way my colleagues feel. I also said listen to understand and learn to grow and be a good board member, and also to serve our children, our community, and also help our school district be the best in Ohio, where people want to come and live in Akron, where businesses will want to come and open businesses in Akron, make Akron such a rich city that our schools will just be overpopulated, and everybody wants to be here in Akron and be with Akron Public Schools. Just make it more desirable again, and just give everyone hope. So, thank you.
Great, thank you.
And I will echo my other colleagues here, especially Mr. Alexander and Ms. Sykes, and your agenda items here, roles and responsibilities and communication and trust. I think highlighting those two areas, we are decision makers, and I think we all really want to be effective decision makers, and so whatever we can do to improve that for our schools, our students, and our community.
Great, thank you.
And I concur with my colleagues. I just want to continue to grow and learn so that we can be the best we can be for each other as a team as we embark on these challenging decisions that we have to make and to improve our district.
Thank you. What about Michael or Steve? What are your thoughts about, you're part of this big team, so what are your thoughts about today?
I think it's important to learn, regardless to where you've been, when you're in a new place, it's an opportunity for you to actually, encapsulate what the ambiance of where you are. And so I think that's important, understanding roles and responsibilities and functionality, and just being able to work with the board and in an effective way so that we're able to stay focused on what is the main thing. The main thing are the kids.
Right. Okay, great.
Yeah.
I guess as a new person, not just new to, fairly new to Akron Public Schools, my second year, but also new first year to a new position. And when you sit in a different one and you watch a different one for so many years, it's different than when you're actually sitting in it. You know what I mean? You might think it's not, but
Right.
it really is. And just so learning all the nuances and all of those things, and when's the right time to speak and when is, just all those things are things that I'm learning. And so that's important, whatever I can glean from that perspective. And then to kind of piggyback off Mrs. Sykes, there's not a lot of opportunity to get to know people. So, last night was a great opportunity to, I saw sides of people I didn't know existed. And so that's also an opportunity. And then for everyone to have a clear understanding of, what does a superintendent do? What does a treasurer do? What is the role of a board member? And understanding those roles, and I think that helps everybody move more fluidly.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you again for that, and we'll keep those goals in mind as we move through our time together this morning. And again, my style is very informal. If there's something that I share that you want us to elaborate on or to discuss a little bit further, please jump in. And we're here really for you and for you to become a more effective Board of Education and a more effective team as you work with one another. So the ground rules, want to just talk about a few ground rules that I like to share when I'm facilitating sessions and make sure we can all agree. Be present. It's Saturday morning. You're giving up time to be here this morning. So we certainly appreciate that. Your community appreciates that. Do what you can to be present and be in the moment so that you can listen, participate, and learn. Sharing airspace just simply means that, if you are going to share an idea or a thought, just be cognizant of the fact that there are other people in the room that want to be able to share their thoughts as well. We want to respect and value the differences that exist in terms of differences of thinking, background, opinions, and be open-minded. I often say, you bring so much experience here to the Board of Education individually, but I'd ask you to start with a beginner's mind and just think about, there are some things perhaps you've learned about a Board of Education, but just kind of step back and listen from a perspective of this is new information. It's important for you to share knowledge and experience with one another as we did. I think it helps us to get to know one another. A couple of you said listen to understand. Most people listen to respond rather than to deeply understand. So as you're listening to one another and as we're going through this process, that's an important part of communication. And I'd say as an elected official, as a member of the board, it's a real important part of your job is to listen. And then if you would silence your phones, that I would appreciate that as well. Some of you may need to keep them on if you're expecting a call, but just that's part of being present. So I want to talk a little bit about what we refer to as the 5 C's in terms of characteristics of effective Board of Education members. We're talking about competence, collaboration, commitment, cooperation, and communication. So there's some questions that I'd like you to ask yourself and to think about as we move through the morning together. So when we're talking about competence, we're talking about the ability to do something successfully or efficiently. We're talking about having sufficient knowledge and judgment and skill or strength. And the question here is, as a board member, am I willing and able to understand and abide by district policy? That's a question when I first joined the Board of Education that I asked quite a bit. And I was encouraged to ask, is what's our policy? Do we have a policy? If we don't, do we need to develop a policy? But understanding and abiding by district policies that already exist and that have existed before you joined the board likely and will continue to exist when you leave the board. So as a board member, am I willing and able to ask for and use evidence in decision making? So gathering data, asking for evidence to help you make the decisions that benefit the district as a whole. And then, am I willing and able to communicate professionally and fairly with members of the public on behalf of the district? So these are questions related to competence that I'd like you to keep in mind throughout the morning. When we talk about collaboration, we're talking about the action of working with others, could be 2 or more, to produce or to create something. So as a board member, am I willing and able to work as a member of the board team? So you have the board of 7, but you also have a superintendent and you have a treasurer, and that they are part of the board team and part of the district leadership team. Do you have committees that are in place? Are they board committees, or are they superintendent committees, or is it a combination of both? Board committees. So again, you're going to be working with various committee members. You've likely been assigned as a liaison to a committee or two. So are you able to collaborate and move the committee, the board, the district forward in terms of making decisions that are in the best interest of the students? And that's what I heard everyone say. Why are you here? You're here for the kids. And you all have that in common. This doesn't mean you're not going to disagree. I mean, disagreeing, as long as it's done in a respectful fashion, is good. You're going to be able to share your perspective and bring your opinion forward. It's really about how you do it and then moving into a collaborative approach. Then when we talk about commitment, you've certainly all made a commitment to serve on the Board of Education. So you are demonstrating that you are dedicated to a cause, to the cause of the district, and I would also say to the vision and the mission of the district that has been established either prior to you joining the board or perhaps you were part of that process. So a question to ask yourself in terms of the 5 characteristics of effective board members, the third question would be about commitment. Am I willing and able to attend all committee and board meetings? You're here today, so that's great. Sounds like you've done some additional professional development, as you mentioned earlier. Are you able and willing to be visible in the district? And it's a large district, so likely, I'm not as familiar with Akron as I am my district, obviously, but we worked very hard to be out there in the community, especially given what I shared earlier, is that there was a real disconnect between the community and the Board of Education. So some of us were on Rotary. Some people were on various parent councils, whether they had kids in school or they were involved in the schools. There's Kiwanis, there's other clubs, but making sure that you are out there in the community and that you are getting to know folks in the community, that you're visible at various events as much as you possibly could be. And then as a board member, am I willing and able to share representation of the district at various community meetings and events as requested? So the board president, the superintendent may ask you to represent the board at a certain meeting that might occur in the district. So that, again, is the commitment that you need to make. The fourth C is cooperation. So that's obviously the process of working together. Hopefully you came into this, I heard many of you say, I want to be the best board member I can be. So I think it's rare for someone to run for the Board of Education and say, I'm waking up this morning, I'm going to go to that retreat and I'm just going to be the worst board member. That's my goal. So we're assuming that you're coming to this from a perspective of wanting to work with your board colleagues. Doesn't mean you need to be best friends, but you are colleagues, and you need to learn to work with one another. Related to either discussions in policy and decision-making, you need to be able to work with one another as you determine your vote that you're going to cast, and this kind of goes to what Mrs. Sykes was saying earlier. How do we do that? How do we have these discussions? And then work with board colleagues in supporting the will of the board. So this is a tough one sometimes. You will likely not always have 7-0 votes, and that's okay. However, if the majority is to go in the direction that you did not want to go in, it's important for you to get behind that majority and to support the will of the board and move on. I mean, you did your part in sharing your perspective and in sharing why you may vote no in a certain situation. Ultimately, it's the will of the board that you need to follow as a Board of Education member, and that's part of cooperation. And then finally, communication. We're going to talk about this in a little bit more depth later, but here's the question. As a board member, am I willing and able to respond to fellow board members in a timely manner and administrators? So if you get a call from the treasurer, if you get a call from the superintendent, from other board members, are you willing and able to respond in a timely fashion? Listen to staff, listen to community members who may reach out to you, who likely reach out to you, especially those of you who are newly elected. You may be hearing from more community members than other veteran board members at this point. Are you willing and able to share district information equally? So making sure everybody has the same information for the sake of transparency of the board and for the community's sake. Transparency is really important. It's important to make sure that you are pushing for that you are demonstrating to the community that you are being honest and open and transparent in your discussions and in the decisions that you make. And then confidentiality is important, particularly when we get into executive session and reasons for going into executive session. I remember, there were times where I'd be in an executive session, have a confidential discussion, and by the time I got in my car, somebody in the community had heard about it. So how did they hear about it? There are board members that were unfortunately sharing information that was confidential information, and it wasn't helping the district, and it certainly wasn't helping the kids. So these are the 5 C's. So think about it for yourself as a board member, and then think about it in terms of successful teams. So we want to spend a little bit of time thinking about norms, and I shared, the ground rules that we set for today that we all agreed upon, hopefully. We need to think about norms for how you work with one another as a Board of Education. And I believe you had some professional development that touched on this a little bit. Is that accurate in terms of norming and what all that means? Is that the case? Nothing? Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is new. That's good. So what I'd like you to do is to just take a few minutes and jot down what do you consider to be characteristics of an effective team. Doesn't have to be specific to the Board of Education. You've been on many teams, I would assume. Your family's a team. So what characteristics help make a successful team? So before we share out, I'd like you to kind of keep those in the back of your mind. So as we develop our team norms, you can keep those in your thoughts as we move forward so that we can share with everyone. Also would like you, if you take a look at the slide, in establishing team norms, think about the most difficult team that you've been on. So it helps us to know how to be effective when we know also and have experienced what's not effective, right? So write for a few minutes what made that experience negative. Just jot down a few thoughts, and then we're going to share your experience. And if you can't think of a horrible team that you've been on, then good for you. That's awesome.
I think I'm in that boat.
Okay, that's great. So is anyone willing to share, and again, without naming names and, just being honest about the characteristics more so than I was on the team at this company or this organization. But what What made that experience negative or difficult? Anyone willing to share that? Yes.
Pet peeve of mine is I leaders. In other words, when they're describing what a team has done, it's always led with I did this, I did that, I accomplished this. Spotlight grabbers, you know, they always want to be center stage. Micromanagers, not letting people do their jobs because you're constantly micromanaging them. And deflectors.
Okay.
Who never take responsibility, always deflect on everyone around them.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Yeah.
I'll go next. I definitely agree with Dr. Thompson, especially there's no I in team. You know, we were all taught that as little kids, you know, there's no I in team. But when people have their own agenda, you can't get anything done or solved with your own agenda when you're not open to hearing everyone else. When you're giving constructive criticism or different ideals of maybe a project, you have to be able to say, that was a good idea. You know, maybe let's try your ideal versus, you know, shutting everything down. And just being heard. You know, you're a team, and everyone should be able to be heard, and respected.
Okay, great. Anyone else?
So not following through on the agreed upon task. In a team, everyone has a responsibility. Everyone is assigned to do something. We come back together, and there's always that one person that just didn't get to it.
And what happens then? It impacts the entire team.
It impacts the whole thing. And consistently tardy or lateness.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Anyone else?
I think that to have an effective team, I think that people need to know and understand their role, and they need to know their place. And keep the personal out of it. Because what happens is, instead of you being in the mix of the issue because it's good for the organization, you've totally lost sight of that and you're in your feelings. So now everything you're doing is lashing out. But it has nothing to do with the organization. It's your retaliatory behavior because you couldn't get what you wanted. So, and how ineffective do you communicate those things? And I hate backstabbers. You know, the people that smile in your face and pretend that they're on the team, they pretend that they, you know, because really, when you're in a leadership role, you certainly want to engage with people. And I think it's important that there be a level of respect, you know, and as you said before, we don't have to be hanging out over Saturday, going out to eat and all this. That's not what defines a team. Those things help to bring you closer the more engaged you are. But I think that when you realize what your purpose is and why you're serving in that capacity, and you certainly want to be likable and you want people to like you, but at the end of the day, if you're really doing what you're supposed to be doing, the way you're supposed to be doing it, you're going to disrupt. And so people are going to not necessarily, and it's not so much you, though some may, but it becomes they don't like those decisions. But those decisions have to be made for the betterment of the organization. And if you've been allowed to just run amok and do what you want to do, and nobody is telling you that, hey, you know, 5 years ago they should have told you what you were doing was wrong, or 10 years ago, or 2 years ago, or 2 months ago, and people are just sitting by just letting you do what you want to do, that becomes an issue, because when somebody does stop you, now all of a sudden it's like, well, nobody's ever told me that before.
No one has given me that
nobody's
feedback.
been honest with you enough to tell you the truth, that you're out of order. So I think, and then when that happens, that yes vote becomes a no. But again, you're in your feelings. So is the vote for that particular topic best for the organization? If you were truthful with yourself, you would say yes. But instead, you're in your feelings because there is no trust and transparency, so you say no.
And we all care about the kids, right? And so for me, it was always, there may be a situation where I would take it personally and I had to check myself and step out of myself and kind of freeze my behavior and think, okay, what is in the best interest of the kids? Put my ego aside, leave it at the door. I'm here to make decisions that align with the vision, the mission, the values, the strategic plan, the goals for the betterment of the district as a whole and to serve the students of the district. So it's tough because, we ran for this position because we care and we're caring people. But again, you're decision makers, you're here to set policy, you're here to move the district forward. So, again, I appreciate your comments about that because it's easy to get into that whole mix of feelings. But check yourself. That's an important skill to be able to freeze your behavior and just think about it. Think about it. Self-awareness, I would say, is really huge in terms of leadership. I went back and would watch board meetings occasionally and to check myself to see how am I coming across, And I noticed one of the things that I did, particularly during public comment, was I nodded a lot. And for me, I was nodding to indicate I was listening, but some people took it as I was agreeing. So, even those kind of facial expressions, body language. Before I ran for the board, I attended a few meetings, and the way that our board was situated at the time, they were kind of up on a stage, facing the community members. And when the community members came up to speak, there was one board member in particular who would go, roll her eyes, and just very demonstrative. And I don't think was self-aware. That turned people off, right? And I even talked to her about it. And she said she was at a point where she needed to step aside, and decided not to run again because, it's a hard job you're all facing. It's a lot, you don't get phone calls to say, thank you for making sure I got my paycheck in time, from staff and teachers, right? You get calls when things are wrong, mostly. So that's just constant. But, think about it being self-aware, and the only thing you can change is yourself, your attitude, the way that you speak, your behaviors. So think about that as well. That's important. Anyone else? Yeah.
You stated that when you would look at people when they're speaking, you nod your head. I know I do that too because I'm engaged and I'm looking directly at you.
That's right.
So, for the record, I do that too. It doesn't necessarily mean I totally agree with what you're saying, but I'm following what you're saying. And, the eye contact is something my mother instilled in me, that when people are talking, you look them in their face, and I don't want to just be like, I want to be like, because I might agree with you, but I'm not, don't have to say it verbally, but it can be, I guess, condescending of I'm looking and nodding.
Coming from a perspective of someone took time out of their life to come and talk to you about an issue. And you would hope that when the community comes and talks to you about an issue, that they would address you in a respectful way as well. That's not always the case. But you're here to listen, the deep listening and taking all that information in and then, getting the other side of the story, right? And gathering facts and evidence to make decisions that are in the best interest of the district, right? So I kind of went off on a tangent there, but it's really important, especially, we're being streamed now, right? So there may be people that are listening and watching, and you need to be able to be comfortable in your own skin and be able to be yourself, but also have that self-awareness. Okay. Anything else that you want to share in terms of positive or negative team experiences?
I think one of the things I admire most in good leaders that I think is hard for a lot of leaders, me, all leaders, I think to some degree, but the willingness to show vulnerability, you know, willingness to openly say, I didn't know that, you know. I think that really is incredibly helpful because the people around you want to feel like they're contributing and they're part of this process. So while difficult, I fully admit, but vulnerability I think is a great leadership attribute.
Okay, great, thank you.
I just think that just another uniqueness about the Akron Public Schools or public school systems is that in order for us to get here, then we have to campaign. And when we're campaigning, then people expect us to answer, what are you going to do?
Yes.
And so you tend to want to be that person that says, well, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do that. But at the same time, once you're here, you realize, or even before you get here, that you only have one vote. And as you said earlier, we want to do what's best. So even though you may say to a person, oh yes, I want to make sure that the children are able to read at this level, but there's so many factors that's involved in that, starting with the legislators and their requirement of what we do.
Yes.
And then it just goes through the system. So all of a sudden this parent that wanted you to assure them that if I vote for you, that my child won't have any more problems with this, that my child will be able to do this, and that my child will be happy because you made the decision and I voted for you. You made the decision to run. I voted for you with the understanding that you're going to correct this problem. And so here we are, all together. And it becomes a very difficult situation because you want to still be able to say, and everyone expects you to say, what are you going to do? What's your plans?
Right.
What's your ideas? And then when you sit in these seats, and that does not happen, it is, oh, you didn't tell the truth, or oh, you're not doing what you said you were going to do, and why didn't this happen? And then the next time is, and why should I vote for you again? Because it didn't happen.
Right. Yeah.
So I find that to be a very difficult situation for the school system. Other forms of government, you probably can do a bit more as an individual. But here, individuals is just not something that you can do.
That's correct. The board is one entity.
One entity.
And you need to remember that.
Yeah.
You know, and the public, the function of the board also is often misunderstood or misinterpreted by the public. So educating the public, you know, is important to make sure they understand. No one here has any more power than anyone else. Yes.
You know what's interesting too, Christy? You know, all of us today have said some version of the phrase, do what's best for the children. But what does that mean? We may have 7 different ideas of what best interest of the children really is. So that's interesting that we say that, you know, because you can be on a team and successful teams, you think they have the same goal. They would have to have the same goal. But when you define it as just that abstract, do what's best for the children, what is that really, you know, what is that goal?
What I would do and what I did prior to coming here was to see if you had a strategic plan and you have the blueprint for excellence, is that what it's referred to? And that was developed, I'm assuming, it wasn't developed in a vacuum, but it was developed with input. And so now you are grounded in the vision, the goals. So what you have determined that that's what's best for the children.
I guess I meant just like individual, on an issue we have, I may decide that that's not in the best interest of the children, whereas my colleagues may decide that is. So we can be on a successful team, but have different.
You can have different opinions,
different
certainly.
opinions, exactly.
Certainly.
Yep.
Yeah, and you want that. You don't want to be a rote board that is a 7-0 vote every single time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Joe, when you asked that question, what's best for the children, I think everyone, majority of everyone have kids, right? So, parenting, and I know this is an old saying, it doesn't come with a handbook, right? So we raise our children the best that we can and the best that we know how. Can we do better? Definitely, But I think when we look at our community as a whole, and we look at our children out in the community, some good, some bad, some lost, some, it breaks my heart today, how our kids are going about life. So I think when I think about what's best for the child is making sure they eat, making sure they have a home, making sure that they have parents that love the basic needs of life, But then again, what are those basic needs, right?
We can define it differently.
It's all different. So, we were elected based upon what we said, right? And like Mrs. Sykes said, being true to that. But, when you ask that question, what's best for the child, we're going to all have different thoughts, But as we're out in the community listening to other parents, just kind of put our stories and set our minds to like, oh, I didn't think of that, or that's a good idea, and just kind of build upon that. But as a team, that's something we may need to talk about. Like, what do we think is best for our students too? As a board, the superintendent, he has the blueprint, which is amazing, but also as a board, when they're coming to the board with questions and for us to vote in our minds, what do we think is best for the children?
Yeah.
So.
And you can talk with one another, certainly, and that's a practice. We had 5 rather than 7. And so in that situation, it would be perfectly fine for me to go and have coffee with another board member and just kind of talk through. It was not a quorum, but I could understand from him or from her or someone that was more of a veteran on the board, how did this policy come about? And, what are you thinking in terms of this new decision that we're going to be faced with going forward? So you can have, and in your case, you can meet with a couple of people, and but that's where you begin to maybe build consensus also, to have those conversations, whether it's one-on-one, but to better understand where we're coming from.
Christina, yeah, I'm glad Joe brought up that question and that comment, because for me, and so that everybody understands, I look at this as this big picture, okay?
Yes.
And inside of this big picture are all of us, okay? But also inside are all these kids, the parents, the community. And so when I say what's best for the kid, each kid has a different need, okay? And so whether it be
20,000, right? 20,000
right, exactly.
kids.
And so it's so many things. But how can we meet the needs of those individuals through our system, our school system, where it will trickle down to make that impact on those kids? And so in my mind, I always think about, and this is one of the things where we've gotten more involved in, and we talk about equity, educational equity. And equity is people don't understand what equity really is. Equity is making sure you give everyone what they need, not just every equality, but what they need. And this kid over here might need to be fed. This one over here might need clothing. This parent may need some housing. This parent over here may need some parenting skills. Giving them what they need so they can be successful. And so for me, when I'm looking at this, I'm looking at a big picture, but I'm looking at all these variables and how can we meet the needs of all these variables through our system that we have here called Akron Public Schools, to make sure we do our part in making sure the needs are met by those individuals as a whole. So that's why I look at it.
You're describing systems thinking.
Right.
Essentially that you're not elected, you're elected at large, right? I mean, you're not elected by any particular segment of the school district, so you all represent the entire district. Yes.
I think, and we kind of discussed this briefly, I think the biggest issue and a difficulty, because when you said think of the most difficult team you've been on, and I would have to say it is the school board, And the reason why I say it is the school board, not because these are not wonderful individuals that I can collaborate and talk to, but because of the restrictions that we have in regards to how we can communicate and how we can connect, because of the fear of, you want to make sure you're not violating the Sunshine Law.
Absolutely, yeah.
That am I supposed to be talking about this, or if this was the question I have, that's always running through your mind. And when you're a district that's under such scrutiny and as large as we are, you want to be very, I think anyone should be, but especially when you're under the microscope, cautious that you are walking the line and that you're not violating things that could possibly have consequences for the overall district that will then impact the same students that we say that we want to serve, because any type of financial hardships or liabilities that come about in the district will trickle down and impact student learning. And so, to the point of what's best for the kids, earlier when you began the discussion, you talked about our goals. Like, what are our goals? And it makes me think, okay, what are the goals of public education? What are the goals of this district? And I think Summer and a few mentioned the superintendent's blueprint for excellence, which we look at and we stand behind and agree with and sign off on and say, yeah, we agree these are viable goals. But when it becomes to decision making, I think a lot of that challenge comes in. Now we're talking about, okay, what are the policies for the district? What are we legally able to do? And how could we effectively do this? And to not be able to have those deep diving discussions in a way where we know it's going to go the majority, that this is how the majority feel and to come in. I think it continues to be a constant challenge. And so just being on such a team when the law is the law, because we're talking about what is the Ohio Revised Code saying, communication is so important to decision making.
Absolutely, yeah.
So just to know effectively, I'm positing this kind of as a question of how to effectively communicate with board members. I know you said you can meet one-on-one with coffee as long as it's not like a quorum.
Sure.
But then it goes to, well, do what you say you're going to do when we meet for coffee.
Yeah.
Or is that truly your mindset?
Well, that's where trust, you're being vulnerable with one another today. You're hopefully learning more about each other as individuals, and also, it's a new board, and every couple of years, you may be functioning just great as a team, but you may have people leaving and joining, and so it's a new board. And anytime you add somebody new or new folks to a team, you have to reset and think about, okay, how are we going to function as this team? So, leave the other things behind. It's a chance to just kind of leave that behind. There's nothing you can do about it right now, but how are we going to function? And that's why we're talking about norms today. You can have great discussions in public. That's what I would hope that the public would want, to listen to you ask questions. And, the thing, though, that I would always do, because I never wanted to catch people off guard, that was not my intent. If there were questions I was going to ask of the treasurer in a public setting during our public meeting, I would let him know that I'm going to ask these questions so that he could be prepared to respond to them with information. He may, if I surprise him with a question, he may say, I really don't have that off the top of my head. I don't want to make him look bad. Why would I want to do that? If I'm going to bring something up that is new, I would talk to the superintendent, to the board president, just say, this is something I'd like to add to the agenda. This is something I'm planning to do. No surprises.
Another question, I'm sorry, Madam President. Another question I have, when we talk about norms, just in your experience with district, because another thing that's challenging for me, I think, is the normal disconnect, it appears, between the board, teach in building, people that work in buildings, like the teacher. Because if we're going to make decisions, because the board is a policy-making board, I understand that. And if we're making decisions that then impact how possibly teachers, do their jobs to a certain degree in the classroom, it seems like to be effective boards, effective communication needs to happen with teachers. And I think that's when I came and wanted to be a board member, I thought it was just going to be so easy. Not easy, the job, but easy because, okay, you're in the buildings, you're talking to teachers, you're able to observe classes. And I'm a 20-year educator. I've been in education for 20 years. And I went through the ranks teaching, administrator, And so I thought it would be just as easy. You're looking at pedagogically how these teachers are performing, and I can say to Dr. This teacher is horrible, or this teacher is excellent. This teacher should come before the district and show us the model that she implemented in class. I'm telling you, this teacher's great, and that is just not the deal. And
because
so it seems
it's not your
crazy.
role.
Right, it's not the role, but that's what's confusing to me because teachers are the direct, it's almost like if you're in a war, and if we're serving as generals, right? Usually a general, if you got some stripes, that's because you've been in the ground too, but we know in a board member that's not the case. And then you put all soldiers, these soldiers on the front line, the analogy of soldiers are the teachers who are right there in the trenches and know what's going on. And you are to make decisions that impact their strategies on the ground, but it's not your role to discuss and interact with them. I don't know.
Well, it's not saying that you can't interact. I mean, certainly you want to, but you have a CEO, right? And your superintendent's a CEO, and the treasurer's a CFO. They're your only two employees. And that some boards get a little confused about that, and some smaller districts in particular, I've worked with, people will run for the school board so that they can fire the football coach because their kid didn't get enough playing time. Is that the reason you run for the school board? Those are things that, and back to your point, Mrs. Sykes, when I ran as a candidate, I talked about not what I'm going to do, but I can assure you that I will listen. I can assure you that I'm going to go into a very complex system and learn about it and understand it because I didn't know what I didn't know. On the outside, it looks very simple. On the inside, oh my gosh, school finance, funding, all of that. It's a complex business. And yet, in the grocery store, after I'm elected, I have a friend whose daughter plays soccer with my daughter and who lives in our neighborhood and comes up to me and says, I'm really grateful you're on the school board now. I'd like for you to change the bus route for my little kindergartner. Change the bus stop. Sure, why not? Now, I can't do that. It's not my job. So what I could commit to is I can go back and better understand how these routes and stops are determined, and I can explain that to you. I can redirect you to the superintendent. Who will maybe redirect you to the director of transportation. But always making those connections so I wasn't rolling up my sleeve and going in and saying, all right, the bus stop's got to be at the bottom of her driveway now. That isn't my role.
We just said a lot there, but because I'm talking, like I said, this is my third year, and I'm sorry that my back is to you.
No, I know this is kind of awkward. I apologize.
But the reality is, since in my 3 years here, that sounds very good. It's just like when you're going through a teacher preparation program. Theoretically, how you believe your classroom is going to work when you get in there with those kids and everything is going to go. You're looking at all these differentiated strategies, and then this year, maybe the district is going with this framework for teaching kids in games. Every 3 years, it may be changing. So we, who are educators, understand this, and even as parents, with potty training, if you have multiple kids, it's theoretically certain things are good. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, and I'm not going to be long-winded, but I want to have for this retreat, I want to have a real discussion about real things. And what I mean by that is this is a great superintendent, but But this superintendent, if he has 50 million things that's going on or questions and people that's emailing him, and then we tell our stakeholders, community members, hey, yeah, you want to talk to the superintendent about that. And then you see this said community member, teachers, stakeholders, you say, hey, you want to talk to a student service person, or, we're redirecting them. Then you see them 6 months later, a year later, and they're like, nothing ever the person never got with them. It's not necessarily because the person intentionally just said, forget them. It's not. But when you're putting out constant fires as one person and your team, and you're in a large district, the 7 members, it just seems like we could be kind of legs and arms to a certain degree, not to micromanage and have someone's job or be their boss. But I took this role believing that I would be an advocate for students and a supporter of teachers, and what I know it has been proven to be successful for certain educational outcomes. And what I'm saying is it appears that that's a disconnect when we say these textbook cute answers as to, redirect it to this person and that person, and nothing happens. So people lose their faith in what they believe the board or the district is going to do. And to have the assumption that one person, if something comes down the pipeline that's a fire for the superintendent, well, that takes precedence. That doesn't mean the superintendent, for instance, if that's the person who will send it, directed to, is not doing their job, or the treasurer, for instance, is not doing his job. If a state of emergency of a higher level came through, and then it got lost in the shuffle, that we don't double back. Because I'm almost hearing, like, can somebody help get this clarified? Because I don't know what to do in those instances, because I feel like the people deserve an answer and a response.
I'd be interested in hearing what your other board colleagues, are thinking about this in terms of your role, and also superintendent protocols and preferences. You're one person, you have a whole team of people, right, that you oversee as the administrative leadership team that help you. But Bruce, did you?
Yeah, I'll comment, because these are good topics and good discussion. For me, I always think about we're in the business of educating kids, okay, which is good, but we also should be in the business of educating the community. Mm-hmm. And so in my time on the board, and from what I've learned from people in the public and the community, is that I know that there's a role that I have, a role the superintendent has, and a role that we have to kind of be in the middle. So for me, I always try to educate the community, because they don't know different things. So when they ask me, you mentioned grocery stores, which you can never really go to a grocery store and get out quick. But you take that time to educate those individuals. This is the process. This is the procedure. Why do we have to go through this? These are some certain things that we cannot do as a board member. We have to watch. We're not in a situation where we're in a conflict of interest as well. All these different things that are going on, and so being able to explain that, but also understanding our chain of command as well. The superintendent is the CEO of the company, and so one of the things I learned to do too is when something occurs, I try to figure, okay, who does this go to? Send it to that email to that administrator, not superseding the superintendent, but letting them be on the same chain, and saying, this is the issue that has come up with someone. I recommend that they speak to this person, okay? And then tell them, hey, let me know what happens if things go well. Sometimes you may hear from them. Sometimes you may not hear back from them. But I assume if you don't hear back from them, then the situation got handled. But if you do hear back from them, then what is the next step? Okay, and who's the next person in the chain of command to go to, so we can get these questions or situations handled by these for the parents or for the students, even if it's for the teachers.
Mm-hmm. Diane?
Yeah, I was just going to piggyback on that, but it is a challenge, because especially after an election and you encounter folks. But I think it's a good idea that we do remind them, because often they want to be heard. So listen. But it is important that we inform them of the chain of command, because there still has to be a certain amount of order, because 9 times out of 10 we don't know the complete situation. We know what they've told us. And so I assume that it's been handled if I don't hear back, but Speaking for me personally, I tend to direct them to that person and ask them, if there's any further issues or concerns, circle back. But I have to be able to trust that chain of command and the folks that are in charge of that particular thing, because I am not the student services person.
Right.
I know a little bit about it, but I don't know what the leadership knows. So, but it's also a way to educate ourselves as well.
So, thank you. So when a constituent comes to board members, your direct duty is to report that to the superintendent, not for you to contact the employees to do anything for you. That should be directed to me, and we're setting up systems and structures in place, which is new for Akron Public Schools. That's why we now have a chief of staff who, when you contact me, I direct her to ensure that what you're asking for is addressed by the direct person that should handle that. And then she is to follow up with me, and then I follow up with you to ensure you that the situation has been addressed. What happens is when you contact someone within the administration, many times I don't even know about it. And so if it doesn't get taken care of, the person may see me somewhere and say, hey, I reached out to so-and-so because so-and-so told me, which has happened since I've been here. And I said, well, okay, well, thank you for letting me know. I'm going to take care of it right now. Well, I might be in the grocery store, church, wherever, and I'm texting whomever on my team to say, this never got dealt with. But that was the first time I'd ever heard of it. Mm-hmm. So and I know that that's hard, because as a board member, you want to fix it because that's your constituent. They're all our constituents because we all work for them. But it's important that we do follow the process and the chain of command. And so when they come to you, direct it to me, and I'm now responsible for getting back to you. Because if I don't get back to you, then you should be asking me, hey, I have not heard back from you on XYZ. And that means I need to check with Chief of Staff to find out where are we with this situation, because it's a question. We should be able to answer it within a day, unless it's something complicated. Well, let's just respond back to the board member to say, hey, this is something we're going to have to research, because what they're asking for is not a yes or no. It's something we're going to have to really investigate. And then we can do that and contact that person and say, thank you for reaching out to Ms. Hall. She let me know that you wanted to know XYZ, and then we take care of that. Because what happens is, again, when you go into attempting to answer their questions, or sending them to someone, sometimes you might not even know that that's not that person's role anymore. And they might be saying, well, I told so-and-so. And for me, that's not good client service. When our clients are asking us for things, they want an answer. And they don't want an answer it shouldn't take 2 weeks to get them an answer. It should not take them, if it's a question, it doesn't, we should be able to get a response back to you in an extremely timely manner. And when that doesn't happen, then you need to let me know, hey, I was waiting to hear because I didn't get that information. I know this is new for Akron Public Schools, but I'm trying to put systems and structures in place that will help us to become more effective and efficient. So when you go back to the blueprint and you're looking at the blueprint, referencing the systems and the structures, the resources, all those things, those are the things that we need to, look in that section. Let me say your book, Ms. Jackson, because I want to call it the right words.
We have to have a copy of our binder as well. Yeah.
But when we talk about the foundational values, right, in the book, it talks about communication, it talks about culture, accountability, relevance, relationships, trust, and readiness. So it's important for us to make sure that those systems and structures are in place. And again, this is new. these are the things that we're going to be educating our administrators on, so that they can now. The problem that I have a problem with is that I can't get to the teachers and to the employees like I want to, because a lot of times I want to give that information directly to them. So that's the reason why we're having these systemic informational meetings, so that we can help train them. And that's the one thing that we're working on, with the blueprint. We needed to get down to every employee. And so I appreciate those unions that did, because some of our unions did participate in this. And so, but I want to be able to get down to those employees, no matter what capacity they're serving in, so that they understand how things are done. And it's just not, because I understand from their perspective, like, what are they doing up there at the top, right? Because I've been there. But if they understand it, then they'll know the process, who to go to, what to do. So that would just be, I think, the thing that I would ask is that if someone is reaching out to you, then you then contact me, and we will get that process going so that an answer can be provided in a timely manner. Because nobody wants to wait 3 weeks for something that only should have taken 5 seconds to ask. And that's not going to be easy. That's going to take some time. But that's the process that we should be following, so that it's consistency across the board.
Okay, thank you. And you kind of made my question clearer, but because I don't think I communicate as far as the information being known to all. That's kind of what I was saying. It makes no sense that we are in silos, and if it's something that's going to impact teachers, whether it's some type of training, that it's like the teachers don't know until if it's rolled out on a. But you kind of addressed that. But for clarity, what I was asking, what we've done. Like when we're here, if we have an official board meeting and someone comes and they address the board, the president has typically said, with a concern, they'll say, okay, yeah, I'm going to give that to the superintendent to look at, and then someone would say, yeah, Wanda last, she's over, whatever. And then, so don't do that anymore. Don't say a person just straight up the superintendent. No. Just go straight to the superintendent. Okay. Instead of the person who's over, like before they would have you ask who's over safety, who's over this.
Right, because the board only has 2 employees. So.
No, I'm saying during the board, at the board meeting, it just goes, another name should not be brought up. It should just be the superintendent will handle that.
The superintendent will know to whom
and the
that
system
will be
that
directed.
we have in place, and I'm going to be the first to tell you that I'm going to have to make some changes on that, because it's not, it should be going the way that it's supposed to, but it's not. So in a board meeting, when questions are being asked, we're supposed to be recording those questions so that we can then provide support back to the board around those and then there are some things that maybe the public is asking that we're going to put on the website where people can hear or read those responses to things that are general things, as long as it's not breaching any confidentiality or something of that sort, so that people would would be able to read the information, because we work for the public. Now, that is a system that we have in place, and I'm going to tell you that when it was put in place before we had a chief of staff, but that's something that she is going to be managing, so that we ensure, and we're working on the changes for the website, where it's going to be a little bit more of a more inclusive website where people can get that type of information. But that's going to take a little bit of time, but it started off and then it fell off, and so we're working on putting it back on track again. Yeah.
Nope, that's great. Thank you. Yeah, Summer?
I just want to say, for one, with the superintendent, I have brought issues, to him about that, not really knowing the chain of command because I'm still new. And how long can I say I'm new? Is it 6 months, a year?
Yeah, three
Oh, it's over? Oh, man. But Jeez. No, but I would just like to say thank you for your leadership, because when I have brought those, questions to you, not knowing where to go, we can always say, I know such and such, I'm gonna call them, but I brought issues up to you, and he's gotten right back to me. Problem solved, regardless if they like the outcome or not.
Right. Yeah.
It was the
May
right
not be
way.
what they want to
'cause he
hear,
fought.
but it's-
exactly.
right.
But it worked, and people are grateful and thankful, because when I was running, I said I'm the voice for the parents. I'm the voice for our children, for the community, and so forth. And I work for the city of Akron, so everybody's like, before I ran, and even now that I'm in this seat. So I just would like to say thank you, Dr. Robinson, for being that person to pick up your phone, to saying I'll find out, and actually keeping your word. And we don't give honor or thanks to people, until they're gone, right? Until they're deceased. And then we want to do plaques and streets and big ceremonies. We need to do it now when people are here to say you're doing a good job, And I can't speak for the past board or the past superintendent, but while I'm here, I will always thank you for doing your job, and just to continue to build better relationships. And now that we know, because I'm always telling parents, did you talk to the principal? That's the first step. You called me, did you talk to the principal? Because that's what I would do, in that situation. But
talk to the teacher. I'm not comfortable with that.
Exactly,
Okay,
but I will
so
still
talk
bring it to the
principal.
superintendent
Right.
to say, hey, this is what's going on. I did tell them to talk to the principal or the teacher, but
And I'm
Well,
glad
and that's
that
a
you brought
professional
that.
courtesy.
I'm
Yes.
glad that you brought that point out, Ms. Hall, because when parents sometimes will call us about issues, the first question I ask, have you spoken with the teacher? Have you spoken with the principal? Because I remember as a teacher, I wanted to be able to handle things, but if somebody else is handling it above me, I never got a chance to handle it, then, I could have solved that. So that's the first question that we ask here. And sometimes they'll say, well, I don't want to talk to the teacher. No, you're going to have to talk to the teacher. Now, tell me what the situation is, because while you're going back and talking to the teacher, simultaneously, I'm trying to, especially if it's an emergency situation, but I do want you to talk to the teacher, because the teacher deserves that much respect because it happened in that classroom. And/or have you spoken with the principal? Because I don't want central office to be the place where we're over here handling stuff that a teacher could handle in his or her classroom. That's their classroom. They should be able to do that on their own, but they may not even know that the parent is complaining, right? So I'm glad you brought that point out, because it's important for people to know it isn't that we are trying to brush you off or not wanting to do, but the teacher deserves that respect, so they handle it first, and or the principal. But then I go to the supervisors of those schools to say to them, this is a situation, I need you to get with the principal, let the teacher handle it, but this is the parent's concern, and get back to me. So I'm glad you brought that point out.
So what is
Thank
it that you want from us when we are sending an issue to you? Do you want Beth Ann Johnson? I'm just throwing out names. This is no one in particular. I'll just say Summer Hall.
Might be a real name.
I'll speak for me. It could be a
Beth
real
Ann
name, right? So sorry, Beth Ann Johnson. But I'll say, hey, Summer Hall has a complaint about such and such that was not handled appropriate, or the school never informed me as the parent, that this happened to their child. What information do you want? Do you want names? Do you want a telephone number? Do you want an email address of that parent complaining?
Yeah,
and then the
I need as
issue?
much information as you have that you can share, so that we can get right on it.
Okay.
And because it's important, and I find myself sometimes, even as a superintendent, because I was a teacher, I was a principal, and I find myself sometimes reacting to it, and I have to stop and say, now wait a minute, that's what so-and-so is supposed to be doing. So I will contact them to say, hey, I need you to take care of this. This is the situation, and get right back to me on this, so that we know what the resolution is and or how we can help support. Because we had a situation where the teacher is trying to do what he or she can do. Parent just was a little bit upset. But that doesn't give you the right to go into the classroom or to the school and upset the teacher. That's not how we do things. And so, we took care of that with the parent, but we needed the teacher to be able to do, because they're professionals and they need to be able to handle things, the way that, because it's their classroom. Unless they've done something that's really far-fetched, bad, or whatever, give them a chance to handle it themselves, because they might not even know about it. And many times we do get that. Well, no, I never talked to the teacher. Well, let's start there, and we're going to work with you through that process.
Dr. Robinson, would you want Angela or Ruth to be on your email?
Yeah, when you send things to me, I always have them included because, and I ask people, especially with Ms. Ruth, if it's scheduling something, people will send it to me. I could miss your email for a day. But if she's on it and Miss Angela, they're going to immediately schedule, because they'll come to me before I've even seen it and say, this is the situation. I've already scheduled this on your calendar. Because honestly, I don't do my own calendar. I'm used to doing my own calendar. Now, mind you, I came from a district with 84 schools, and I'm used to doing my own calendar. So it's even hard for me but I've allowed her to totally 100% deal with that, only because there are times when I'll tell somebody, oh, yeah, I can meet with you. And then she's already scheduled something, and I'm like, I'm sorry. So the reason I don't do that, I let her do it. That way, I don't have a conflict with meetings.
As you should.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure, I have a question so I'm clear, because it sounded like what Summer was saying, that she said that she may have, let me just use an example, that she told this person from the community, have you talked to the teacher about your kid? But I'm also hearing that we shouldn't do that. So what is the protocol to make sure we're doing that? Should she be able to do that? Or should we just send it all to you? Because when I made the comment myself, I said I may respond to that person who's in charge of that, but I also send it to the superintendent. That was my past practice. So I want to make sure I'm clear on what I should be doing to make sure that individuals, I'm following the proper procedure to make sure we get it to you, because it sounds like it's two different ways at once. It could be through Summer, who's telling this parent to talk to the teacher, or it could be that we just send it directly to you.
So I think it's situational, and I think it's both. Like if a parent, like for example, because there's no like right or wrong answer to this, right? But like if you're in a store and a parent says, oh, that teacher at school so-and-so, I want you to fix that. Well, you should say, hey, have you spoken with it? No, I ain't talked to the teacher. Well, you need to call the teacher first, and then talk with the principal. And you might have the information, so you could let me know, because now I'm going to make sure that we follow up with that situation to find out, did the parent call that teacher? Because it might be a situation where the parent is upset and or doesn't really want to talk to the teacher or to the school, but we want to make sure that their need has been met. I don't want them to be walking around out there and frustrated and saying, you can't talk to anybody, nobody, because that happens in life. But if you let me know that hey, I had a parent that, if you give me the information, I'm going to follow up on it to make sure that that parent situation is taken care of. In the case of a parent saying, hey, my child is, having a lot of problems, and she needs to talk to somebody, and you say, well, oh yeah, contact Dr. Lash or contact Ms. Culver. Let me know that, because I'm going to make sure that parent is contacted by us. We're not going to wait for the parent to contact us. We're going to immediately contact them, and I'm going to tell you, hey, Mr. Alexander, this is the follow-up on that situation. Now, there's some times when I cannot divulge to you the outcome of it, but I can assure you that it has been addressed, because it's a confidentiality issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm clear. I just want to make sure, because it sounded like we were saying two different things, but we're really saying one, as long as you get the information. Because Summer said it one way, I think I said it another way, but we both were basically saying the same thing. So I just want to make sure we're
Yeah.
clear, so everybody is clear on what the protocol will be.
I have a
Very quickly. I'm in agreement with this, and just for those watching, I'm not the renegade that's just not going through the superintendent. In case you're home, because I do call the superintendent, and he has handled it. But I do want to just, as a person, as a board member that's elected by the people, and I think it's important, Madam President, you said that the people want to be heard. So I do listen when the people talk. I'm also an educator. And so I know protocols and how I'm supposed to go through. I'm naturally asking, did you speak to the teacher? Did you speak to the principal? And this is before Dr. Robertson, some of the examples I'm giving, so I want to be clear about that. And so I ask those questions and have left things to be handled in the order. So when I'm circling back to things I'm saying this because precedence has been established to where things did not happen and protocols were followed. The people in the world of Akron, Ohio, and APS know this as well. So when we talk about transparency, for us as a board, because I want to take Robertson out of it for this, because these are things that predate you. When we're talking about transparency, then we need to be transparent and be real, that there are teachers who have followed all protocols, and still there was no response. I'm an elected official. Some of those teachers have voted for me. Some of these parents have voted for me, and they expect me to do just what I am doing, asking these exact questions. And I'm all about policies and following procedures, which I do. But when people follow procedures and we keep telling them to follow procedures that they've already followed with no resolve, we need to address that that's happened. It's a new day. This is the system. That's why you did you explained what I was trying to say. But we need to stop all of this, and just do this, when people have done that and they have not been heard. Where they followed in their building level. They did what they needed to the principal. The principal was supposed to send it to central office. And we sit around here and people act like I'm making this, like I'm the only board member, like I'm just floating this around because I'm getting met with, well, we do that and we handle that. Well, I'm in the buildings. I went back to the teachers. I went back in their classroom and no, it didn't happen. So now what?
Well, Carla, it's a new day, right? We have a new superintendent. We can try new things now.
Yes, Ms. Hall, but I'm saying this for the people because for this transparent meeting, because it wasn't said. And so if they're the people, if they're the teacher, if they're the student where this happened, yes, it's a new day. This is the protocol as our superintendent wonderfully set it up as what we're doing. But I'm saying it now because you can't just sweep away the past as if it did not exist and not address what is people's reality. Right. And this has been the reality. So if we're going to move forward, we're going to move forward with transparency and do exactly what we're saying we're going to do without acting like these are the protocols that's been placed, that's been working when they have not been. So we're excited about this. This is what this retreat is for. And so as I said, I would say, I'm saying it out loud. So everyone hears what I'm saying, that you've been heard. We're addressing, the superintendent has addressed wonderfully about the procedure and making sure everyone is informed and has the information. But that's why I wanted to say that, not like I'm renegading, I'm just talking to teachers and kids and I'm just doing what I want to do. Because when I went to Dr. Robertson, to your point, Ms. Hall, yes, it was handled. And when I seen community members say thank you, it was handled. So I'm confident in that. But that's why I just want to know, because if I am talking, the only reason I bring up, I'm an educator, I know these things, because I'll ask all those questions and I'll also say, what does the policy say? What does the student code of conduct say? Did you look at that? Without talking to me, I'm not trying to get into the weeds, but that's my natural thing to do.
I think for you, it's probably, and anyone else who's an educator, it's probably more of a challenge because you are an educator. Yeah. However, when you're in a role as the Board of Education member, that's where you do need to step back and follow the protocol.
But she knows both roles too, right? So that's probably why you're so passionate about it. And
absolutely.
she's in both roles. But and don't ever feel like you're a renegade because we were elected and you're walking away. You hear me talking to you, Carla. Anyways, but we're elected by the people to stand up for the people.
That's right.
But now that we have a new superintendent, he's saying this is the process, the procedure. Follow it. Let's follow it.
Well,
and then if
back.
it doesn't work down the line, then we can say, hey, you told us A, B, and C, and it's not working. But we have to let that happen. We have to
Give an opportunity,
opportunity.
check back if
Yeah.
it's not working, you know, and there may be, I mean, it's not going to be perfect.
Yeah.
Nothing is, but make progress, see how it's working, and then check back in, and if you need to make any adjustments. But I'll say, this is, you know, what is to occur with boards of education in terms of best practice. He's your CEO, you have a CFO, you have 2 employees. Did you have something you wanted to share?
Yeah. I guess I think in that communication, I think it's clear. We need transparent communication, not just with our constituents, with our community, but amongst ourselves. And I
Yes.
think the easiest way for me personally to receive that communication is through data. Just actually receiving information. I know sometimes people get emails, they don't read them. I will. I read those emails. I like receiving data. And I guess with that data point, I would say I am acknowledging we are 67% through our time for this and only 20% through our slides for this. So getting through everything that we need to get through.
It's been a good conversation, and you know, our intent was to establish some team norms, and that's, you know, the successful team behaviors are what become your team norms. So I'd be curious if you're able to kind of wrap this up and identify maybe 2, 3, 4 behaviors that you are all agreeing upon in terms of working with one another as a team. What might that look like? And I have committed to the board president that I will try my best to summarize what we've agreed upon and share that back out with you from what I hear. What are we committed to doing?
I think one thing is to follow protocol. You know, I like the discussion we just had about, you know, we have issues, we hear about, you know, there's 2 different ways to handle it depending on the situation. You know, the one is to direct the parent, hey, have you talked to the teacher, have you talked to the, you know, the principal at the school? The other way is obviously different issues. We email, call the superintendent, but also CC Angela Carter and perhaps Ruth. And those things are handled rather than us sending someone directly to Deb Folk or to Wanda Lash or whoever it might be. So I think if we follow that protocol and we all have the same ideas about how things should be handled, then maybe things can run smoother down the road. That's one way.
That's great. Yes.
And I would appreciate and I appreciate this book, if we follow Robert Rules of Order as we run our meetings, because it will ensure that we're doing things in a timely fashion, that we're giving everyone an opportunity to express their concerns, because it clearly says each person has one time to go around, and then you don't, and that it answers to questions. You know, if we think that we need a point of information, if we need to cease conversation, cease debate, that this is the answer, and it just. My past meetings has been one of my frustrations, and that we're not following Robert Rules of Order.
Okay. Any comments or reaction to that? Yes.
I mean, I think that's fair. And, you know, I was vulnerable and admitted that this is not my strength. So it's one of the reasons why this is here. But this is for all of us. Not meant to cripple us, but to help us keep things in order. So, and then I also appreciate what Superintendent shared. In terms of how we communicate with each other, I think that's also equally as important, because I know some of us probably lean more towards emails, and so just keeping that in mind, just in terms of communicating with me as your president as well, and then each other as co-chairs of these committees. You know, consider how you're communicating with your co-chair. You know, if you're not going to be able to attend a meeting, you know, that's something that you need to let your co-chair know and not be surprised and they show up and, oh my, I'm chairing this committee, because, you know, so things of that nature. And I'd be interested, you know, in addition to this, things that you would like to also ask of your president, that you want me to consider, because I'm here to learn and you know, be the best version of myself. So that's what I'd like to share.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say communication as well, because I'm a person that if something comes to me right away, I look at it. Sometimes the email's not there, and if it's important, I want to be able to address it. So I always ask if someone texts me, you can text me, and I'll get it just like that, and I can respond right away. Sometimes, you know, we all of us have jobs, and so we're at work, and so sometimes you can't get all the information in emails, and sometimes you can't respond in a timely manner. So if it's something important, I like to be text, and that way I can get it and I can communicate right back to individuals, and that way it's fine. But I mean, still send it, you know, email, because I might be able to get it. But I like the quick fix. Yeah. Instead of waiting, and that way I can respond in a timely manner to whether it's, you know, a constituent we need to respond to, the superintendent, one of his people, or our board members. So if you feel free to text me at any time.
That's good, and we all prefer different types of communication. I mean, you're stating that you prefer to be texted. You're going to get that right away. Some people might prefer a phone call. Some people might prefer an email. But just amongst one another, you know, when you're communicating with one another, make sure that you're, you know, aware of what the preferences are. Okay? Yes.
In the OSBA training that we attended earlier this week, we talked about our communication styles and our decision-making styles. And we talked about how some people are analytical and some people are, I keep saying emotional, and emotional is wrong. Sorry, what'd you say?
No, just
Expressive, yes,
Yeah.
and driven. And so we had the 4 communication styles. So I would agree, following something like Robert's Rules of Order would be a structured way, is designed to be, and is used as a structured way for all of those opinions and all of those things to be heard. And I also commit to reading this. And I also commit to the new communication protocol and giving that, you know, its full chance. And encouraging everyone else I know that's trying to communicate to give that its full chance. And I also commit to then hopefully having the opportunity at one of our meetings to hear a report out of the data of how well that's working. Because so often we'll have an initiative, and if it's working well, then we just stop talking about it and just let it keep going. And so, as you said, you know, we need that formative feedback when things are going well. And that we're not just brushing it on the rug and trying something else, right?
Right. Well, that's a good suggestion as well. So using data that's being gathered, the superintendent, I would imagine, has a place on the agenda to give a report. So that's something that can be shared to give feedback on how it's working.
I would say, you know, maybe most of us sit on other boards outside of this board, and are a little bit more seasoned on how boards, you know, go. The Sykes. But, you know, I think we can all learn from one another, you know, and learn, you know, different tactics on how to be an effective board versus, you know, and it's been said out in the community, you know, the school board, they don't know what they're doing and things like that. Let's prove to everyone that you elected us for a reason, because you believed in us. So this board here, 2024, we are going to do the best that we can. And that's all we can agree, is to do the best that we can for our schools, for our kids, for our teachers, for all.
That's right.
You know, and you can't ask for more than that.
That's right. You can't
There is
undo.
going to be training on this.
Oh, good.
We're going to get a training on
Oh, good.
this.
Yeah, that's good. We often, like our treasurer had a lot of expertise with Robert's rules. So often if we weren't familiar with it, I would often turn to him. But, you know, there are certain levels of expertise, and if you're willing to learn from one another, that'll be helpful. So here's what I heard as far as norms. And then, you know, if there's anything else we want to add, follow the communication protocol with the superintendent that was established, making sure that you copy Ruth and Wanda as chief of staff. Angela, sorry. Why did I say Wanda? See?
We mentioned Wanda a couple times.
Who's Wanda?
Yeah. We
I
missed
work
Wanda.
with the Wanda, so. All right, chief of staff.
Yeah. We all do.
Follow Robert's Rules of Order. Unless you, I mean, you can make a motion to put those aside in situations like what we're doing with right now, but in your meetings, your formal meetings, follow Robert's Rules of Order. Communicate with one another in ways that you prefer to be communicated with, whether it's, you know, you prefer to get a text, you prefer to get a phone call, you prefer to meet face-to-face. Let others know if you're not going to be able to attend committee meetings or other events or commitments that have been made. Use data to determine whether new processes and protocols are working appropriately. And then learn from one another, understanding it's a new day, it's a new opportunity to establish yourselves as a Board of Education that's a high-functioning board. Did I miss anything? Okay.
You know, you didn't miss it because we didn't say it, but I do, if I could really quickly say that, you know, we all run for office, we all get contacted by the media for one reason or another, but I do think it is important to speak by one voice, that we do have a president, and we do have a vice president, and it's easy to forget, and we say something, but I'm talking to myself, that we need to make sure that we refer to and give respect to our president and vice president and speaking on behalf of the board.
Yes. Yes,
So-
absolutely.
Any media that contacts us, we should direct them to president and vice president?
That was the protocol that we established.
Yes.
If I was contacted by the media and I wasn't in a leadership role, I would certainly let the superintendent know and the president know.
That
Now,
makes sense.
if it was something that I was leading as a board member early on, I helped to lead the strategic planning process because, you know, that's my area of expertise. So I could bring that forward. And if somebody was contacting, if the media wanted to know about it, then I could be authorized to speak about it. But when I speak to people out in the community, unless I'm authorized to speak for the board, I'm speaking for myself. And I need to be real clear about that as a board member.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what I think.
Yeah.
This is what Christine Robbins thinks. I am not speaking for the entire board. And we had a director of communications. I don't know if you have a similar position, but it was always helpful to make sure through the superintendent that they were aware that.
So we are moving in that direction because we only have one person currently so I am trying to move us into that direction around communication protocols to ensure that we just don't have people just speaking to the media. And so even the communication that we have goes through that process so that people understand that we have a process. So that's something that we're working on now, establishing as we conclude this year and open up next year. So it's something that we're budgeting for.
Okay, great. All right, so I am going to kind of speed through some things, being sensitive to our time, but I do want you to stop me if I say something or touch on something that you'd like more information about. And I'm always happy to come back at some point if needed to help, if there's a topic that we want to get into a little bit more deeply. So we've talked a lot about what makes effective teams, and trust was key. We need to learn to trust one another. And communication, relationships, and trust go hand in hand. So if I was in a situation where I worked with a member who, for whatever reason, there were some trust issues, it would be incumbent upon me to try to rebuild that trust and through conversation, through discussion, through honest interaction. Effective teams also engage in unfiltered conflict around ideas, and this goes back to what Dr. Robinson was saying. It's not about feelings. Try to put those aside, but let's focus on the ideas that we're debating and that we're discussing, and then commit to decisions and plans of action. And hold one another accountable. You know, you just agreed on some norms. So if someone is choosing to not follow the norms you agreed upon, then it's important to hold them accountable and to have that discussion. and focus on the achievement of collective results. So Dr. Robert Marzano, those of you who are educators are likely familiar with Dr. Marzano, who's an educational researcher and an author, and he says that effective school boards lead as a united team, and that was really our focus today, is to walk away as a better team, as an improved team, as a united team, and it's not just the Board of Education, it's with the superintendent and treasurer. So you're coming from your respective roles, and you're building trust, and you're working to be collaborative to move the district forward. Some key topics related to high-functioning boards. So we talked about your vision, your mission, and making sure that in your decision-making that you are referring to these shared vision, mission, values, principles for guidance. So if something is coming up on our agenda, I would often look back and see, is this following the strategic plan? Is this one of our goals? If it's outside, let's have that conversation. We also know that things change. So you have a blueprint, which is great, but we also experienced a pandemic, which was not planned for. And so if something comes up that we have to address, certainly we can, as long as we're having these conversations, talk about that and make a determination on what direction to go. We've talked about communication, maintaining a climate of trust and openness, respecting one another, valuing diversity of thought and opinion, and valuing your experiences. I mean, you bring a lot of experience to the table, and make decisions on the best interest of the greater good. So when we talk about governance, that's the role of the board. So approaching governance approaching your role with a governance mindset. This is a book that's called The Governance Core, School Boards, Superintendents, and Schools Working Together. It's a really good book. It talks about, it's not something through OSBA. Somebody referred me to this book, and I bought it myself. But I would suggest, if you're interested in reading something, even together as a team, to get this book, and I can share information with you if you'd like to see it. What is it called again? The Governance Core. So it talks about the roles of the superintendent, the treasurer, and the board, and how to work with one another, and especially the board coming into it with a mindset, a governance mindset. So as we mentioned, the role of the board is often misinterpreted by the public and sometimes misinterpreted by the members of the Board of Education themselves, but it's really about your primary role is to govern and to come together as one entity to make decisions, determine direction, and make decisions on behalf of the school. So policies, again, that was when I met with our superintendent when I was first elected, I said, I want to be a good board member. I want to understand and learn about this complex system. And his advice to me was ask questions. Ask questions, ask good questions. Again, that's something that we need to do. One of the questions was always, is there a policy in place? What is the policy? You can refer to the policy and better understand why perhaps a decision is coming your way. So according to the Ohio Revised Code, these are your roles and responsibilities. Okay, so there are 5. Employ and evaluate a superintendent, employ and evaluate a treasurer, approve the annual budget and appropriations, provide needed, safe, and appropriate facilities, and provide necessary finances for the district's operation. This is what's codified. This is what the expectation is in terms of the law. From a practical perspective, boards adopt and approve and adhere to the policies for the governance of the district. Boards establish board goals and objectives. So I'm not talking about district goals and objectives. I'm talking about board goals and objectives. So as a board, you may want to set some goals for yourselves as one entity, but you want to, what I heard you say earlier was you wanted to improve professional development opportunities. So that might have been a personal goal for you as the leader of the board. Maybe there are some things you can all talk about what you want to do together. You want to better understand Robert's Rules of Order. You want to better communicate, follow the norms that you're talking about. You want to evaluate yourself as a board. There's self-assessment that we offer through OSBA where you can evaluate yourself against some standards that I'll talk about in terms of best practices for boards. This breaks it down in terms of the board and the superintendent, roles and responsibilities. So what the main focus of each should be, questions to be addressed, tools to use, and methods, as well as the underlying element of trust. So from a Board of Education perspective, you're focused primarily on goals. You're the keeper of the vision of the district. And questions that you need to have addressed are things like, what will success look like if we go in this direction? What are we trying to accomplish if we take on the superintendent's recommendation for a program that he may bring forward? Why? And then ultimately, of course, your fiscal responsibility in terms of how much is it going to cost, how much might it cost in terms of staffing, those types of things. And again, the tools you use, your blueprint, which would include your strategic plan, various standards that are imposed by the state. And you all get to vote on recommendations that are made by the superintendent. Ask lots of questions, again, before you make your decisions, and make sure that you fully understand recommendations that might be brought forward by the superintendent. So it kind of breaks it down pretty simply. You have a policy-making role. You have a role in hiring and evaluation with 2 employees, superintendent and your treasurer, and a responsibility to evaluate them, give them feedback. You also are communicators, so communicators between the district and the community and between one another. So, sometimes the protocols we talked about earlier today, things can get a little blurry when you're an elected official, you're a public official. People are going to want to ask you to take action, and you have to walk that fine line. But you are, it's expected that you communicate what's happening in the district and, find ways to do that. And then you serve as an advisor to the superintendent, treasurer, and other board members based on your areas of expertise. I worked with one board member who was just brilliant and, had a lot of financial expertise. And I really relied on him as a board member to help me understand some of the decisions that we were making related to our financial forecast. That was not my expertise. My expertise was more in line with human resource management, communication, strategic planning. So they relied on me, to bring in expertise that I had, but also to realize I can't just plop that down on top of the school district because that isn't the way it works. But I can offer some advice, certainly. So want to just touch on the difference between policy and process, and this is where we need to, we talked a little bit about micromanaging. So policy is that 30,000-foot view that where you are to stay as a member of the Board of Education. And process is more of the administrative guidelines, the processes that Dr. Robinson has described that he's put in place or is putting in place. That's, tactically, that's his responsibility in leading the district. Anything you want to say about that, the difference between policy, process, or anything that you might want to offer along? Yeah. From your perspective as a superintendent?
I want, the board has really been very supportive since I've been here. I mean, I know it's now a new board. I haven't been here for 5 months, but second board. But they really have been very supportive. Each of them brings his or her own unique nuance to the board. And so as I interface with each of them individually, they'll share things that they want me to do or something that they're asking about. And if it's something that, the whole board should be aware of, then we'll share that out to the whole board. But it really hasn't been a confusion situation with the board. And so I think that they do understand that the board deals with policy. The process is the operation side, which, so I really haven't had that issue. And I think that it's a board that we can amenably discuss those things, in terms of, so I really haven't, but it's only been 5 months. But I haven't had that, those issues. And even with the previous board, which was a very short time, it was the same thing. So I think, it's been good to, and I'm actually learning them, they're learning me, but I'm actually learning their nuances and their expertise. And I'll ask questions, for clarity so that I understand the direction that they're coming from. I kind of know the things, how they feel about certain things, and I pay attention to that as I'm talking with our team to say, the board is going to ask this question. Now, I don't know if the board's going to ask that question or not, but I know from working with them that this is a typical question that may come from the board. So as we're doing our presentation or something, let's make sure that we put this in here, because they're going to ask that question. If I was a board member, I would ask that question. So, but.
Well, and that's good to put yourself in their shoes, as much as you can, and as you get to know each of them, know where they're going to be coming from as much as you can, so, and preparing for that. So, so some questions related to policy or governance are just listed on this slide, and these are the type of questions that board members typically ask or should be asking. Things like, does the decision make financial sense for the district? What will the community think about this decision? Is the community going to support this decision? And it's okay when you're in public meetings to have these conversations based on your own perspectives and what you're hearing and what you know. Making sure that you've done your due diligence before the decision is made. Process-oriented questions are more for the superintendent and the treasurer, with the treasurer staff. So asking who's going to lead the effort, if it's a pilot project, which building is going to go first, how's the decision going to affect schedules, if that's the case. It's not really your role to talk about repairing or replacing buses. You can maybe have a higher level fleet conversation, but that's kind of getting into the weeds. So those are decisions that are left to the board. What you can do, yes?
Quick question. So when you have ideals as a board member, is it okay to bring those questions to the superintendent? Like, hey, have you thought of this? And things like that.
Absolutely.
Because when you said that's not your role to, because getting on the board, you think I get to do, like you said, Carl, I get to do all of this. I get to, help with the ideals and this and all that. But then when you actually sit down on the board and you're learning your role, you're like, dang, I don't get to do all that, So all the exciting stuff, but. It's okay to bring those ideals to you and.
Yes, please. Because when you're bringing those ideals to me, I'm sorry.
You got it.
It's been a long week. But when you're bringing those ideas to me, that's what I'm looking at is it's coming from your constituents, our community. And so it's something that I think that we need to then I need to then go back with the team and say, I don't say Ms. Hall brought this to me. I said this was brought to me by a board member. This is something I want us to look at and how we can figure this part out, And I'll say, that isn't something that I can do right now. It's something that I can gradually get to, but it's not a place I can do right now. Or that's something that we could perhaps pilot or whatever it might be in order to be able to implement that. But I appreciate that because it, you know, I'm hearing from a different lens when I'm with the public, you know, but they're going to come to you and share things that they might not come to me and share, but they want me to know. So it's important for you to bring that so that we can then, I bring it back to the team and have discussion around.
Okay.
So please,
Thank you.
bring it.
Absolutely. Ideas, questions, comments that you hear. You know, again, you're the kind of the link between the community and the district's administration. So, and I'm sure Dr. Robinson is out and about in public and is the face of the district as well. But that's your role. So I would encourage, if, you know, again, you want to focus on transparency as one of the norms and one of the areas of improvement to begin to improve community engagement and community relations. So think about those good conversations that you can have at meetings related to different decisions that you're about to make. So these are some questions. I won't go through them all, but this is, you know, these are questions that as a board member I would ask before making a decision, and I would ask publicly. And I would also let the superintendent and treasurer know and the president, I do have some questions, and just out of courtesy, I'm letting you know that I'm going to be bringing up this topic. The next several slides focus on specific areas and differentiate between the Board of Education's responsibility and the superintendent's responsibilities. I'm not going to go through these in detail. You can read through them, but there's one that it focuses on when it comes to curriculum and instruction, one that it focuses on human resources or personnel, what the responsibilities are. Budget and finance, yes. Don't apologize.
For slide 29, the curriculum instruction, the information, how you have the roles broken up, where can I reference these at? What is the support for these? Or is this just like traditionally how it's seen?
I can share some information from research that's been done and best practices from OSBA.
I'm just, because I was asking because this part where it says adopts or changes programs as necessary or as recommended by the superintendent. So as a board member, if I see that, and I'm just making this up, and it's a certain program that I think could be added to, of course, I would talk to the superintendent about it, but I didn't know if as a board member, you would need supporting rationale as far as what gives me the authority to.
You could bring program ideas forward. I would typically do that with the superintendent, with the board president.
Because it says change.
Right.
And so that's why I wanted to ask the question if it was something like
if there's a program that's in place that you think might need changed. I mean, I think that's what that's referencing. Maybe it could be worded a little differently, but if there are programs, I'm trying to think of an example. We had a Challenge Day program. One of our board members was passionate about it and brought it forward for the superintendent to consider, and the president had some conversation individually with the board members and then was able to bring it as a recommendation. So, all right. Follow your plan as much as you can. Collective bargaining, that's another area where there are certain responsibilities for the Board of Education and the superintendent that are identified. We talked a little bit about board leadership roles. So really the board leadership, talking about the president first, the president is responsible for facilitating the meetings, for the way that our district worked. When I served as president and vice president, we would meet with the superintendent and treasurer to establish an agenda And we also trusted, the way that we wanted to work was to have things filtered through the president. So if I had something I wanted to bring up, rather than having 5 people call the superintendent, I would talk to the president and she would bring my ideas forward. So, but you're all, in terms of power, one vote. President and vice president are no more powerful than the rest of you. They are in leadership roles for a purpose, to help lead the meetings, preside over the board meetings. Public participation, how does that work here in terms of your board meetings? Do you have an agenda item? Do people have to sign up? Do they have to notify you in advance? How's that work?
So members of the public can sign up as early as the same day or as soon as the same day of the actual meeting, and we allow up to 3 minutes for them to share with us.
Okay. Yeah, that's typical.
Yeah, unless we decide to extend it, which we did last board meeting.
Yeah, I did watch that. I watched part of your board meeting, so yeah, very good. It's weird to be here after watching all of you in your board meeting. So, yeah, I mean the board president would typically we had a statement that we would read about public participation, that you have 3 minutes, that it's going to be timed, you need to be consistent, and the fact that you did have a policy that allowed you to, extend it. That was an opportunity that you chose to do, and there were some concerns about, are we going to continue to do this over and over again, right? Or are we going to just make sure that we're, that we're following policy? And, the answer really is it depends. It depends on the situation. But model your procedural rules, so you're going to be learning a lot more about Robert's Rules of Order. And, again, try to keep the board's work moving forward along with the superintendent and the other board members. Do you elect a president and a vice president every year? Does it change every year?
Yeah, typically.
Typically, okay. All right, so just some best practices for board members, kind of to wrap up this section. Remember that your superintendent's your CEO and that your treasurer's your CFO. You have 2 employees. They're only employees of the board. Remember to respect the will of the board moving forward. Even though you may not have voted with the majority, it's important for you to respect the decision and to move forward. The idea of no surprises, it's really not helpful to the credibility of the board, to the professionalism of the board, to show up at a board meeting and drop a bomb. Again, that's something that I would make sure that you're being respectful to one another and to the superintendent. Protocols, I don't know if there are any protocols that you need to discuss. We talked about, extensively the communication piece. Is there anything else that you would want to ask about? The examples that are listed here are like visiting buildings. Is there a protocol for visiting buildings, for receiving and giving information, emergency notification when there's a snow day, or if there's something that happens in a school that you need to be notified about? Yes.
So I was hoping that the superintendent would share his desire on how he would prefer us handle school visits. I know as board members, I mean, if we chose to just show up, I think that's in our purview. But also just want to be mindful. You might show up and there's testing going on. And so that's not an environment we want to disturb. And so,
I've never showed up and surprised a building. Ruth always schedules for me, and she'll contact the school and make sure it's a good day, and I'll go that day. But I never surprise a school.
And then I think, you want to handle through Ruth to schedule?
So I've seen it done a couple of different ways. I've been in districts where the board members go through the superintendent to visit buildings. And it's done, that's typical in many districts. I think that as a board member, you should be visiting and in the community. If you would like to notify us and we can schedule the visit for you, so the principal knows that you're coming. I think that might be a better way to do it than to just show up because sometimes there are things going on. The principal's not able to really necessarily see you, when you go in, and you should be kind of walking around with the principal or his or her designee. But given the situation, you might have gone there for a event or something that's happening. So I think that's something that we could easily work out in terms of how you want it. But in terms of me saying to you that I don't want you to go to buildings and come, no, I think that you as a board member, but I do think we should have some type of protocol. And I'm willing to work with you on whatever that protocol is. I think right now you guys just go to the schools, right? Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I work through Nina, who's a board assistant.
Yeah.
But Ruth is also that person as well. So, Vice President Jackson.
Come on, Ms. Jackson.
Wednesdays is your school visit day. We know that.
Wednesday's your day. I already know that.
Yep, Wednesdays. It's always Wednesdays.
No, so to answer the questions, we do the protocol. When I came on the board, that's been established. To your point, Dr. Robinson. That's why it's just perplexing. The question is that originally it went through Ruth, and it still goes that way if you want to schedule like in your cluster for your visits. And then as a board member, as you like, if you're able to, you can go into schools. What's been the best for me in my visits, because I felt as a board member it's very important that you are in schools and you are visiting and you're seeing students and all that. So that was my priority from day one when I got it. I didn't just start, I did it from the day I started all the way through, and I think that's important. But teachers, I think the best way is through a teacher, and the reason why I say that, after you do the general one where you go through your whole cluster and the principal walks you around, because then you get to be in a teacher's classroom from that perspective, kids coming in, seeing the transitions, and it's the realness of really observing teaching and flow through the building, transitions, because those are some of the things that our decisions are based upon, or what we believe is, how our transitions, what our timing, like how our student behaviors in the classroom, what works, what does not work, based off of what varied things that may come to us as a board member. So I've just done it all those ways. And
so are you with the principal?
No, like well, the first set, like when I first get my cluster, and Ruth sets it up, and I'll tell her, like, for instance, Wednesdays are my days. So what she would do is schedule for every school in my cluster. She would go through the calendar and make sure I'm visiting a school every Wednesday, and she would set it up with the principal, with the school building. And so then the principal would walk me around the school, introduce me to some teachers. In some cases, I would see the administration lunch periods. Well, for a whole year, once you do that, like with me, how my schedule allowed me, because I take my personal day from work, by the time I go through my cluster, I still have most of the year left. Mm-hmm. To go to school. So then I would just go to schools. Pat Shipe introduced me to some teachers. That's how I visited Treen's classroom, which was a phenomenal class, even though y'all might think I said that because she's a history teacher like me, but she's excellent. And
excellence looks different, Carl.
It does. Go on and raise your hand up, Treen. It looks like her. But it was just great classroom. So to your point, Dr. Robinson, not to belabor it, yes, originally principal takes me through the building, kind of gives me like that soft introduction. Then I wanted to be, but that's because of my professional background, I wanted to be in a classroom, and I wanted to see teachers, and I wanted to really see learning. So then LaMonica Davis, though, the principal at Helen Arnold, she put me with teachers as well. She let me go into her classroom and ask, and the teachers were just very doors open. And so then I sat in their classes, and they just expected me to pop up. So then I just was popping up every week on a Wednesday. They know I could come on a Wednesday. But when you have the relationship with the teachers, that's the only reason I'm saying that. It's easier to go in the classroom versus, like, I'm not just trying to pop up to catch you doing something crazy.
You can speak to it certainly, but it's just trying to avoid surprises, surprising
So it wasn't
people and the perception.
to the teacher but I just wanted to be clear, the original visits are official through Ruth sets up. After I do those official, I'm calling them official, but then after that, it was just very organic.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I want to go over to East, see what's going on at East. And it just made sense to me that I would go through the teachers, but I'm learning now too. Like, I went through the teacher union. Shipe was very like, oh yeah, I can introduce you. I can let some teachers know. I can give you some teachers' numbers to reach out to. And that's how it happened, and it worked.
What's the preference going forward?
That's my preference.
Okay, well, you're one of 7, so what's the preference?
I have a question. I don't know if anyone has the answer to it. I thought there was something in our agreement that limits us to a certain amount of time. So I think that's something that we should be made aware of. I don't know if anyone has that answer.
A number of times to visit a school.
Number of minutes we're allowed to be in the classroom. That was alluded to me once before.
Ms. Angela's going to take a note of that so that we can work with AEA on that. The only thing that I would say is that we have to caution ourselves as board members not to go into schools because you're not the principal. You're not the superintendent. You're not the authority figure of those teachers. So where you have good relationships, that might work. But you could end up in a situation where it gets sticky. Mm-hmm. And somebody's like, well, you're always here, or why do you always come to my class? So as a superintendent, I would never say to you as a board member, and that's why in places I've come from, when board members schedule school visits, they go with the superintendent, or they go with the principal when they're in that particular building, because it kind of takes away. Because when I'm going into a school and I'm looking in classrooms, I'm not necessarily going in there. I'm looking at instruction. I'm listening. I'm observing, but I'm not really going in as an evaluator of those teachers. If I see something that I just simply don't like or is just egregious, then I'll go to the supervisor of the school and say, hey, this is what I saw. You may want to work with the principal on this because I'm not sure and I don't want to misunderstand what I maybe saw. But I kind of saw or heard the teacher do X, Y, Z. I'm not going to say anything to the teacher because that's really not my place to correct the teacher on the spot. So I guess it would just be an iffy situation. You just have to kind of take that by case basis in terms of the relationship that you've built with those teachers. I mean, I personally have not heard anything negative about board members going into schools since I've been here. Now, that's not to say that somebody's not saying anything, but they haven't brought it to my attention. So to me, whatever has been happening has been okay. But when you go into the classroom, like I probably wouldn't be asking the teacher questions around, well, why didn't you answer the little boy's, question? That I wouldn't do that because then you're kind of getting into an evaluative mode. And but we will work with AEA on that, and just to get clarity, and so that I can provide that clarity to you guys in terms of what the contract actually does say. And if it doesn't say anything, then we can work with AEA on that too, in terms of what are they comfortable with, and so that we can have a norm around you visiting classrooms and schools. I just don't want to tie you to, well, if you're going in schools, you're going to have to go with me. No. I mean, because I may not have the time on that particular day that's best for you. But what I would ask is that you would at least have the principal go with you when you're in the schools. Now, again, at Helen Arnold, you have that relationship, so that may work. And so it's kind of what that principal is comfortable with and the teachers in that building. You know, I mean, if something ever became an issue, well, then we would address it on an individual basis. But as long as you're not going in the classroom and questioning the teacher and saying, well, why did you teach this before that? Because as an educator, because even as a superintendent, sometimes I go in and I'm looking and I say, well, why didn't she do X? But that's really not my place to correct the teacher. I may ask, you know, hey, what was the objective today? Because I may not have seen that. But usually when I'm in the buildings, I usually don't. And teachers will stop to acknowledge me, which is fine, but I'll just kind of say, fine, thank you. And, you know, in other words, you can continue teaching because I didn't come to disrupt what you were doing. I'm just walking through. So I would say for right now, and I think this yields further discussion, but I think for right now, I would just say that would be my only thing to, you know, notify Ms. Ruth. She'll schedule it, you know, but there may be a time when, you know, like your schedule lends itself. I could go today, you know. We can just let the principal know that you're coming. Now, it may be on a day when they have an activity, and so you may not be able to see any teaching, or you might end up being a part of the activity, you know, sitting for the honor roll assembly or whatever they have going on that day. But I don't want to get to the point where I say, and I wouldn't get to that point where I say, well, you have to go with me, because now if you want me to go, I can, but it would have to be scheduled. But there may be times when I'm not going to be able to fit your schedule to go to a school. So you just do what you've been doing.
And then Christy, to your
Oh, jeez.
thank you to the good brother, the Crimson and Cream. I appreciate you. To your point, because you said I'm one board member, which is correct, and that's what I'm saying. Each board member operates differently in their role and how they interface with schools. Like, for instance, some board members may have never went to schools regularly. I came in doing that because that's what I was passionate about. That doesn't make any other board member that doesn't do that wrong, or their schedule may not prevent. My boss lets me use my personal time or my vacation days to do that. So yes, me as one board member, I think it is going to look different because my mindset and vision and my background is different. And so I may be a board member that spends more time in schools and came in from that lens because that's what I envision myself doing as a board
What I
member.
was referencing is whatever protocol worked for all of you. I mean, all of you, there may be some of you, as you said, who don't go into the schools.
Well, that's what I was saying. So does it have to be
whatever protocol as a team you've established, and I think you just really spoke to that, is what your preference is in terms of going into the schools. Bruce?
So it's the consistent thing.
Yeah, I think that the best, and this again, I'm one board member too, that there should be some process, some protocol, some boundaries, so that we know, and that can fit the need of each board member. For example, here are the boundaries, here's the process, here's the procedure, protocols, boundaries, but Carla knows she's going to go on Wednesday, and it's what she wants to. It fits for her. Maybe somebody goes to one school this week, maybe another school they will take a whole day, so it'll still fit. But at least we have some type of process, like calling Ruth if it's going to be Ruth, whoever it's going to be. I think that's better. It's cleaner, also, and it makes things work a little more professionally, and could probably work better for all.
Well, and for me, I think I mentioned I have 3 children. So when I was on the Board of Education, I had one in elementary school, one in middle school, and one in high school. They were all very active, you know, played sports, they were drama, theater, whatever. So I would go to their events, and I didn't let the superintendent know that I was going to show up at my kid's basketball game. I'm just showing up at my kid's basketball game. But if I'm going to walk the halls during the day when school's in session, I wouldn't just show up. I would, as a courtesy, let you know this is something I'd like to do. Or if there's, you know, I want to go and read to 3rd graders at Amherst Elementary School. If I'm being a room mom and helping with a party, you know, I may mention it, but it's tough though. People are always going to see you as board members. You know, even if I show up, I had people cozy up to me on the bleachers and want to talk about their kids' playing time. And I would love to, my response would be, I'd love to talk to you. I want to hear what you have to say. Let's schedule some time so I can watch my kiddo, right? So it's tricky. I think you need to be visible. You need to be able to interact with teachers and staff. You need to be in the schools as much as you can. Just, as you said, cleaner, follow protocol as a professional courtesy. Looks different for everybody's schedules, obviously.
So I think, to Ms. Alexander's point, just to kind of sum this up, I would just ask that if you're going to go to schools, just notify Ms. Ruth and let her know, either to schedule it for you or just to say, hey, I'm going to Resnick today, which I know you do that every day. But, I'm not going to call you in question as to why you're going there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're just letting me know that you're going. I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do when
I'm
you're
at
there.
early college every day, too.
So, that would be my only ask.
I'll be there next year.
All right, so we have about 10 minutes. I'm going to touch on a few other things and then want to leave some time for questions. And if we don't make it through every single slide, that's okay. If you do, read through them at some point and there's something that is mentioned that we didn't get a chance to talk about and you want to talk about, as I said, happy to come back or happy to talk to you individually. So we talked a little bit about communication as one of the key characteristics of effective board members. When we talk, we also talk about the community because your role also is as a liaison, as an advisor to the community. Important to understand what community attitudes are. So important to keep the public informed, important to weigh public opinion, but not let the crowd or a vocal minority make your decisions for you. We always had people show up at our board meetings, and there was a group of maybe 5 to 10 people who were pretty vocal about things they weren't happy with in the district, and certainly we want to hear what they have to say. We also had to keep in mind that our district had 91,000 residents. So they might not represent everybody in the community. So, take that into consideration. Listen to what people have to say, weigh the evidence, do what's right for the students. Sometimes you have to make a tough call. It may not go the way that the public or the folks that brought the issue to you want it to go. Important not to abstain, and that because you don't want to make a tough call. There are certainly times when you might have to abstain, but again, it's you were elected to make those tough calls and to weigh, the recommendations and the evidence and the data that's brought to you.
When is the best time you think you should abstain?
Well, we didn't really get into the ethics law, but it's something that you need to be aware of related to a conflict of interest or a perceived conflict of interest. Yeah. So for me, my younger brother has been a teacher in Westerville School District. This is his 30th year. He was there before I got elected. He's still there. Whenever there was a situation where his name was on the agenda, whether it was a consent agenda to vote on or it had something to do with him, getting a contract renewed or whatever, I would abstain. Now, voting for that would not benefit me, I can tell you that, at all. But the perception is he's my brother, So, and there are people, I don't know if you have relatives that work in the district, but whether, there's a situation right now actually in Westerville that is before the Ethics Commission. And it's because one member has a daughter who's a principal, and through her years on the board, there have been times where she has voted when her daughter's been on the agenda, and there are times when she has not. So there's been a lack of consistency, and someone chose to bring that forward and notify the Ethics Commission. So now there's going to be a lot of time spent, going through that whole process.
What about voting on obviously not their specific contract, but a teacher's contract, for example, which their name, of course, is not on that said
Right.
contract, but it clearly applies to that person? Would that be a situation where the board member would need to abstain?
They don't need to abstain. They could abstain if there's a perception that it might somehow benefit them personally. So if my husband's a teacher and there's a contract that's going to ultimately give him an increase in salary, I would likely abstain because that's coming directly to my household. Does that make sense? Yeah. And I would ask your attorneys too. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, I will say that, but I typically erred on the side of caution.
Yeah, that's what I do too, because my wife does work for the district. She was here way before I got on the board as well, but I always abstain, just so it's clear. Nobody can say that Bruce has done something wrong or you're voting for this here. It's clean that way.
Yeah, that's smart, I think.
Okay. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, but, communication involves more than speaking. It involves listening, and that's a key part of your role as a Board of Education member. So, make sure, again, back to self-awareness, know when to speak and know when to listen. And when you do listen, it's about listening to understand rather than to respond. A lot of people, as they're hearing, not listening, someone else speak, they're already thinking about how they're going to respond. So listen to understand, and that's a key role of yours as well. We had some best practices related to communication for board members to share, and this touches on social media. So social media is here to stay. It's basically our new town hall. I would use it to listen. So if you do have a Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, any of these accounts, the best practice here is to use it to listen rather than to voice any concerns. You also need to be careful about public records. Once you start posting things on your Facebook page, if it relates to board business, then if there is a situation where there's a subpoena or a request for public records, your texts, your social media account, your email, all of that is subject to public records. So the best advice here is just use whatever the district offers as a social media platform, to inform the public of meetings or special events or those types of things. And the district will know not to post confidential information, not to post proprietary information or copyrighted information. So again, as a board, I would not, even in a leadership position, I would avoid posting on behalf of the district. Does that make sense? All right, and we talked about speaking for the board, so unless you're specifically authorized to do that as perhaps a committee chair or the president or someone who's more knowledgeable about a situation, you are speaking for yourself, not for the board of 7. Avoid making promises that haven't been discussed and voted upon by the board. But find ways, we talked about this a little bit earlier, find ways to meet as a subset of the board or individually with community members at community events, just making sure that you're staying in touch with your community. You can utilize the board committees and work sessions for better communication flow as well. And I think you do this. It was kind of fun to see when I watched a little bit of your board meeting the other night, just ways to celebrate your district, to bring the community in. The young man that was here, that is your student scholar, board representative, I'm not sure his title, but listening to what he had to say and just trying to find ways to reach everyone as much as you can. I know in our district we have, you have four generations working and living side by side, so everybody receives information differently. Some people who are maybe in the district for a long period of time, we're used to getting mailed a calendar with district information, so they prefer hard copy, and others prefer electronic. But you have to try, especially with your communication and media strategy that you might be moving into, figure out ways to reach everyone. You're going to hear that you don't communicate enough. And again, communicate that what I have learned and what research says also is in order to get your message to someone, you must communicate it 8 times at least. The same message, right? So again, figure out ways that you can communicate to heal any relationships that need to be healed, to be a better board member, to engage your community. And then just some best practices. We do have a template that I can provide to you if you're interested. If you have a communication professional, perhaps you already have one, but you can develop a communication plan and the board can be involved in that. And that's where, you know, basically you're identifying your stakeholders. This is what's included in it. Identifying district stakeholders, different various vehicles for communication used for each group, different objectives, and just making sure that you review this on a regular basis. Okay, so we are at 11:29. Again, I want to respect your time, and this has really been some great discussion from my perspective. I hope that you have found value in the discussion. Some of the slides we didn't cover. There are some scenarios that I was going to go through, like there was one where someone, you know, a community or a board member did not support putting a bond issue on the ballot, you know, how should he proceed, those kinds of things. So those are in there for you to review, and if you have questions about them, you know, again, you have my card in the packet that we distributed. Talked a little bit about it. We also have information about meeting management, meeting best practices. The way that you're set up is very good. Some boards, as I mentioned, the board I worked for, I was part of, when I first went to the board meeting, they actually had the custodians kind of set up a stage every board meeting, and then the board was up on the stage, and the board was looking out to the public. And what really made sense to me was when someone said, this is not a public meeting. This is a meeting of the board in public. So the way that you're seated, you're facing one another and you're able to have these discussions, right? And the public can be present, certainly with the sunshine laws, but it was difficult if I'm sitting on this end to look down and have a conversation with my board members. So I think you're set up in a good way to have those conversations.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I disagree. I think that we may be a board that's meeting, but we are a public board. And I don't like the thought of my back being to the board, to the public. And I think that there could be another way that we could set this up in that we are, you know, I just it's so uncomfortable my back being to the public. And this board most members tend to sit down, so you don't really, because I watched them before I came on this, you don't know who's speaking, you can't hear it well, because the more that you speak, then you kind of tend to just get relaxed, and then your voice go down, so you don't know what's being said. So I actually would like to see this room set up a bit differently.
Well, and a simple solution would be to push your tables back.
It could be
Make it more of a U kind of shape and not have that table there.
Like more of a horseshoe or something.
So we are revising how you will be seated.
Okay.
And so we are working with our scholars right here in the district that are working to build a new set. So hopefully before the end of the summer, or the school year rather, we will have the new setup. But you won't be sitting like you're sitting right now. And to your point, nobody's back will be to the audience, and it will be more open, more of a U.
And you'll zip line in. Yeah.
Well, that's a good point. I appreciate that, because that's certainly not my intent to say sit with your back to the public. The public needs to be able to see you, but you need to be able to see one another. because you are having discussion.
I got you. Okay.
And also important that, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I was going to also say to your point, Member Sykes, just a friendly reminder, please wait to be acknowledged by the chair before you speak, because sometimes we get passionate about what we're discussing, and does become difficult for people to know who's talking. So we want every member to have the opportunity to share. So just a point. Yeah. Ms. Hall.
Madam President, so with this being a retreat, do we have to address the president, or are we speaking based on a retreat? Like, this isn't like, well.
So I don't have this legal opinion, but I think this is more informal.
More informal.
This is more informal, but our board meetings,
Even
we're
though it is
addressing-
considered a meeting, because we are here with an agenda, the majority of us. So.
Yeah. But one thing I was going to say, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
That question came up because she said that, so I was just like, people speaking at the podium, when I was, watching and things like that, you can never really see them. So it's like, we see you guys, and people have told me, like, you can see the...
different.
Oh, okay.
In the new setup, it'll be different, so you won't have anyone standing here. They'll be there, so the cameras will be able to catch them there, front and back.
Okay. I will wait to be.
Yeah, I noticed that too when I was watching, so.
Yeah.
So good. Always opportunity to improve. Yes.
Sorry. I'm excited to hear that there will be a new setup. I think that's interesting. And everything else is new, so why not our tables,
That's
right? But question also, because I noticed senior staff has also moved from the sides. So is that also part of the new setup?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they?
Once they typically should be in the back because your guests are always up front. But we had to make a change. So they will be up front. But we're working, once we get the desk in, and we'll have a set process for where they're going to sit. Because they will actually, a lot of times they're needing these tables, so I didn't want them in the front with tables. So we're going to work it out. But yes, that's why you don't see them on the sides.
So I want to thank you, Christine Robbins.
Oh, thank you.
And just also mention to the board that we have had conversations for her to come back and continue to work with us on future topics and support. So I look forward
Well,
to that.
thank you. It's been an enjoyable time for me, and I know you're all going to do great work here in Akron. So thank you for having me. I appreciate it. OSBA, if you're not familiar with OSBA, go on our website, especially for the new employees. Lots of really good resources, podcasts, videos, webinars, for white papers to go into depth in other topics. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You
We
can
get to
keep
the
those.
penny?
Keep those and remember that.
Keep them. It's like lunchtime. Yeah.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to recess for lunch. And so I guess because it's informal, we don't have to do a official vote to recess. So, but we will return at noon. Okay. So lunch is upstairs.
Are we upstairs?
Yes, in room 207.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome back. We are reconvening back into our board retreat at this time. We appreciate your patience with our time here. So we're going to jump right on in and introduce the next item on our agenda. We are going to have a presentation from Squire Patton and Boggs and from attorney Mike Hanna, who's a senior partner there on board, and superintendent roles, responsibilities, and governance. Thank you, Mr. Hanna.
Thank you for the invite. This is a topic that comes up every cycle with new board members. It's not unique to Akron. So I do appreciate the opportunity to speak as to what I've observed over the years as to the roles and responsibilities of the boards of education versus that of the superintendent. I'm going to talk primarily about the legal framework of the board powers and responsibilities vis-a-vis the superintendent's powers and responsibilities. And fortunately, or unfortunately, I've been doing this for 44 years, and I've enjoyed virtually every moment of it. I've had a couple bumps every now and then, but I've enjoyed virtually every moment of it. And over the years that I have done this, it's become clear to me in the interaction between the board and the superintendent that there's certain areas that always come up. And those areas are the flow of communication between the board and the superintendent. That is the chain of command. Another area that comes up is attending non-board meetings. And what does that mean? And so, for example, if there is a meeting at a school building, what is the role of the board or an individual board member in attending the meeting at that school? One of the issues that we always run into is who speaks on behalf of the board, or excuse me, who speaks on behalf of the district. And from my standpoint, there's two roles. You have the who speaks on behalf of the board and who speaks on behalf of the day-to-day operations of the district. And those tend to be two different people. One of the big areas that I run into is handling complaints from the public and the staff. Because as board members, I'm sure people run to you all the time and say, this is going on in the building, or this teacher treated my son or my daughter inappropriately. There's some sort of issue there. And as a board member, you want to be responsive to members of the public, but there's also board policy as to how you treat those. Another issue that I've seen repeatedly through the years is request or directives to the staff. Who has the rights and responsibilities to ask the staff to do something or to direct the staff to do something? And finally, visiting schools and classrooms. What is the role of the board in visiting schools and classrooms? You have a policy directly on point on that. So those are what I've seen over the years that I've done this, of the constant themes, if you will, of the interaction between the board and the superintendent. The legal framework for the board comes from three primary sources. It comes from Chapter 33 of the Ohio Revised Code. It comes from various federal statutes, because under various federal statutes, the board is a local educational agency and has certain duties and responsibilities as the local educational agency to carry out various federal statutes. One would be Title IX, for example. You would have an obligation under Title IX. You'd also have an obligation under the IDEA, where the statutes impose certain obligations on the board as the local educational agency. And the third framework are board policies. You have very extensive board policies that cover a number of different topics. And so those are the three basic buckets as to where the board's legal authorities come from. And it's really important that the board understands those various buckets. So to talk a few minutes about Chapter 33. Under Chapter 33, the board as an entity is a legal entity created by statute. Individual board members are not the board. The board is the composition of the membership of the board. A board has only the authority and jurisdiction that's been granted, expressly granted by the statute, plus any incidental powers that are necessary to carry out those powers. They have the right to make rules and policies, and this board has, and virtually every board in the state has adopted rules and policies. However, you can't grant yourself greater authority than that which has been granted to you by the statute. So, for example, the statute says that the superintendent has a right to hire or recommend people to be hired. You cannot, by board policy, delegate yourself that authority to recommend that people be hired, other than the treasurer and the superintendent. Under Chapter 33, the board has the right to manage and control the schools and is required to establish the rules for its governance and rules for governance of the employees, the pupils, and the public entering upon school premises. Under Chapter 33, the school board has the right to manage the school district. Now, some people take that very broadly. The right to manage is the right to set the overall direction. It's not the micromanagement of the day-to-day operations of the school district. That right to manage includes the opening and closing and use of school buildings. I know right now the district is looking at some redistricting options. That falls within the board's powers and responsibilities as to the opening and closing and use of the school buildings. It has the authority to consolidate schools. It has the authority to open new schools, suspend or reassign grades to other schools. It's important to understand that under the collective bargaining law, which is in Chapter 4117 of the Ohio Revised Code, the board has a certain list of management rights. It has the management rights to do X, Y, and Z. However, under the collective bargaining law, the board and the union can negotiate away those management rights. Not all of them. There's some that you cannot touch. But by and large, the control and operation of the school can be affected by the terms and conditions of your collective bargaining agreement. So even though the statute says that the district has a right to manage, if you, through your collective bargaining agreement, have entered into an agreement with the union as to X, Y, and Z, the collective bargaining agreement is going to control. The board's established a number of policies that defines its roles and responsibilities. Board Policy 118, and all these policies, all but two, I should say, should be in your booklet. So Board Policy 118 is sort of the global statement as to what the board's responsibilities are. The board has the obligation to assess the needs and desires of the community. I've been to enough board meetings. You get the feedback from the community. You go out and do your community reflections. That's where you get that information from the community to bring back to help guide the board in its establishment of policies and goals and directions for the firm. It has the responsibility and the authority to exercise its best judgment in determining policy, making decisions, and improving procedures to carry out these responsibilities. So the board has the obligation to establish policies, which it has. It has the obligation for making decisions and improving procedures to carry out those responsibilities and policies. And importantly, Board Policy 1118 recognizes and acknowledges the responsibility of the board to work with the superintendent in accordance with Board Policy 1210. So the board in its responsibilities has acknowledged a responsibility, if you will, to work with the superintendent and help define those roles and responsibilities. As a matter of policy, Board Policy 121 gives the board the right to supervise the Akron Public Schools. General oversight, it's the general oversight of the Akron Public Schools, not the day-to-day management of the public schools. The superintendent has the responsibility for the day-to-day management in carrying out the policies and directions of the board. But the implementation and carrying out those policies fall within the superintendent's bailiwick. One of the areas that I always get questions about are the rights and responsibilities of individual board members who are acting as an individual, not someone who's been given direct responsibility by the board to do something. So your board policy 122.1 is very clear. It says individual board members do not separately possess the powers that reside in the board except when it has been expressly authorized by the board. For example, unless you're expressly authorized by the board to visit a school on behalf of the board for some specific purpose, if you visit a school, you're just like any other member of the public and should follow the visitor's policy of the school building. You should, if the board building requires that you sign in, you should sign in. If it requires that members of the public aren't allowed to roam the hallways or go down to teachers' classrooms, but rather there's some process for that to follow, as a individual board member, that's what you need to follow, is whatever the building's visitors policy is. The biggest issue that I've run into over the years are parental requests, complaints, and suggestions. I've always said I would never want to be a board member because everyone knows your telephone number. Everyone wants to call you and say, you know, X, Y, and Z is going on in the building. You need to do something about it. And you're put in a very bad situation between you've been voted in by the public to represent the public, yet as an individual board member, you're put in a situation where you really don't have the power to do anything in regards to parental complaints. So it's a very hard line for a board member to walk when they get a parental complaint about something that's going on in the building. Board Policy 9130 requires that any requests, suggestions, or complaints must be referred to the superintendent. So it's not that you can't do anything about it. What the appropriate response is, if you get a complaint from a parent or a member of the community, that person should be redirected to the superintendent. So that's what your board policy requires that you do. And again, all this is caveated by, if the board has expressly authorized somebody to accept these complaints, fully within your rights. But if you haven't been expressly authorized to do that, then what you should do is reroute those to the superintendent. Now, it's fair to follow up the superintendent and say, did you hear from X, Y, and Z? You know, what actions were taken as a result of your interaction with X, Y, and Z? But you shouldn't be the one taking the complaint and running with it. Staff communications. From an individual board member has no authority, again, absent express authorization by the board, to communicate with a staff member. You have a board policy 3112 that says all communications from a staff member to the board must go through the superintendent. All communications of the official communications directed to the board to the staff must go through the superintendent. So if you want to communicate as an individual board member with a staff member, you should be running that communication through the superintendent. If you want to send a communication out to the staff, that communication should be routed through the superintendent to be sent out to the staff. Board policy 122.1 talks about social interactions. And this is such an exploding area because of ever-changing, you know, when I have a 12-year-old daughter, and when she talks about the new things on social media or this new platform or that new platform, I still don't have a Facebook page. You know, I don't have, you know, a Twitter account. I don't have any of that. I don't have any clue in the world how any of that stuff works.
Do you have MySpace?
No, I do not have MySpace.
So Mike, and actually, I'm happy Steve said that, but you said Twitter. It's actually X now.
Say what?
It's X now. It's not Twitter anymore. It's X. My 13-year-old told me that. So yeah.
Well, I'm reluctant to say X because it has a completely different connotation to some people.
Yeah.
That if I'm going to, you know, X, so I need to be, you know, I'm careful with that. To me, it's still Twitter, and I understand that, you know, the names change, but the social interactions, it's really problematic sometimes because I know in other communities there are some very active Facebook pages, you know, friends of X, Y, and Z school district. And as a board member, you know, you may or may not be part of that group, but you can certainly read what that group is saying. And so what do you do when you see that? Do you jump in and respond? No. Under board policy, you shouldn't. But nevertheless, it's out there. And so those are the type of things that you need to bring to the superintendent's attention to say, hey, this is going on Facebook. You need to take a look at it. You can certainly, when you run into people, although the world has changed so much, you don't tend to run into people in restaurants anymore because very few people seem to go to restaurants anymore. But you know, if you have social interaction with people outside of the social media context, the board policy suggests that those conversations should be limited to things like educational trends, issues, or general problems with the district. If there's specific complaints or problems that come up, then you need to follow the board policy and refer it to the superintendent. If it's a staff issue, it goes through 3112. If it's a member of the public issues, it's 9130. But that's the process you should follow. If and when that comes out, and again, all of this is caveated by if you have some sort of special authority by the board to do that. Yeah.
Just for clarity, as an individual board member, if your name is specifically stated on a social media conversation, as an individual, can the individual, I mean, even though it may not be suggested, but an individual can respond for clarity if something is said about concerning the individual that is not accurate, not speaking as the board, but the specific individual?
Yes, I think that's entirely appropriate, but you should make it clear that you're speaking on your own behalf and not speaking on behalf of the board. So there may be situations where there's a posting that says X, Y, and Z board member did Y. And the board as an entity wants to make a statement that that didn't occur. The board can certainly make that statement, or you as an individual board member can respond, but you need to make it clear you're not responding on behalf of the board, you're not speaking for the board, you're speaking on your own behalf. Thank you. Yep. So you don't have any board policy on interactions with unions, but we have a statute you have to be concerned about. So under Ohio Revised Code 4117, that statute sort of defines what you can and cannot do in interacting with your members who are represented by a union. So catch up. An individual board member should not engage in discussions with union leadership or union members related to terms and conditions of employment for a number of different reasons. First, unless you've been expressly authorized to speak on behalf of the board, you have no authority to speak to the union or the union leadership as to any issues that the membership is having or any issues related to the terms and conditions of employment. Part of the problem is, and I've seen this numerous times over the years that I've done this, is that an individual board's communication with the union leadership can be misconstrued. And so if the union comes and raises a concern and the individual board member says, I understand that, we should do something about it, then that's created an expectation that something's going to get done about it. So it's really critical in the interactions with the union that as an individual board member, unless it's been delegated to you to do something, that if a question comes up or a concern comes up from the union, it needs to be routed to the superintendent. That's the proper mechanism for that to go. One of the concerns is, well, you have a board policy that has, which is Board Policy 1210, where the superintendent is the chief representative for purposes of negotiating with the union. And that includes the day-to-day interactions, which is why if you get questions from the union or concerns from the union, in the first instance, it needs to be routed to the superintendent. And then you as a board member certainly would be fair to follow up with the superintendent, say, this concern was raised, what have you done about it? I've been involved in a number of situations in other districts where the union will claim they have support or approval based upon a conversation with an individual board member. An individual board member cannot legally bind a board, but it can create an expectation that the board is going to do something, which is why it's really important that these type of communications be routed to the person that board policy says should handle this, and that is the superintendent. Yeah.
The previous side, because you said which is the superintendent, the previous side it said or the superintendent's designee. So the superintendent can have someone that they have specifically to interface with union leadership.
Yes.
That's not necessarily superintendent.
Under Board Policy 1210, the superintendent does have the authority to appoint a designee for union relation purposes.
Okay.
Part of the concern when an individual board member is dealing with an individual union member and not the union leadership, it can be a real problem because an individual board member, the individual union member is represented by the union. They are the employee's exclusive representative, and that has very legal significance. They are the legal representative of that employee. So if a union member comes and says, can you do X, Y, and Z for me? And you as a board member tries to intercede on behalf of that individual union member, then there's a good argument that you've engaged in what's called direct dealing, which undercuts the authority of the exclusive representative. So this is sort of the flip side of what I talked about a few moments ago. So if the union comes to you as a board member and has a issue, they need to be routed to the superintendent because the superintendent is the proper authority under the board policy. Because if you don't do that, then you start to erode the authority of the superintendent. On the flip side, if an individual union member comes and says, I've got a problem, if you start addressing that problem without going through the union leadership, you begin to undercut the union leadership. So there's a symbiotic relationship, if you will, between those two concepts, that you have no authority, nor should you be dealing with the individual union member. That person needs to go to its union leadership, and the union leadership will make a decision as to whether that issue should be brought to the superintendent. So, sure.
This is very good for me. Thank you. This is.
And I like questions because that way I don't have to talk all the time.
So, hypothetically, I'm visiting school since we already talked about that. I'm in a classroom. The desks are raggedy. And I'm looking like, this is crazy. And I see the teacher trying to fumble with it, fix it. I'm like, well, this is crazy. What? I know we just had this much money in the budget for facilities. Just in my mind, I'm thinking this, right? And I'm like, what's going on? And the teacher says, I'm like, oh, I put in a request. I don't know what's going on. I've been asking for the new desks for 2 years. I'm gonna put a pin in that. Then myself as a board member, at that point, I'm supposed to go to union leadership, or can I just, as a board member, come to superintendent and say, hey, these desks raggedy, superintendent, do something?
You should go to the superintendent with that issue, because you're not promising or giving any hope to that union member that you're going to take care of it. You're going to say, I will go to the superintendent and raise this concern. Okay, so, but if you told that person, I'm going to take care of this, I'm going to bring in 2 new desks, and I'm going to get you all kinds of new electronics, that would be a direct dealing situation. But if what you say is, I hear what you're saying, I'm going to report it to the superintendent, it's entirely appropriate. The social media, we've talked about this briefly, and I saw in the last presentation that we had talked about it also. If you make a statement in social media, you need to, as an individual board member, you need to make it clear that you're speaking as an individual and not on behalf of the board. It's fairly fundamental. Some people go I know some board members in other districts who have their own Facebook page, which presents a host of problems when we're trying to deal with some issues, but most of them do have a disclaimer on the bottom saying that these are my viewpoints, these are not the viewpoints, I am not speaking on behalf of the board, this is my own personal viewpoint. And so I'd strongly encourage, if any of you have that type of individual, that you sort of have that disclaimer at the bottom, so that they can't, people can't later come back and say, well, X, Y, and Z said Y. All right. So at the end of the day, the board has 3 functions. It has a legislative function. That is, it's responsible for adopting rules and regulations, just like I think you were in the legislature. So from a legislative function, the board would have the responsibility for adopting rules, policies, and procedures. It also has an executive function. Under Board Policy 132, that executive function has been delegated to the superintendent. Superintendent has a responsibility under 132 to enforce statutes, the state rules and regulations, and board policy. He is empowered to adopt administrative guidelines for the administration of the school, and is empowered by board policy to take actions not provided for in board policy, provided that it is reported at the next board meeting. So you have legislative function, you have executive functioning, and then you have judicial function. And the judicial functioning is part of the reason why you shouldn't get into the day-to-day details of the district operations. Because at the end of the day, you may be required to make a decision, either on an employee termination or discipline matter, or on any number of different matters. If you as an individual board member have interjected yourself into that factual determination, then you may be precluded as a board member from making a judicial decision, because you may be a fact witness. So it's really important to stay clean. And I know we have a number of lawyers on the board and a number of lawyers sitting around. If you become a fact witness, you can't become involved in the court case. And so it's really important that because of the critical functioning of the judicial function that the board does, that it remain above the fray, if you will, so that when it does come before you as a board, there is no claim that there's been a due process violation. There's no claim that there's bias or prejudice because you were involved in the matter from the outset. At the end of the day, people want to think they've been treated fairly. And if there's a perception that they haven't been treated fairly through the judicial function of the board, that helps erode the respect of the board in the community. So I know we're running short of time, but and with my West Virginia accent, I find it very hard to speak quickly, so I'll try to plow through it. So let's talk now about the board and superintendent relationship. Ohio Revised Code 3119-01 sets forth what the superintendent's lawful authorities are. Under 3119, the superintendent is the chief executive officer of the board. The superintendent has the right to direct and assign teachers and other district employees. He has the right to assign pupils to proper schools and grades and perform other duties as the board determines. Those are the superintendent's jobs. So the board doesn't have the ability to tell the superintendent that this third grade teacher needs to be changed and moved over to that third grade. That's exclusively within the superintendent's purview. If the superintendent, if you bring the issue up, the superintendent doesn't do it, and you think that that's a lapse in judgment, then certainly you can put that in the superintendent's evaluation. But at the end of the day, that's the superintendent's job function to direct and assign the school. And if you're not happy with the way the superintendent's doing it, then your alternative, your venue would be to point it out in his evaluations and hold the superintendent accountable that way. Only the superintendent can recommend a person for hire. As a board, you can reject it, but only the superintendent can recommend that a person be hired other than the treasurer. The board cannot force the superintendent into hiring a particular person. The superintendent has the right to assign. The board cannot override the right to assign. The bottom line is superintendent has the sole authority to make personnel recommendations other than the treasurer. The board has the absolute right to accept or reject those recommendations, and that is your role, to vet, to determine whether or not is that position really needed. Does this person have the background and experience that we want in this position? That is absolutely your role. You don't have to blindly accept it. You don't have to blindly reject it. You can probe those type of things. But at the end of the day, it's a thumbs up or thumbs down as on the recommendation. Board Policy 1100. Superintendent has the right to define administrative positions. Board retains the right to approve the recommendations. So if the superintendent wants to create a new position of assistant superintendent or pick your administrative title, that's within the superintendent's purview, but you have an absolute right to reject that. Responsibility of the district flow from the superintendent to the administrative staff to the operational personnel. So superintendent makes the decision. It's sort of the trickle-down theory. So the superintendent makes the decision. The administrative staff is then charged with the responsibility for implementing it, and then the people at the building level are the ones who have to do the day-to-day work to implement to see that it's done. The superintendent is responsible for determining the need for and to define the operational requirements that are sufficient to ensure smooth functioning of the school. So 1210 defines the parameters of the board's relationship with the superintendent. It has to be read together with Board Policy 118. Board's primary duty is to establish policies. The superintendent's duty is to administer those policies. And the board can hold the superintendent responsible for how those policies are administered. The superintendent is by statute the chief executive officer and is the primary advisor to the board. The superintendent is responsible for development, supervision, and operation of the school program and facilities. And the superintendent or the superintendent's designee is the chief representative for determining bargaining strategies and members of the bargaining team. You have a specific policy on negotiations. That's policy 1150. 1150 establishes the various roles and responsibilities for members of the board's negotiating team. Chief negotiator reports to the superintendent, so the superintendent does not have to be a member of the bargaining team. That's a decision for the superintendent to make. But the chief negotiator reports to the superintendent and works with the board's personnel committee. So in collective bargaining, the chief negotiator should be working with both the superintendent and the board's personnel committee under the policy that come up with their objectives and goals. The detailed responsibilities of the chief negotiator are set forth in the policy. That is to solicit parameters and guidelines for the board for modification of agreement, engage with management to determine management level needs, and advises the superintendent and board on the financial implications of various proposals. I find the last bullet point really interesting. I don't know what it means. So it says the negotiating team is to prepare proposals for guidelines that clearly delineate the roles and relationship in negotiations of the board, superintendent, and negotiating team. I have no idea what that means. It seems to me that the, go ahead.
That's not a policy?
Yep. That comes right out of your policy. So I don't know what it means. I don't know how it's implemented, but that's what the policy says. Policy 1230 is general responsibility of the superintendent's. That is to implement the instructional plan for each building, increase the efficient use of district resources in daily operation, assign staff, evaluate staff, recommend changes to the educational program and staffing patterns, and work cooperatively with the board and the staff. I put together this chart that sort of sums up everything we've talked about. So the board is the policy-making body. The superintendent has the role of recommending policy in some cases, but also has the role of implementing and enforcing the policies and the rules. The board allows the superintendent the day-to-day administration of the district. And then the superintendent is responsible for effectively carrying board policy through effective administration. Board functions as a board rather than individual. Superintendent deals with the board as a board rather than as a specific individual, except where that person's been directed by the board that you deal with X. And so that's a very important concept because that helps transparency. Because the superintendent deals with the board, not an individual board member, unless the board has said, this is who you should be dealing with. The board communicates with the staff through the superintendent. There should be no direct communications from the board to the staff, be it building principal level or operational level. The superintendent is responsible for keeping the board informed as to what problems and concerns the staff have. Because again, the last thing the board wants to do is be surprised. And so the superintendent's responsibility is to make sure that the concerns that he is hearing or she is hearing from the staff are communicated to the board. The board should hold the superintendent accountable for controllable results, and the superintendent has to accept responsibility for the controllable results. Why is controllable important? We all went through COVID. A lot of things happened during COVID that were out of anyone's control. I've had schools where buildings have burned down, for example, and so the education in that building suffered. Those aren't within the superintendent's control, but those things that are within the superintendent's control, he should be held responsible for. And so that's when, the board, when it sets goals and objectives for the coming year, that's what they should be doing. So any questions? Yes.
Mike, thank you for the presentation. I think it's good for us to hear legal side. I'm always want to hear legal sides of things. But I have two questions. I guess this question, what would your recommendation, or how do you see the role of board members on a negotiating team? Should they be on the negotiating team? Should they not be on the negotiating team? What's your recommendation for that? Or maybe what are some of the things that you've seen with boards throughout the state of Ohio that have board members on the negotiating teams, if they do? Or
okay, I can't give you a legal recommendation. I can tell you what I've seen. So I've been doing this a lot of years, and very few boards have board members on the negotiating team. I have seen a slight uptick in that happening over the last 2 or 3 years. I don't know why, but by and large, most of my negotiating experience over the years have not had board members on the negotiating team, and if they have been on the team, they're there solely as an observer, not as an active participant. So that's what I've seen and observed. Part of the angst I have, and again, in general, with having a board member on the negotiating team is for the same reason why an individual board member shouldn't be talking with the union, because if an individual board member is on the negotiating team and is nodding along, for example, when the union makes a point, that may send a signal to the union that, okay, I've got the board support on this. At the end of the day, the board has to have confidence in the negotiating team that they are carrying out the board's directives as to what the bargaining priorities are and are communicating what is going on at the table so that the board fully understands what is going on at the table. So that's a long-winded non-answer. Yes.
I think we need to have, not saying we don't, but I think we need to have, trust in our legal team. We now have a labor and relations person, and I don't think, we as a board should be in those negotiations. We should, I'm speaking for me. So, but I think we should trust our legal team when we kind of give you the direction of what we think and things like that. And then I think we should trust the legal team to go back and talk to the different unions versus.
Fortunately, that decision is off for another year. Seems like time flies sometimes.
Yeah.
But you do have a new member to your labor relations team. You have, I've always had the personal belief that you are thin on the human capital side, given the number of employees you have. And the issues that come at them left and right. And so my hat's off to them because I think they do a yeoman job. And so it was good to see that a labor relations person has been retained. So that's my editorial comment.
Madam Chair, I was looking on the agenda, so I don't see, is this all of the legal part that will be discussed today? Is this the only thing dealing, because I'm looking at the other, I recognize 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 more attorneys in the room. And so I'm wondering, is there any more conversations with legal? Is this it? Is this the total conversation that we're having on legal today?
Yes.
Okay, so may
Other than just our policies.
Okay, so may I just, I would like to know who the other attorneys are in the room and how they represent us. and the relationship and the protocol that we are using or not using as it relates to the attorneys, because I don't have a clear understanding of who they are and what they do.
Absolutely.
Is that appropriate? Would you mind, Madam Chair?
So can they be introduced in their role?
And then, is Attorney Hannah? Is Attorney Hannah the lead on the legal team?
For negotiations.
Right. So,
Correct.
So I just kind of got to get an idea about who they are and what do they do.
And so I view my role as a silo. I provide advice on labor-related issues. The board has two other excellent attorneys. One's Lindsay Jingo, who's sitting here.
Would you mind telling?
Oh, sure. My name is Lindsay Jingo. I am counsel that works with the Board of Education and the district on day-to-day issues. And so I think unlike Mr. Hanna, who is primary labor counsel.
Would you, Madam Chair, would you mind if you would direct her to speak at the mic, please?
Sure. Can you come to the microphone, please? Ms. Jingo, thank you.
My name is Lindsay Jingo. I am counsel that works with the Board of Education and district on day-to-day issues. So I was sharing that unlike with Mr. Hanna, who has more of a, as you had said, a siloed role with labor, I have, I guess, a broader interest on day-to-day issues that might come up that impact your district.
Would you mind giving me an example? Madam Chair, would you mind giving us an example of what you, I'm still not clear on what you do.
So if there were a question on a personnel issue, for example, I might assist the district on how to navigate that issue if it were disciplinary, or if you had a staff member that maybe needed some assistance, with a leave of absence or something like that. That would be an example.
Quick question. I know we don't have to say Madam Chair. Do we say Madam Chair through this training, or?
Go ahead.
Okay. No, tell me. What am I supposed to say Madam Chair for this training?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair. Okay. So, do you represent the board itself?
Yes, the Board of Education is my client.
Oh, the whole Board of Education.
The entity of the Board of Education.
Okay.
That's right.
But I think, so who is the attorney for the board?
Her.
Okay.
Yeah, she represents.
Right, okay,
But as a matter of clarity, my client is the Board of Education. My client is
Everybody clients Board of Education.
Is not Dr. Robinson or the HR Capital. Ethically, my client is the Board of Education, but my silo is labor relations.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may we hear from the other 2 or 3 attorneys or 4? How many do we have?
Yes, please, to the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Haley Kepchar with the law firm of Retzel and Andrus. I work directly with Diana Feidel in the Office of General Counsel, along with Alex Cortez. We also, like Lindsay, work on more day-to-day issues, including providing advice as to board policies and also staffing expulsion or suspension hearings when a child has an attorney present, public records request, and other various issues.
Okay.
And you sit in on our board policy meetings as well.
I do, yes.
Okay. And then we have 3 more attorneys over here?
They are not functioning in an attorney role.
They're not functioning
employees.
in attorney roles. They're employees. But this is a labor relations attorney,
Yes.
isn't it? Correct. So, Madam Chair, so are you working so you will be working as an attorney in labor relations? And that is.
Bill, let me correct. I will not be functioning. I am a lawyer and I've been a lawyer since 2000. So I've practiced for 23 years, but I'll be functioning as an administrator and the director of labor relations.
In the direction of labor relations. Okay. So, Madam Chair, so quite often we've had questions about what the board should do, and when the 2 or 3 meetings I've attended, I look around the room. And the last meeting we had, it seemed that the treasurer was answering legal questions. So my question to the board is, should we or should we not have someone here to answer questions for the board? When we're wondering, is it appropriate? How do we go into executive session? Is it appropriate for us to do this? Is it appropriate for us to do that? So who is the person out of these individuals that is best to be present during board meetings, should the board decide that we need a board person present that's legal to answer those questions?
So Lindsay Jingo
and
Bear are.
And are they usually here at the board during those times?
They have been, yes. But they haven't been at the table with us, and that's something I'd maybe like to discuss moving forward so that they can assist us with matters that come up legally in real time.
Yeah, because I think, Madam Chair, I think that to have the treasurer answering legal questions is not something that we want to get in the habit of doing, and that is exactly what happened last time.
So our treasurer also serves as our parliamentarian, or should be.
But our treasurer is not an attorney.
Right.
And so if we have this number of attorneys that we're paying, surely we could have one here to answer those questions so that as the public look at us, they wonder, why don't they know that? Why can't someone ask, are we going into executive session properly? So that it does not put you, Madam Chair, on the spot, or any of us, because even though Attorney Perry may be an attorney, he's not an attorney here. He's a board member. So if we have these attorneys, then I would like to open the conversation and see what other board members think. Should we not have an attorney here to assist the board members during board members meetings if a legal question should be asked?
So I would not have any objection to that. And I know that is a reason why we have them to support us. And so traditionally up to this point, they haven't sat at the table with us, but I am open for that. So we can.
Yeah, since we're discussing, I mean, it's obviously an open floor.
Mr. Perry.
I'm sorry. I thought we were more informal today. It's a retreat. Since we're discussing, I mean, my thoughts are obviously, how many times has this come up? You know, we need to ask Attorney Jingo a question during a board meeting.
Not often.
Yeah, that's my point.
So that's probably why it hasn't been our practice. But seeing a need that we probably need to meet and fill, I'm open to that.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, board members, I leave here, I go in my car, I don't expect to have an accident, but if I have an accident, I want to make sure I have insurance. So that's the role that the attorney will play, will be insurance for this board. So when a question is asked, that we can refer to our attorney and let the attorney answer the question instead of some of us who are not attorneys, and if we are, we're not here on this board to serve as an attorney.
Thank you. That is received. Ms. Hall.
Real question, just clarification off of my question that I asked earlier about, I think we were talking about the issue of, and this is different from what you were talking about, Mrs. Sykes, when we were talking about should board members sit in on discussion, like negotiations. And my question, my answer was no to that. You know, that's when I said like labor relations or our attorneys should be the ones talking through negotiations. We as board members should not be in that negotiation. That's what I was trying to say. So just want to clarify.
I will point out that under the AEA collective bargaining agreement, board members are permitted to sit on the team, but it's at the request of the superintendent. So.
Are there any more questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much, Attorney Hannah.
Thank you for the opportunity to see everybody again.
Thank you.
So next on the agenda is a break until 1:15. So
10 minutes.
we'll take a quick break at this time.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, and we are reconvening back at this time. And so, as I was starting to state, I asked members to submit any thoughts or topics that they wanted to discuss at this retreat. And so I just want to thank Member Sykes for submitting some policies for us to consider, to just look at and maybe discuss. And so in your booklet under the orange tab, there's a section for some policies. And so I would also say that moving forward at future retreats, this will be a standing item for us. So just think about different policies that we might want to consider looking at revising as we interact with our constituencies in which we can make a change. And so so it's really more of an open discussion around these policies, questions. I'm happy that Haley is here to assist us. And then also just mentioning our board policy chair, Dr. Molnar. I think they meet for the first time Monday, correct? And so as I stated also in my January 8th remarks, you know, with that being one of our main roles and duties, it's important that we all know the process of making that happen. And so that'll be something that'll be discussed even further in board policy committee moving forward. So so let's jump right in. So this first policy listed under our bylaws, policy 0148.1 under board staff communications. And I actually think we hit on a lot of these topics already. And so as you just kind of glance over that, you know, is there anything else there that you might have questions about or want to maybe discuss? Member Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think that through the conversation this morning and throughout the day that we've really gone through the board, through the protocol, I just wanted to be clear on the communications, how best to communicate with the superintendent and what the expectations from it. So I really don't have any additional questions under protocol.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you. So the next policy before us, policy 0155 on committees, and it basically spells out the committees of this board, which are legal, contracts, and board policy, finance, capital management, instructional policy, student achievement, and equity committee. And then just also pointing out that ad hoc committees are also under our purview. Member Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions here, first of all, I think I did come in and sit on an instructional policy and student achievement committee. My first question was, is there a standing date and time as to when the committees are, or is it subject to the call of the chairs? Or is there a standard date and time, or is it just subject to the committees?
Yes, so the chairs between them can determine the schedules, and I believe some dates were set already, but again, it's to your discretion what works for your schedule. So I would encourage you to, you know, work together to create a schedule that works best so it's convenient for you both.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then the next question was how items actually get referred to the committees. So when the superintendent and you, Madam Chair, get together to determine, or Vice Chair, get together to determine the agenda, do you have a conversation that says perhaps we should refer this to committee before we bring it to the board as a whole?
And so my understanding of how it's worked is that the administrative person on the committee from the district is our main support person. And so, for example, instructional policy, generally Dr. Caver is the person who brings forth items that are going to be forthcoming on the agenda for us to vote on, that she will share out at the meeting. And I also believe that the chair and members of the committee can bring forth items. Can you, it's simply asking that they be added to the committee or the agenda.
I would say each committee is a little different based upon the content and the composition of each of the committees. But for instance, in the Legal and Policy Committee, we are actually revamping the agenda and how we're bringing items to it, and that is going to be a large part of what we are going to share with everyone on Monday.
And then, for example, Finance Committee, at the beginning of the school year, I asked the treasurer, I just gave him a list of topics based on what the committee members wanted to know about. And so I asked the treasurer, here are the topics we want to hear about. And so he incorporated that. And it's kind of like a running presentation, because we don't always get through it all, and we just pick up at each meeting. Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. So, yes, so to Member Sykes' point and to concur with what's been said, as the chair of the instructional policy, currently a new chair, for instance, I think our next meeting is on the 4th of February at 4:30, and I was going to keep the times consistent with what they've been, and the days, simply because at the last board meeting, how I told the public, you can come to these meetings and you should engage. I felt it's no need to change the time or date, since I traditionally have become accustomed to it, so I wanted to keep everything the same. And then, as I understood it, for instance, because I would like something to be added to the agenda, that I would email Superintendent and Dr. Caver as far as what I wanted to be added to the instructional policy agenda, and then that would be added. And I would do the same if it was members on the instructional policy committee. If they share those things with me, then I would move those things forward so that we can discuss it openly, is what the protocol has been. Ms. Doctor.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. So, yeah, you will continue to do that. Given now that we will have a labor relations director, so that person will now be appointed.
Excuse me, I can't hear you very well, Mr. Secretary.
Sorry. So now that we have the labor relations director, so when it comes to especially the policy committee, that's the person that's going to actually be representing and sitting on that committee now, to work with you, Dr. Mulliner, and the team through policies. But he will also be assigned to work on the other committees as well. But that's his main focus, is around the policy committee, because all of them are policies, but specifically around that particular one, because that deals with a lot of our operational policies. And then when it comes to, so you may see me at those policy meetings, but I'm not a member of the committee, but I'm actually there. So there will be times when you'll see me at those meetings, but I don't have any voting rights on any of those committees. But we will have met with the team ahead of time to discuss things that you have concerns around, or people may have, so that we could work to make sure that we bring that information to the committee, so that you can have a productive meeting around whatever the concerns are for that particular committee.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. I did have a question in regards to serving in this new role as the committee chair. In the event that I do have a specific agenda item, I understand how to get it added to the agenda. But Superintendent, if you can assist me with this, if I wanted to have a specific person to come to discuss something as far as curriculum instruction, not like just about something that aligns with maybe financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and I wanted you there, and I wanted to add someone that's not in our district, how would I go about doing that to be in order? Not as just for informational, not a sales thing or anything like that.
they're coming to discuss a topic that you're bringing to the committee?
To elaborate on something that I think will be beneficial. If I'm saying in the event, if it's something that I thought could add or enhance what we already have going on.
Yeah.
It's not a cost item or anything,
Right.
but just to kind of discuss with you and then those who deal with instructional policy.
Right.
Do I just invite them or as part of the agenda item when I email you, or how does that
Yes.
work? Okay.
Yes, because it's a commit. I mean, it's not a board meeting, but it's a committee meeting. So they could come to that and talk through, because that's what the committee meetings are for, so that we really, some places I've been, the board actually has a board meeting a month, and then the other meeting is a work session. So here, we have 2 board meetings a month, but we have committee meetings. So the committee meetings serve as our work sessions around those specific topics. So it's around legal policy, it's around finance, it's around, so those become your work sessions. So they could come to that.
Member Sykes. Madam Chair, yes, that's why committee meetings are so important, because it is an opportunity for the community and the media to be given proper notification of a meeting taking place. It's more informal, and I think so often you hear individuals say, "Well, we didn't know this was on the agenda. This just came before you, and you voted the same day. We knew nothing about it. We didn't have an opportunity to speak on it." So that's why I'm asking, Madam Chair, you and the superintendent, since you're responsible for setting the agenda, do you have any particular rules as to how you decide what should go to committee before it actually comes to the board as a whole? And you may see those items as routine items, but quite often the public sees those items as items that they need to know about before the day that we're actually voting on those.
And so the agenda is available to the public. Is it the Thursday, I think, before our general meetings? And so that's when it's available to see. But you're right.
Yes, Madam Chair, the Thursday before the board meeting.
Right.
So they've never had an opportunity for discussion. The community have not been having discussions on the items that's coming before the board.
Many of the items for instructional policy, though, are presented at that particular committee meeting. So Dr. Caver generally does highlight things that are going to be coming up on the upcoming agenda. So I know that's been the practice.
And I think to your point, Ms. Sykes, that since I've been here, which has been like a day, we've never really had anybody come from the community here to any of those meetings for whatever reason, whether they either didn't know they could come but it is televised. So, but that would be good, because they would be able to ask questions at those committee meetings so that they can get clarity. But again, with some of I'm not sure of the timing, because I don't set any of that in terms of the timing, so we may have to look at the timing of the meeting, the committee meetings, to ensure that they line up with, I guess, the board meetings, so that the public would be able to have time to ask questions before that particular meeting when that item is going to, because I do know for sure at the instructional policy meeting that whatever is going to be presented at the board meeting is presented at that particular committee meeting. So that would just be a nuance that we have to work out around the timing. And I guess the day of those meetings, to align them to the board meeting dates and times.
Can I comment? Yes, Madam Sykes. I think in the past practice when I was on the policy committee, those policies that we brought, they were at the committee meetings. We did invite people from the community to come. They can come, and we kind of went step by step. We even, even had it up on the screen showing where we were talking about where the changes, why the changes were going to be made at that point in time. Same thing with the equity committee. When I was on the equity committee, that we had the same thing where people from the public came and they could talk about. We talked about equity. We talking about what it was, what was going to happen, and so that the community knew exactly what's going on at that time. So I haven't been to those committees in a couple of years, so I don't know if they're still that same way or not, but I can, say that they were that way before.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. It is the same practice. I think, if I'm understanding and just from observing, the discussion piece as far as the agenda, like it can be up here like this, but it's like the discussion about what exactly it is. Like it's being presented, the slides, the same way as you described that it's been in the past. It's the same common practice. Since you've been on 12 years. This is my 3rd year, but since when I first started and came to your the committee meetings, everyone that I came before just as a member had presentations. The district office people set slideshow and they go over them. But I mean, as if I'm understanding what Member Sykes is saying, and I believe that I am, those discussions, like it may be bullet points like this, and then any question, and then we move on, and then when it comes to the agenda, when we get to vote on it, the community's like, I didn't even remember a discussion about that. This is what that was going to be. The deep diving into it, which can happen at committee meetings, and so I think to your point, Superintendent, when the people more engage and come out and maybe inquire what exactly is this, then that can help. And then the notices, I know that also the committee notices are required to go out as well, just like the board notices. And I know, Superintendent, you've been working on the marketing of that. I just wanted to say that piece because the presentation is still the same as Mr. Alexander, as you discussed. It's still the same slideshows, presentations, and all the meetings I've attended. And then the other part of that is if the committee chair cancels the meeting. So now if the meeting's canceled, then technically this is a question. Should it be put to certain things that committee was going to bring forth be put off the agenda? Because then we didn't get the opportunity to discuss it or people were going to show up. That maybe that's something else to consider.
I just want to comment too. We did have the slideshows, but when I was on the policy committee, there was up there, but we also had someone who was scribing. We were talking about it. We were making changes. We were doing all this work during that committee at that time, and I assume that still goes on. But that's what we did. We had the administrators who were part of this certain policy, and they would be there at the meeting, and we'd have it up there, and we'd make changes. We say, here's what the change is going to be. Here's what we do. So everybody, and we had people like he was Reverend Harrison because he's been there a lot with a lot of committees. He would come. He would have questions. We would talk about these different things as well. So again, I don't know, and because I haven't really been to some of the meetings in a while, but so I assume they were the same, but I'm not sure.
Dr. Molnar?
Yeah, as someone who is also, I guess I don't get to say I'm not the newest anymore, but very recently had to figure out the committee to meeting agenda evolution. And what I noticed was a lot of the presentations were given from my perspective in the committee meetings. If something is new, something is changing, something is exciting is happening, but that was one piece of it, but the agenda then would have a lot of other items, and some of those items were just renewing other things that the district had done forever, and so since it wasn't news, it wasn't a presentation, so something that would have been helpful to me, it still would be helpful to me now, but would have been especially helpful to me as a new member or even just a community member looking at an agenda for the first time, is to see if something on there is this a new initiative? Is this something we're doing brand new? Or is this something that has been renewed? If it is something we've been doing before, how just generally, like have we done this for 2 years? Have we done this for 10 years? Just something, and how does this align with, and I know we've discussed, how does this align to our blueprint and where we've been using this? So, but I also appreciated what you said about, I already forgot it now, but I really liked it.
So, Dr. Molinar, I think to your point, what we need to do, because when I came in, I was kind of told that the superintendent doesn't really, which is different from me, but I have to be involved in the committees, not in terms of running them, but I have to know because the information is coming from our office to those committees. So I think to your point, like renewals and things like that would probably need to come through your committee, which is like a lot of the business affairs type things, which I'm trying to. We've been kind of doing some things for so long the same way. Not necessarily is it wrong. It just needs to be restructured so that it's easier to follow and understand on the agenda. So I think that a lot of that could come through, or would be my recommendation, could come through through your committee, because it's contracts, it's legal things, it's board policy, kind of that, and/or, and I don't see a need to create a whole new committee when it could maybe come that it may extend the time of your committee meeting, because because business affairs is a lot, and many times it's more of, like, for example, when we have things that are just a standard renewal for non-public, or standard some of the items we've had, like, it's not really a discussion, it's just something that we have to go through in terms of formality, but it still could come through that committee. So to Mrs. Sykes's point, that if I'm a person at your committee meeting, by the time we get to the agenda is brought to the board meeting, the public will have had an opportunity to be have had access to understanding each item that's on the agenda, so they'll know if it's a renewal of something and what it's for, even though it may not require a lengthy discussion, because it may be something that we're just obligated to do, but at least did come through the committee meeting so that the public does have an opportunity to be aware and understand what those items are. So we could do that through your committee, I would think.
And possibly there's an opportunity, sorry, I did not wait. Possibly there's an opportunity maybe they wouldn't all go through the same committee. If we're renewing, a program or something like that, that falls more under instructional policy. That would be a more appropriate place to have
right.
that. Yeah.
Right. But most of the, and that's what I'm trying to fix on our agenda. That's going to take a little time, and we've been kind of working on that because we've just lumped everything under business affairs, when in essence some of it is all contracts, but they come under some of it is operational, some of it's instructional. So that's something that I'm trying to work on our end, but we could work it to where if it appropriately would come through the right committee. So.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So basically, I'm just saying that just the board has a responsibility to evaluate the policies and how they've been implemented and if they've been effective. And it may not take a lot of time, but I just think it's something that we need to do. It's something we're required to do by bylaws. It's a way of bringing that issue up so that the public know we're not trying to hide anything. This is the policy. This is what's been happening with it. This is how effective it's been or not been. And maybe we should continue. And every now and then it may be something we don't want to continue because we have abided by the bylaws and took a look and looked at it to see if it's been effective or not, or if we need to amend it.
And we are working. So I'm doing some changes when it comes to accountability, which is falling under school improvement, but we're going to be making some changes there. So you'll kind of see accountability more at the forefront of things. Mm-hmm. And what they're going to be doing is evaluating our programs and looking at the effectiveness so that we can report back, which would come to the committees and then to the board, that, hey, program X, here's the data that shows that it's been working or it's not working, and then we can then work with our school leaders and teachers to say, okay, hey, let's do a deep dive of this and figure out where the areas are that are deficient, and is this something that we can continue? Is this something that we need to rethink? So, yeah.
And so, just to kind of summarize what we've been stating, we definitely want to make sure that the public and the community has an opportunity to hear more about the issues before it actually comes to a vote. But, you know, at our board meetings is where discussion needs to take place as well. So we just have to continue to encourage folks to engage, because they can reach out to us as well with questions that they have about things they see on the agenda. So they just have to know when and where to go look, which is our website on Thursdays. And that's at least a start. Any other questions or comments, Ms. Hall?
Madam President, during these committee meetings, is the community able to speak at those meetings too, such as we do for our actual board meeting?
Yes.
It's much more free.
They can engage, yeah, like how we were talking.
So we can talk back to them during, okay.
They can engage, that's why that's the best meeting for them to come to.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why committees are so good, I think, anyway.
Any other questions or comments around this policy? Okay, and we'll keep working on making it the best possible implementation. And so the next policy 0161, parliamentary authority. We've talked about that extensively. So here it is. Here's the newest edition. And so this is for all of our purview. I will be studying this and having it nearby, and also even including it in some upcoming part of our PD moving forward as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just simply add that, the Ohio Revised Code states that we shall use the Robert Rules of Order in conducting our business here at the Akron Public Schools. Also, it is just a way to be comfortable and familiar with how meetings are ran, and with the thought that, as we go out into the community, or if we decide that we want to go and testify in Columbus, we got the same rules. You're more comfortable. You can express yourself. It is a personal development and understanding Robert Rules of Order, as well as a professional. And you can go all over this country and use these rules to be able to effectively communicate and to work within a committee or a meeting to express Akron Public Schools, what we want, what we think, in a manner that everyone else will be able to understand, because we all speak in the same language, Robert Rules of Order. So I just think that it's important that we do put emphasis on it. And quite frankly, as I watched our meetings, I just thought that it was necessary that we go back to this and that we follow the Ohio Revised Code. That's all I have to
Agreed.
say.
Any other comments or questions around this policy? Okay. And so next is policy 0165.1, regular meetings. And so this essentially is stating how our meetings are held, and indicating that we should have an agenda that guides our meetings. And so this explains details about that. Are there any?
Yes, thank you, Madam.
Member Sykes, go right ahead.
Thank you. I think, again, using Robert Rules of Order in our regular meetings, that it will help us to keep routine matters into a reasonable time frame. I mean, my observation and participation says that we start meetings at 5:30. We quite often have, gone into executive session. It's hours later, and find ourselves leaving meetings at 10 o'clock at night. So we are required only to have a meeting at least once every 2 months, and we have meetings twice a month. So I think it kind of points to that perhaps something is not happening that will cause us to have to meet from 5:30 to 10, 11 to 12 o'clock at night, that we're not as efficient as we could be in conducting the business of the people. And I think it starts with our committees, by opening those up, letting the community know, talking about those more, using those routine items in our committees to discuss, so when we come here, that we have those answers and we can proceed in voting and moving along. I just think that it will add to the efficiency of our meetings, because 5:30 to 10 o'clock meetings does not say efficiency.
And I would agree that does not, that will not be the intention moving forward, that they're held that long. However, there will be extenuating circumstances where we do have to stay over, because there's things that require our attention in executive sessions, such as evaluations, et cetera, and we're going to have to take the time. Or if the will of the board is to hear all of those wishing to address us, which we voted on to do that. So sometimes that's going to extend our time. But absolutely, room for improvement to be more efficient. And so being cognizant of how many items, presentations, et cetera, that we have before us. And then also our discussion as well, because you want to allow for that. And so I'll just remind you guys of your charge that our meetings be more efficient when we're engaged in these deep discussions and have a lot of commentary, because that also lends to our time. So, point taken. And
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to make that observation. I will also say that I think that it's probably more the norm than it's more the routine that we find ourselves these long meetings, as opposed to not routine. But I'm willing to stay as long as everyone else. But as we stay, I just want us to think about how efficient we are as we go through our agenda. The executive session, I think we've talked about that enough. I don't have any comments on the executive session.
Superintendent, did you have a comment?
Yes. Without, I guess, knowing the full policy, I have been really working diligently, which I commend the team, but we still have some work to do on the materials and getting things to the board in a timely manner. So I'd ask that the team, that we can get it 5 days in advance, but the policy says 7. I would ask that we revisit that to change it from 7 to 5. And then we're going to have to, things do happen, but we're going to have to work on not changing things on the agenda, if possible, if we can get to that place, which is where I want us to get, so that if it misses this, this particular meeting, then it would have to be caught at the next meeting. But sometimes things have happened that have been out of even our control that we can't necessarily, but it was a time-sensitive situation that it had to be at this particular meeting, but then we got information from, that we were not in control of, that had to cause a change. But I'm just asking if we can consider revisiting these 7, from 7 to 5, because not knowing that, I was just trying to do that because that's what I was used to, and it's been a struggle there. And I've been on our team, bless you, on our team about making sure that PowerPoints and all that, because we're actually reviewing all this stuff through our think tank before people get up and present. So that would just be a ask for consideration on the policy, on policy.
Section C.
Section C, yes.
So, Madam Chair, Mr. Superintendent, so you asking that the board would receive the information 5 days as we seem to be receiving it now, as opposed to the 7 days that the bylaws are requesting? Yeah, well, I would object to that. I think that the board needs at least a week to look at the information that the staff has provided to us, enough time to look at it, to study it, to contact you, to contact the staff, and to find out what these various issues are about. So I would not support reducing it from 7 to 5. And I don't think that I've received it a week ahead of time yet. But I've just gotten here, and I know all kinds of things have been going on.
Yeah.
Dr. Molnar.
Thank you, Madam President. I also believe that the 7 days seems reasonable, especially because we've edited it or we've made edits and amendments after the 7 days. So even to receive a first draft, 7 days is better than nothing. But also in regards to the length of the meetings that Board Member Sykes was referring to, I know we get a lot done in all of these meetings, and we have 2 meetings every month, but it's very rare for us to have a meeting where we don't have at least something worthy of public or discussion in front of the public, right? And also several presentations. We have acknowledgments, we have recognitions, we have students, and I don't know if there is a more efficient way to do all of that, because the opposite of that would be to not acknowledge the good things, and then you have a meeting of that without that positivity to break it up. But is there positivity on a 7-hour meeting? That's a hard sell too. So I'm open to hearing recommendations of how we could accomplish all of those things. But I do think we accomplish a lot of valuable things. And to add to that, I would like, if it were possible, to have more opportunities with our student board members during our board meetings. I appreciate hearing from them during the community reflections, but then and I understand that they leave, they go to work, but we are here for the students, and we've all said that several times, but I would like more, I feel like, authentic experiences with our student board members, which admittedly would increase the time and not reduce it.
And so to your point, Dr. Molnar, about the student board members, when all possible, we do want those student board members at our committee meetings as well, but they do have, busy lives. I know they have some things that they also do with Mrs. Whitfield. So, but we thought that would be an opportunity when possible, because if we're already here as board members, then let them come and sit in and see what we're actually discussing, and get their input on what we're discussing. So hopefully moving forward, some of them can start attending committee meetings versus creating a whole, another opportunity. But of course, you can have lunch with our students as well. Mrs. Whitfield's willing to set that all up for us. So, Vice President Jackson.
Thank you, President Autry. The locker room discuss different opportunities where student leadership can be met with and talked to outside of in this forum, that comes through the agenda. So that's another way to connect with them. Also, something, since we're discussing policies for us to consider as a board, as Member Sykes stated, with us having the 2 meetings, it's quite possible that maybe in addition to the committee meetings we have the one board meeting that is the official, traditional board meeting as we understand it. And then the second board meeting, we can have more participation with the student board members. You know how we sit around the table, but that's where the presentation of the student awards and the honors, that type of meeting is focused on that. Since we already have 2 meetings. One is the business meeting as we know it. And the second meeting is for all the recognitions and the highlights.
So we were trying to do that.
Possible.
So hopefully now we'll be able to maybe balance that, because we were trying to balance these meetings Because remember, you have 2 board meetings a month, and then you also have 4 committee meetings a month. So, so we were trying to balance the 2 board meetings with certain things at one and certain things at the other, so that we don't have lengthy board meetings. But it's not been, to me, in my opinion, it hasn't been as successful. So hopefully now we can maybe ensure that we kind of stick to that, because we do want to recognize our employees. We do want to recognize our kids. We do, sometimes you have people who will come, in the community that are supporting us, and you don't want to say no to someone who's providing you with resources and supports and financial, so we try to balance between the 2 board meetings so that we don't have, but sometimes that doesn't work out just quite picture perfect.
Mr. Perry?
Yeah.
I will say, just in general, I mean, when Carl and I first joined 3 years ago, the meetings were going regularly till midnight. And I remember we got on the board and we were, in there all the time. It seemed like every other meeting was going to 11 or midnight. And so we've improved vastly over that 3 years ago, for sure. And I appreciate what you're doing to make it more efficient, for sure, Superintendent, by trying to balance it out with the presentations, with all the stuff we have to do, with the recognitions. But it's a lot better than it used to be, for sure. It can get better, but it's a lot better than it used to be 3 years ago.
Yeah, we had also kind of talked about, because the board, I thought I had kind of gotten us down to about an hour. We almost hit it a couple of times. It was about an hour and 15 minutes. So we were also thinking, because I do want, we have a lot of things. I don't think we realize how much stuff we have that is celebratory in the district. And so I want to recognize our teachers. I want to recognize our administrators, our scholars. And so we had talked about having, which is new, and when something is new, people don't understand what it is. But we had thought about having like a recognition time aside from the board meeting, that we can kind of do a lot of these things, because it's not a board meeting, but it's a recognition time. But that's also asking board members to come out to another meeting, per se, even though it's not a board meeting, to recognize the great things, because we have a lot of great things that happen across the district, and I don't want to slight anybody, so we're thinking about that too, so that we can kind of condense the official meeting time, because honestly, only speaking from previous experience, and it ain't been perfect either, but when you have a work session meeting and you have a board meeting, your board meeting usually can be 30 minutes to an hour, because you've already gone through the long length. Now your work session is longer, because you're going through every item, right? But when you come to the board meeting, is now time to just vote, because you've already been through, and that's so. Since we have the committee meetings, we might need to look at those committee meetings kind of being your work session time, so that when you come into the meeting, so if the things are brought before each board meeting, but again, that might shift some of your committee meetings and times. I don't know about that, because I don't get into that part, but I'm just saying, if we want to shorten the meetings, well, not shorten them, if we want to shorten them and bring it down to a reasonable time frame, then you would spend more time discussing, deliberating through the committee meetings, but every board member may not be here, for all the committee meetings too. So, but it would lend itself for that discussion to happen then, and so the meetings would be a lot more condensed. But that's just a thought. I don't know that would work.
Ms. Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're all giving good thoughts, Superintendent. So my thought, is, we want to be mindful of our guest time during these meetings, but we also have to remember we're human too, right? We have families too, and leaving at 10:30 midnight. I think from my experiences, just watching and also being present, I think sometimes we get off topic. And then we go around and around and we state the same exact thing, just in a different way, but it's the same exact thing. So, and I know that you're, new as president, Madam President, but maybe you could just bring us back to exactly what, sorry, I'm like, exactly to what we are supposed to be discussing. I think that can eliminate the time. Okay. And then number two is when you said as far as the 5 days to 7 days, I would agree with the 5 days. On my other role, I do chair a commission. Well, I don't chair, I kind of run the commission. And before it was like 5 days, 7 days, but we get people's submissions, within like 3 to 2 days. And sometimes, and this is different than what we do here, but instead of always changing the agenda back and forth, I think 5 days is good to give you time
I
to
can adhere to the 7 days. So just know that there are going to be times when I'm going to deny things. The only problem is if something is time sensitive, I can't deny it because if it's something that's due to the state. So, and without even knowing that, I just kind of came in after a couple of months of just observing how we were doing things because I was just learning. Finally, I said somewhere around October, I think, to the team, hey, I want you to turn things in 5 days in advance so that the board gets it. Because sometimes it was going 2 days before the board meeting, 3 days, and I was just observing what was happening because I was just getting here. But that was something I was trying to work on. So I can adhere to the 7 days. I just make sure that you understand that if somebody comes to you, I've denied it. Unless it is something that's going to hinder us from meeting a deadline for the state or the federal government or the city, I'm going to deny it so that we can meet. Because it's been a huge, I think we've been getting the 5 days. But I can adhere to the 7 days. I just am going to have to deny some things and balance some things so that you do get it 7 days in advance. And if it doesn't make it to this first board meeting, it'll have to come to the second one. And we can work with that. That's not a problem.
Well, since you're stating it on the record, then we have to, as a group, have to agree with that and not try to throw extra, things onto the agenda.
Yeah.
So we have to.
Because sometimes things will come, but I can work with that. That's not a problem.
And you got to make sure personnel is taken care of because that'll hurt the district if it's a personnel. We got to, agree that we have a teacher who's going to be in the classroom. We don't want to miss something like that. So we have to make sure those things are taken care of.
Yeah.
Good discussion. And so just my personal thought as well is, us being our own best cheerleaders, I think every meeting we have to allow the opportunity to have recognitions and celebrations because the teachers and staff, they're showing up every single day to do their job. So when we do have these opportunities at our meetings, let's, make that a priority. So we should always be pointing out all of our accomplishments, big and small. So any other questions or comments about the regular meeting policy? And so, Member Sykes, I think I heard you already say that you felt your questions were answered around this next policy executive session,
Yes.
Policy 0166. Does anyone else have any other questions or comments around this policy?
The executive session policy you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Seeing none, we'll move on. Policy 0169.1, public participation at board meetings.
My favorite policy.
Yes.
I'm just joking.
Madam Chair.
Member Sykes, go right ahead.
Actually, I know I'm the main one that's been talking about saving time, but actually, I think for the public section, we need to increase the time. I think 20 minutes is really a short period of time when we have an issue that the community wants to come before us to discuss. And I'm not saying by a large amount, but maybe 30 minutes instead of 20 minutes to just kind of, or 35 minutes to kind of give the community a little more time to express themselves, because, you know, you have a whole room of people, that usually comes down to about, 5, 6 people at the most can speak on the issue. And so I just think that we should give a little bit more time to the public to discuss their concerns and issues.
Mr. Perry.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Member Sykes, and I will support that if we have the opportunity. But usually we don't go over the 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, usually we have plenty of time left over. There's usually a couple people that want to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think we should just make it a longer time right now. It's kind of a case-by-case basis, in my opinion. You know, last time we extended the time because we had a dozen people who wanted to speak, I think it was, and so we extended the time by agreement of all of us. But, you know, usually, like I said, we have 2 people that want to get up and talk to us. In my experience, anyway.
Dr. Molnar.
I will also say this policy is something that was brought up in the Legal Policy Committee in, I believe, November, our discussion in November, and we decided to continue this discussion. So this policy and details surrounding this policy discussion of this will continue it can continue now too, but we will have this in Monday's board meeting. And in addition, there's a nice table that I know we had in November, and maybe we can bring it back for Monday too, where we compare our policy with other district policies also, so we can see kind of where we are in the landscape of things. There too.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. I know we had spoke earlier about wanting to record when the residents speak. And I see here as letter A, name and address of participant. But I think I don't always hear the address. People will state their name and then go into their spiel, but not stating their name and address. So,
yeah,
that's something we just have to remind, because Mr. Archer.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to bring up. Like, yeah, just. Well,
so when they make their requests to Dr. Thompson, he responds. So they provide all of that in their requests.
But when
the people sign up, there's a paper that they fill out. So we often have it here. So then, but if we want them to say it out loud, is that what you're?
That's
according to our
looking
policy.
Like it's saying, like, you state your name and your address.
So we can remind them to say that out loud, but we do have it because they have to provide it when they request to speak to us, and then also when they sign up the same day, they have to provide it.
I understand that too, but I don't think they should have to state their address, because I think some people would want to. I mean, if I'm speaking, I'll give you my name and a title, but I'm not going to give you my address. So I think that's something we can.
So what is the policy then? Is it are they speaking it out loud, or are they just doing it based upon the paperwork that they give you?
I thought it was normally toward the paper.
Just so I can be, because I didn't know if you might be seeing something we don't.
No, I'm on the public participation at board meetings. Look down the middle of the page.
So it's the third paragraph.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking, but it doesn't state.
No,
it says provide. So when they request.
So how are they providing it? Are they?
So they have to make their request. It goes to our treasurer's office.
Okay.
And then they respond and say, you've been approved. Please remember to refrain from blah, blah, blah. You'll be called. You know, you have 3 minutes. But they do have to provide that when they request to address us.
Okay.
And then when they sign up the same day as well, they write it out on a paper with all of that information.
Okay.
So,
and
but then
how
some
is it
people
kept?
do
Is it
say it.
internal, like, who looks at that? Do you look at it to see who's speaking and
Yeah,
maybe
because that's
where they're
how I
coming
call
from?
them up if they sign up the same day. If they do it ahead of time, then, you know, it's loaded into our agenda. But if
Okay.
it's same day sign up.
Get a copy of that.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Vice President.
That's it.
Because I felt like you were saying. Okay.
this made me ask a question because I thought Ms. Hall was saying something, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. Because earlier when the superintendent, the question, I don't know if it came from Ms. Hall or someone else, but the question was, or maybe even you, Madam Chair, that when someone, the people come and they present, we can't engage them back. Oh, it was the superintendent said, that's why we should have someone taking down the person who said the question, recording it so as to follow up, and then it can be reported back to us. So I thought that Ms. Hall was stating, okay, how are we clearly storing this information to be clear that we are following up with Carla Jackson, 2022 Bellevue Drive, Akron, Ohio. Like, how is that information stored? My concern in that it was addressed and how that I came to the board. But I just made that all up in my mind, but that's where I thought you were going with it.
Well, sorry, Madam Chair. You're correct with it, because when it was brought to our attention about, it being recorded, so in my mind, you're stating your name, Summer Hall, and then your address, you know what I'm saying? So it's being recorded, and so when Ruth or whomever it is take the notes, they have that information in front of them. Not to talk about other boards, but like how city council, when you have to go up and present, because they are elected officials and the residents are coming to them to state their issues or whatever it is, you say your name, you say your address. So when that was brought up, I was thinking like, oh, well, if that's what it says, we're not doing that. But if I'm wrong, then that's fine. Remember, I'm still new.
No,
so
you're fine. We're all learning, but it must be provided. So they do provide it. Mm-hmm. They do provide it. Mm-hmm.
So two things. One, provided, yes, I would be reluctant to encourage people to state their address, because we do have a lot of students, and I am hopeful that we would have more students. And so for their privacy, I don't know if sharing that on the live stream would be appropriate, even though they're willing, if that could potentially be a barrier to to anyone's participation, but especially student participation. Additionally, a question, this is for public participation at the meetings, but are we following this also for the committee meetings? We haven't had much attendance at committee meetings, but if we do start to get public attendance at committee meetings, is this how we would receive that? If that public comment, or because we don't have a public comment section in any of our agendas. So, but we said when we were on the committee policy that we receive comments from the public. So is this what we would want to do?
I think that we will need to revise the policy so that it reflects and includes also committee meetings within the public comment. Also, the policy needs to be revised unless I'm missing something in another policy that's not here, and that could be the case. But it states 16 days in advance that a person must notify for wishing to speak, and we let them sign in and just speak. So I think that unless that's...
It says no earlier than.
No earlier, but when I got here, it was supposed to be 10 days, I think, or 5 days before the board meeting for their names to be recorded, because if we're doing 7 days, and this is something that we've dealt with since I've been here. So whether we do the 5 or 7, those names appear on the agenda. But if I'm going to notify you the day before the meeting and say I want to speak, the agenda it's already been gone out, and we're not going to revise it again. So I'm just saying, if we want to make sure that their names are on the agenda, if they pre-do it, then they would have to do it the 7 days before, which is, it would be 8 days, because the 7th day we send it out to the public and to the board. So that's something we would need to look at. And then if we're maintaining the 20-minute rule, then that means that if you have however many people, like for example, you had 13 people, 11 people on the agenda, right? But the board voted to extend the time, then you might be finding yourself doing that each time it comes up, or you know. So I just think we need to, just a recommendation that we might want to go back and just revise, do some wordsmithing, not totally change the whole policy, but just some wordsmithing, but also to include the committee meetings on here.
But you say the committee's looking.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think, because I was looking up, that's what I was trying to pull up to see our current board policies, because because it's not a lot of attendance to the committee meetings. And so it's brought to our attention that typically people cannot speak, I guess, even at the committee meetings. But so to your point, and I'm in agreement, we need to look at the policies and we can draft a separate policy for the committee meetings as far as the interaction to make it really a community working meeting. And also to remain consistent, because I know that I've been at a committee meeting, to your point, Mr. Alexander, where Reverend Harris spoke, he was engaged at the meeting, so I thought that was common practice. I was a newer board member, so that's why I was under the impression that at the committee meetings it was open, although there hasn't been many people at any committee meetings. I think Reverend Harris is the only person I've ever seen at a committee meeting, and he was engaged, and it was not a problem. It was a really robust and good meeting, and I think that's how it should be. He said his concerns and questions, and then the chair was able to speak back and the members there, and that's how a committee meeting should go. So in my opinion, I'm one board member, but I definitely would be in favor of drafting a policy that allows it to be just as stated. Questions can be asked, conversations can be had. Timing is fine, and decorum needs to be addressed too. It needs to be within appropriate bounds and can't get out of control. But that's the best time to have discussions like this. So that's something that probably needs to be on the agenda, like expeditiously.
Madam Chair, so where is the line that says that the community cannot speak at committee meetings?
Repeat.
I'm trying to look. I went to try to see the actual. I was trying to pull up the.
Okay.
Because this is being live streamed, so I was texted by someone that said, people can't speak at committee meetings. So that's why I was trying to Google to make sure they can.
Okay, so it's silent, so I don't see that it speaks to that. So the norm is that the community can speak at the committee meetings.
Yes, they could speak at the committee meetings. We just don't want everybody trying to come in and hijack the meetings, because we're trying to make get some work done. But they can, and as mentioned, Reverend Harrison did come. He participated, and we even stayed on track to get our meeting done within a certain period of time. So I think they can speak at those meetings.
I think that's why it's important for clarity to write and make it plain, because now a community member, someone that's watching says, people can't speak at committee. I'm not sure where that rationale came from. If someone was here at one point and didn't speak, I know what I witnessed. I saw the engagement of Reverend Harris, but possibly if we have something that's more, and Member Sykes, I'm interested in your opinion on that. If it's not written, like you said, since it's silent on it, does that mean that then it's at the pleasure of the committee? Mm-hmm. Because then I like that even more, because then it doesn't bound us in a certain way.
No, you don't like. I don't like that.
It doesn't keep. It lets everybody have a discussion.
The same.
But if you don't write something, that's why I said at first maybe we need to write a policy. But if it's open, the guidelines.
Just make it clear the committee,
some
public
guidelines.
can speak.
I think as discussed, the policy that's already in discussion at the Legal Policy Committee, 169.1, editing that language to include committee meetings would then provide that guidance.
Yeah.
Our current public participation, editing that to include. The only concern that I, Carla Jackson, have with that is that with our current public participation at board members, the community, they make a statement. we're not engaging, or they come and their statement is posited really as a question that we cannot engage them in. And I know that a lot of community members don't understand that, because it almost seems ridiculous to come to address the board with a concern and you really wait. It's people stood there and waited for a response. And we are bound by the policy that we don't respond and engage. So it's kind of, as a community member, I would feel like a waste of time and really dejected that I came down here wanting a response that could have been a simple answer. So I say all that to say, if we just make a change and add committee meetings to that, it puts us in the same situation as a board meeting, where the individuals, we can engage back in conversation with them to hear their concerns before the board meeting, and if something goes to action, and to be able to respond as to rationale. This is what we're thinking, and for them to say, well, this is my concern about that, and then for maybe someone to say, well, we're doing this because Ohio Revised Code mandates that we have this letters training, or I just threw that out there, something to make it more clear. That's just my concern, that if we just add it, it's almost pointless, because we're in the same situation as a board meeting, and it's not engaging. It's not a conversation, or really processing through what we're saying we want to do at these committee meetings. Just for my colleagues to consider that maybe we want to add a policy, something with more guidelines that affords the community more input and engagement. Not like they're telling us what to do, but where we can engage them more as public service, as people who are here for the community and to hear what they have to say.
Right. So maybe the change is not to the regular meeting or this policy, but the actual committee's policy. And maybe it's just a simple change of the agenda. I mean, maybe there is a section on the agenda for, public questions.
Public
That's
question
different.
And communication.
Yeah.
With the committee
So-
meetings.
Exactly.
So that, again, is at the purview of the chairs, to adjust the agendas accordingly. And I would support the chairs and how they would want to.
I think Dr. Martin said that the committee will be looking at this.
The committee had on the agenda already the 169.1 public participation. So we could have done a subsection of that where it outlined the difference between what to start the beginning, where everyone has the name and address, blah, blah, blah. But then this would happen at a regular board meeting, this would happen at a committee meeting. We also could revise the specific committee meeting at this point, likely. So a preview of what's going to happen on Monday after tomorrow, we're going to basically outline our new format of policy, where we had a section that we were going to rename because follow-up wasn't a great name. I wonder if roundtable would have been a better name for that section, where it's basically, basically like this, where policies people are interested in, policies people are curious about, where we can get general information of the landscape. And now that we've had a general idea of the landscape, is this something that we want to move to the formal discussion section, where we actually have the attorneys dig deeply, provide their comments, and all of that information. So based on this roundtable so far, I feel like, well, 169.1 is already in discussion, but 155 would be something that, an example of something we'd move to roundtable or incorporate in that discussion.
Sounds good.
Good discussion. Any other comments? Okay. And so lastly, policy 0171, which we've, actually already alluded to by Member Sykes. And I think this is part of doing that, what we're doing now. And as I stated, there's going to be something in place for members to bring forth things for consideration to be adjusted in our policy. So I think we're on track for that already. Any other comments or questions?
I've just never given so many plugs for a single committee meeting.
Thank you. Okay. And so this last policy that I asked be included. It's really for you to look at and peruse in your free time. It's actually pulled, policy 7510 is our district policy. So you see 2 pages of that. This is just for our information. I know I get a lot of questions about this. So as you can see, the joint use of facilities, I don't think it's been changed since 1998. And then, so we see that. That's not going to be a quick, easy fix. I think that's something, again, for us to kind of look at and consider. Also, as a part of this, I attached the joint use agreement, which is between us and the actual city. So just hoping from our side of things that we can, when the JBR does reconvene, that we can start those conversations and kind of hit the ground running from our end at least, to make sure that it actually reflects our intentions. You know, although I wasn't here when this all was initiated, but it is one of those topics that you hear a lot from the community about using our buildings and how they were promoted to us. And so there's some work there that I think we as a board need to engage in. So.
Madam President,
Mr.
I
Alexander.
agree with you. This is something that's been going on for years, and we have to get together with the city of Akron. It's going to have to be a must sit down, because it was like playing ping pong. Go this way, come back, go, and we never got anything done. So that's why you look on here and see 1998, but this has been discussed for years. So we need to make sure we get with the city, or do it on our end first, and then get with the city to make sure that we make sure this policy can be used and we can get people to use our facilities like it was said to be.
Thank, Madam President. We have we have one committee, which was your ad hoc committee, that the team is going to be convening very shortly to around the little peewee players, their usage of things. And we also have the presentation that Ms. Deborah did. She's going to be coming back again because, again, to your point, and exactly to your point, Mr. Alexander, there is so much the ping pong going back and forth, right? But we're really at a standstill because agreements that were made many, many, many years ago, that committee has to meet. And so we can't, I mean, we're doing what I think we can do. You know, we're trying to do more, but that committee needs to be reconvened, and that's a committee that just doesn't comprise of just a school district. It also comprises of the city and whomever else was a part of those agreements many, many years ago, so that we can kind of pick this up and look at what people, I wasn't here, but, you know, things that people probably were promised when the buildings were being built as CLCs. But it is not something that I don't think that we can just do on our own in terms of the technicality things. But now opening the buildings up, you know, for people to use them, the buildings are available. It may not be available maybe when people want them. And we do have elementary schools that I think sometimes, you know, maybe some of our families may not think about because they might just think about the high school, that may also be able to help them. But we are working on it because it was one of the first things that I was faced with. Even now, Board Member Hall provided that when I met her. That was our conversation. No, I said Board Member Hall, Mrs. Hall. When I met her, that was her conversation with me. And from there, from her conversation actually, is when we started working on this, and not knowing that she would be on the board, but I knew that it was a concern of the community. So it is something that we are working on because I don't know a lot about intimate conversations that were had on either side because I wasn't here. And so we are working on the Pee Wee portion, which goes back to the usage of our facilities, but also the usage of our facilities for our families and communities so that they could use the buildings. So Ms. Deborah is going to be coming back with another presentation, well, not another presentation, but the continuation of that one, because she's working with the city. The only problem that I see is that we are a school district. Our buildings are used a lot, especially the high schools. They are used a lot for various reasons, which puts, I think, a problem in place, because when someone's trying to use the building, but the kids are using it 5 days a week, the school is using it 5 days a week, so it makes it hard, for that. And what I have asked is maybe, hey, on our part, can we adjust our schedules to open up a day or two, meaning a night or two that maybe it could be used. But I don't live in the buildings, so I don't necessarily know, at a particular high school, all the events that they have planned for the entire month. What I'm asking is, hey, is it possible that you can adjust your schedule to maybe open up a night or two when the public could use, and maybe we could readjust? But I don't live there, so I don't know if that's possible in every school to be able to do that every week. So we are going to be working with our administrators as well, because they do govern those buildings, and they would know better than we would know here if that's something that they can do and how we could do it, so that we could show that, hey, we've opened up some space and time for our community to be able to use the buildings around, the kids' events and activities. So it is something that we're working on now.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. I would love to jump in and just share as well. And where I'm going to challenge us is because how it was presented at the time, to fund these buildings. And so when I think about the state of our community and the different issues that are happening, it just makes no sense to me as a citizen that we have these buildings that are closed during the evening, where maybe, we can open them up, as you stated, to provide recreation and support to some of these young people and young adults as well, because that's exactly how they were presented to us. And so people's tax dollars are paying for these buildings, and we're still here at this date struggling to find out how to make it work. So just from the school district's end, I know there were conversations in a finance committee around this topic, and Dr. Thompson shared that he was going to do some research and bring back a way that we can possibly do some type of insurance rider or bond. I don't know all of that stuff, but to help support those who need the financial support as well. But if we're in position to get some of these young people off the streets and in these buildings doing a safe, enriching activity, we should do all that we can. So hopefully we can get to that place and get the city to meet us as well, because it makes the whole city safe.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Madam
That's all.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Robinson, for me being just an average Joe, a citizen, and bringing that to your, I'm sorry, I keep getting lost for words. I get so passionate about this stuff, and it's like, But for me bringing it to your attention, and you saying today that you guys are looking into that, that's big, and that's, as a community member, that's what we want. We want to be able to express our concerns, and someone actually looks into it, and not just say, okay, and then we never get back to the table. And also, you're right, a lot of people do think of only high schools. We only want the high school, we want the high school gym, we want this. But we need to think about, as community members, and I am still a community member, but I also sit on the board of the middle schools and the elementary schools, to utilize the same space, because they have the gyms, they have the cafeterias. And then, most community members, what I've heard, they really want to utilize the buildings through the summertime. you know, and weekends to maybe have a baby shower or a family event or a repast or something like that. So once we open our mindsets of not just using high school all the time and say, oh, let's utilize the middle schools and the elementary schools, I think, you know, some changes can be made. And I do also let's create some policy around that. You know, with the city of Akron, you rent out a community center. There's policy and things around it, so we need to do the same thing for our schools. You know, just because we open it up, we need to make sure it's clean when you leave. You know, and I know that was some things that I had talked about, you know, or train some of those community people that will be utilizing it more than once, train them on the proper way to treat our cafeteria or auditorium or whatever it is that they use, and let them connect with the janitors too. So if they are using it, they can call the janitor and say, hey, we cleaned up the cafeteria and we're heading out, and we'll lock the doors. You know, the doors lock anyways. We're closing the doors behind us. And then that janitor that's there already, you know, 24 hours, they can then go and just double check and make sure everything's clean. I think if we have a policy in place, we could all work together. And I think the community would be more receptive to wanting to support the school district, because we are opening up the CLCs in the evenings or maybe on the weekends and things like that. And then maybe hire some part-time people if we can sustain that, part-time community members to be able to sit there instead of the janitors, you know, being there or paying someone full salary. We could hire maybe some part-time people to sit at these community centers when they are having whatever engagement that the community is having.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just want to suggest the meeting where Ms. Folk, who's over the operations part of the house, kind of discussed these in a very elaborate way was on November 27th, that November 27th board meeting. And the only reason I want to say that for people watching and people are here so that you can look back at that meeting, because she gave very specific details, and also if you see whatever it may, I think some of her items may have been attached to the agenda. It's a wealth of information that will help to give some insight, because, and the person from the city of Akron was here as well, because to Ms. Hall, Member Hall's point, it has to be something that's collaborative. And as he said, he talked about the member who was from the city. He talked about us staffing and the hours of staffing. And also as a district, it's also unions other than just like AEA, and so the custodians and what's the requirements with that. It's so many nuances with this that, like I said earlier, theoretically things can sound really good, but what's practically able to happen and how we can make that happen, I think start first with the basis of what Falk, with the experience and the things that it was written, which were old. To some of the stuff has not been revisited for some time. Start from there, and then to move forward with like the innovative suggestions that you, Member Hall, have made, and where we can come to some possible common ground, because as you said, it's been some ongoing stuff since 97, since 2000, things haven't been changed. But I would definitely recommend that those who are watching and even here revisit to look at the November 27 board meeting in Deborah Falk addressing everything that we're talking about here, which Superintendent says she will also address again, but that way you can get some insight. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the insurance, yes, yeah. The insurance as well. Thank you, Mr. Alexander.
Absolutely. Dr. Molnar.
Hi, yes. I actually recently had a community member reach out to me about securing space in a CLC. So I had them watch the board meeting, go on, here's a link, new website, fill the thing out. But they want to use, for the purposes of what Member Hall was saying, they want to use the gym at Sam Salem on a weekend. So when they were declined, I can assume why they were declined, probably because it's a weekend or something like that. But they were declined and they received no feedback on why. And I think that is something that would be incredibly helpful. And I'll forward, they just texted me like a couple days ago, so I'll forward that on now that we know our path of communication, so that can move along. But because of that, I completely agree that this is an incredibly important topic. And to give yet another plug to Monday's meeting. This was going to be a roundtable discussion for that meeting also. I know that this is heading to Joint Board of Review, so my question to you, Madam President, and to the rest of the board team, since we have the information here, is there anything else that you think that would be worthy, and we're having the discussion now, specific to discuss, or should we put a pin on that until after the Joint Board of Review has met, or is there something else that we need to bring, since I had that section held for Monday?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's helpful just from the district's end of things, and how can we marry it? How can we marry that? And so I would also encourage this board, because I just gave you a few pieces of that joint use agreement. It's actually a 59-page document. And I said, no, just pull the piece about the use. But I think would be helpful if we all became familiar with that full document, and that probably will even give us more context to the agreement. And I think that'll be helpful. But whatever we can do from our end, because I know we want them to be accessible to our community. Put the C back in the CLC. And so any other discussion or comments around this particular policy? So seeing none, oh, go ahead, Mr. Alexander.
I wasn't going to say it, but we have 2 new sheriffs in town. And so it can start with the 2 new sheriffs. We got a new superintendent, we got a new mayor, and maybe they can work together too to get their teams to work together, to come together to figure out how can we make this work. And maybe they can revisit this as well and say, hey, here's what we can do to make these CLCs available to the community by talking with Deborah Folk and the insurance person, all these people, and get them to the table and figure out what they can do to make this move forward. So that was my comment on that. I just wanted it's a good opportunity right now because you got 2 new people here, and they both can do something great to help Akron, the city of Akron, move forward in a more positive way.
Thank you, Mr.
Madam
Alexander.
President,
Yes.
the mayor and I have already discussed, so we have a meeting coming up to talk about some of these issues, and the CLC usage is one of those things on the agenda for us to discuss.
Good stuff. Okay. I think this was very fruitful, helpful conversation. I want to thank Member Sykes again for submitting these policies for our discussion. And moving forward, as I stated, future retreats, I think this is a helpful thing to have on our agenda moving forward. And so also, I don't know how many of you guys really utilize board docs, but our policies are all loaded in there. And so they're there for us to kind of, peruse in your free time if you're just, having questions about different things. So I just want to encourage everyone to do that. And so, so this concludes this part of the agenda. I think we have a break till 3 o'clock. We're almost in the home stretch, guys. So just take a few minutes, restroom, stretch, and let's reconvene at 3. from the Akron Coalition.
Before you start the introduction, I just wanted to, our last session, we were reviewing policies and discussing different procedures and committee meetings. And just for clarification for those watching, we did clarify that the policy meetings are not posted as we originally stated, but we are going to correct that as soon as possible because the meetings are not stated as we originally thought that they were. So I want to thank the community member for making us aware, and we are on top of that.
Thank you, Vice President Jackson. And so just to clarify, Monday is the Finance Committee meeting at 4:30, followed by our Board and Legal Policy at 5:45, correct? Okay, so thank you so much. And again, I'd like to take this time to welcome the Akron Coalition to our meeting. Thank you so much for being here. And I will introduce Dr. David James, Executive Director of Summit Education Initiative. Thank you so much for being here.
I think this is on. Doesn't sound like it. Yes. No? Yeah. It's the masters in the control room. There we go. Good afternoon, Board President Altry, Vice President Jackson, members of the board, Dr. Robinson. This group was really formed, and we have several of our representatives here today to be helpful to the school district for items that you may feel need some of the folks who have historically volunteered for different projects in the district. So whether that might be the potential for a ballot issue going on at some point as you evaluate finances and make your decisions, whether there are issues in the community where some of us have been talking about, how can we collaborate to expand pre-K. We're probably, I think, the only urban area in Ohio that doesn't, of the big 8, that doesn't have universal pre-K. Or items with the strategic plan, which I think many of us have read and are very impressed. I know that there are some moves you're planning on making in terms of expanding some pre-kindergarten programs potentially. So the folks who are here today, some of them will speak and introduce themselves first, but again, we're here to be a resource for you. Just as many of these folks were resources for me and were resources for my predecessor, we are here to provide that support, whether it's fundraising, working on issues through our networks to support the superintendent and the board. At this time, I'll have each one introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Annie McFadden. For those that I don't know already, I am Chief of Staff, Impact, and Communications at United Way of Summit and Medina. Obviously, we work very close with APS in a variety of capacities, so happy to be here to support everybody today.
Shamus Malik, Mayor, and it's been, I think, 6 days since I was here last, so thanks for having me again.
Good afternoon, Diane Miller-Dawson. I'm with Summit County. I'm representing our county executive. I'm the Director of Community and Economic Development.
Hi, Steve Millard, President of the Greater Akron Chamber.
Good afternoon, Board. Lisa Mansfield, former board member, 12 years here. Many of you I served with, and it's great to see you again. Those who I haven't, it's good to see you. I'm at Vantage Aging, so I represent a lot of folks in the older adult community, of which I now count myself as one. So we want to be as supportive as possible through older adults, but also as a resource as a longtime Akron resident.
Kemp Boyd, Executive Director of Love Akron, also head football coach over at Garfield High School. Go Rams.
Thank you. So Again, three things that I outlined, I think that we've discussed is, or maybe four things. Number one, supporting Dr. Robinson and the things that he has to do working for you all. And then if there's the potential for a levy on the ballot at some point in the future, we'd be more than happy to lend our support for that, because I know how complex that can be, particularly with changes in how the state auditor looks at the superintendent's role, and I think even the board's role moving forward, because of a lawsuit that happened in, I think, Southwest Ohio with a superintendent, and they start changing the procedures. Again, the other issue then, at Summit Education Initiative, we're concerned about educational attainment across all of Summit County, and of course, Akron is the largest district of the 17, and that's always top of mind for our organization. So anything we can do to help, in those arenas. And from our research, we do know that the earlier we can start with children getting up to speed on being prepared for kindergarten and being prepared to read, and actually reading will help them third grade and then further on. That's really, that's really important. And, the last thing, any initiatives that you have planned, again, we're, not here, we're not trying to tell you what to do, but there's a lot of expertise throughout these networks. And, whatever you are faced with, I think there will be people that we would know who can help and provide that support. So I don't know if anyone wants to add anything to that, or if you all have any questions.
Thanks, David. So one of the things that we want to make sure that we're doing from a business community perspective with the Chamber is helping as you go down the path on a potential levy, and as you think about how we get support from the corporate community and a lot of the work that you're doing. The United Way is obviously the lead partner and fabulous partner on the college and career academies, and we support their work there. But we've got about 2,200 business members for the Greater Akron Chamber. That includes many of the larger companies, and we know that as we go down the path towards a levy, fundraising is going to be critical for the work that happens there. And we know that that work around the levy has to be done independently. And so one of the things that the Chamber has done in past situations is gone through the process of kicking the tires a little bit on the finances for the district to sort of take a look to make sure that we can independently understand them, and then say to the community with a hope that, hey, this is an important levy, they need the levy. And so as folks are asked to sort of provide contributions to that significant effort, they know that other business folks have endorsed it and feel good about the direction it's going. So we hope to bring a group together over the next few months to begin that process, to begin to take a look, and so that we can give that endorsement. We're also working in conjunction with some of our partners here on the potential for a survey of the public to get a sense of attitudes and opinions towards the schools, to see what kind of opinions we have to sort of deal with in that process, and to understand what's going to help the levy be as effective as possible when we message around it, et cetera. And then finally, let's see, it was finances, it was the levy, and I think it was those three things. So that's the work that we want to be able to do with y'all. And if I can be of help personally to any of you, one of the things I realized probably over the last year is that we know how critical your students' success is to our business's success. But as a chamber, we haven't been engaged enough with your work, so it's something that I'd like to remedy. Dr. Robinson and I have talked a couple of times, at least in his short tenure here, and we'll be doing that regularly. So if there's things that we can do, please call on us. We want you to be successful because we want our city and our region to be successful. Thanks.
So just wanted to talk a little bit about pre-K, and Annie's going to help me. So, we've had many of these discussions. I know you as a board have, and then many of us have one-on-one. But going back to 2019, a number of community organizations had, I think even before that, 2017, a lot of community organizations had kind of mobilized around the idea of having a universal pre-K initiative. And as Dr. James mentioned, we're the last major city in the state without one of those initiatives. And not that we don't have pre-K, right? We have pre-K through APS, we have pre-K through Head Start, we have private providers, we have a lot of different entities that are helping with that kind of patchwork. But how do we truly get it to a place where all children in our community have high quality, affordable pre-K? So, I think COVID kind of derailed us a little bit, but before COVID, I know that there was some polling that was done that showed how supportive the community would be of a measure like that. And so really, it's something I've emphasized with my campaign, and I know that, in the years since, it's something that we all want to get to. And so I think we're going to try to bring this back onto the plate and onto the menu. And so a number of organizations have been trying to come back together around dialogue on this issue. I know Dr. Robinson's been invited to be a part of these conversations. And so it's something that I'm hoping that we all can kind of achieve together. We recognize that there are, huge cost needs across the board, whether it's talking about capital, whether it's talking about operating, whether it's talking about new initiatives like this. But we want to figure out whether it's part of a levy discussion or not. This is something that we have to achieve as part of the community. And as far as the city side, we want to be a true partner in making that happen. So I'll turn it over to Annie to talk more.
Thank you so much, Mayor. He said most of it. Just to add on briefly, that this is obviously something that's been important to the community for a while. We really, truly are trying to coalesce leadership in the community and kind of reinvigorate these conversations. Still in the preliminary phases, so I think there's plenty of things to work through. Since we have some good models in other cities right around Ohio, because we're one of the last bigger ones to really not have universal pre-K. So we're looking at, does this look like countywide? Is it citywide? Is it, an income tax? Is it a school levy? Is it, city money? There's really a variety of ways that different cities in Ohio really use this. Columbus, for example, it's right out of the city budget. They might have a few more dollars than Akron does. But the point is there's really, you can get creative with what are the needs of your city? What does this look like? How can we best mobilize leadership and opportunities in the area to really start to fund this and try to, move it forward? So still in the preliminary phases, it's independent of the levy as of right now. Obviously, we do not want it to compete. We want it to augment and be something in addition. So no timetable as of yet, but we'll definitely try to keep this board involved and try it engaged as we kind of move forward in this process. There's also talk about what does the infrastructure look like, the workforce development. So there's a lot of things that go along with just trying to get funding for pre-K. So just know that leaders in the community are supportive of this. We're trying to continue to talk about it, and we look forward to further engaging on the effort. Okay. All right. What else we got?
Hi, all. So I'm up here with Kemp, so I gotta feel like I gotta go to the football theme. I'm just feeling it because I'm with Coach. So I'm thinking about my role when I was in high school. I was in the band. I was not a cheerleader. I was in the band, and you are the team on the field, and we are here to support you. Like the band, like the people in the stands, like the cheerleaders, we want to be that team behind the team. So please know that you have us. There are a lot of us who have lived here our whole lives. There are a lot of us that have served this community, even if we haven't been here our whole lives, who want to be at your side to help with whatever choices you're making here, whether it be a levy, whether it be hopefully going out for that pre-K piece. Please use your 12th man, yeah? 12th man. Please use your 12th man out here.
Nice.
I'm trying. It's really hard to switch back to the football side from the art side. I'm trying so hard. But please know that we're here, and that I almost went 6 because that's basketball, and I'm kind of in basketball. I know it's sports ball thing. Yeah, I know. But please just realize that those of us who've sat in your seats, we have got your back. We will be there for you. Please lean that direction, and please lean into the community that wants to stand behind you.
And just to piggyback on that, it is that, right? Like, nothing's ever going to be perfect, but we can always strive for it. And so I appreciate Ms. Autry. She had approached me, man, it was probably about a week ago now. And so as we talk about the community, one of the things that I was so happy that she recognized was the fact, kind of this disconnection between some of our youth leagues and some of our high school leagues, but also the district as a whole. And how do we work to kind of make that connection? Because I think it feeds into everything that everybody has said before us, right? This is about us making connections across every different facet of our district, whether it's the arts, whether it's athletic or sports, but also knowing that as Lisa said before, I'm just here to help. Any way that I can do that, leveraging some of these connections, some of these relationships and what we're doing, but also inviting you into spaces that are already functioning and going on to where you can just see some of your students and how they're responding. One is we do the locker room experience through Love Akron in partnership with a lot of different organizations here in the city. And we're having our next symposium March the 6th. It's at the University of Akron from 10 to 1. So at any time, come by, sit in on some of the groups, and we don't mind introduce you before 130 of your students. And so what they have agreed to come in and do is say, hey, if they have ideas or thoughts about some of the things that Dr. Robinson really laid out in the strategic plan, whether it's some of the violence that is happening, whether it is some of the, absenteeism that is going on, what are their thoughts and their ideas? We try to take a bottom-up approach versus a top-down, which I think we're all used to and our students are used to. But, man, we really want to get their plans and their strategies, and guess what? We fund it. So whatever their plans and strategies, we want to help to fund it. And so, but it's not just us working in a silo, but everybody that's up here, we're all working together. The mayor's already come out and introduced himself and talked to the students as well. So we're looking to have him back, no pressure, but we're looking to have him back March 6th. Yes, there it is. See, I asked it in front of Yes. But that's the great thing about it. It's us helping you by inviting you into spaces to meet the students where they are, outside of the school sometimes, and some of the, if you will, efforts that they're doing. So I would welcome anybody to come out when the weather's better and we're out there practicing, even if you want to talk at that time to some of the students. Seeing them in their activities is encouraging and beneficial for them as well, because they don't get that all the time, right? But seeing them in the midst of what they're doing, man, they kind of get to show off a little bit and they feel encouraged by that. But like Lisa said, anything that we can do, we want to be able to do it and do it really well to help benefit you. And again, there's always going to be things that are being said, but we're at a critical moment, not just in our school district, but across our city as a whole, and we're all better together. So let's not forget that. Thank you.
And with that, I have nothing more to say. I should have had Kim come up and do the whole thing. But again, thank you for your time. If there's any questions, we're open to answer those. I know you've had a long day.
Kemp, I do want to know more about the March 6th event that you were just talking about. What's it called now?
It's called, it's the Leadership Symposium for our locker room experience.
Okay.
And really want to give a big shout out to Joe Vassilotti. We've been doing this now for the past 3 years. We partner with APS to put this on and to do it. And it's from 10 to 1. Mm-hmm. And so we always start out in the big gathering room, and then we split the students up. So what we've done in the past, we take the females and put them with the females, and we take the boys with the boys, and we do a round robin kind of breakout, almost like a clinic feel. So this time, our female students will be with our male coaches, and our male students will be with our female coaches, because last time it was just the opposite. And they're learning some tangible life skills and leadership skills they can take back into their buildings to help execute. So please, all are invited.
Yeah. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. I've actually had the opportunity to attend several of those, so I encourage you all to go and make sure you are up to speed on yonder bags, because that's what they want to talk about. So, Vice President Jackson.
Yes, first I would like to thank you all for spending your time with us today on this Saturday, and for your willingness and your hearts to help us, because we are better together, as you said. I truly believe that, and I do not take this moment for granted, because I tell people all the time, I value my time more than my money. It's our most valuable and non-renewable asset. So when people give of it, I respect it. But I do have a question. I'm not sure. I think maybe the county would be able to answer this, the chamber. I'm not sure. So Title 20 funds, if parents for universal pre-K, can that be seen as a supplement or a former source that could help pay for universal pre-K if parents have children and they qualify for Title 20? Could that be something that's used just off of demographic information? You know, sometimes how we do free and reduced lunch based off of, is that?
I was going to say, I don't have an answer, but I'll get one.
Okay, no problem. I just thought I kind of asked that for multiple tier options that may be able to be used. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Jackson. I had a question. I don't know if anyone can answer it because I don't know how much research you've done on the new changes from the Order of State regarding levies. And so if you've done any preliminary looks at that, how do you believe that you can fill in those gaps for the district moving forward with a levy campaign?
Sure. I've read a couple of legal opinions regarding that. And I also served on BASA, which is the Superintendent's Association Executive Committee, when this came out. So we looked at it pretty carefully. And basically, you know, what I think the Attorney General Auditor are saying that the superintendent is on the clock 24 hours a day, 365 days out of the year. While that might be true, but they're looking at that, you know, like, it makes it more difficult for the superintendent to be involved in the campaign. And as you all know, the district has had a citizens committee, and I think to help with the campaigns, and that's probably going to be much more important for upcoming campaigns for any district across the state, because they will be watching how the superintendent spends his time, I think maybe even how boards spend their time. So it just needs to be thought out carefully, and certainly confer with your legal counsel on that. But it definitely will make it more difficult.
Mr. Alexander.
Yeah, I want to thank you all for coming today, because as we know, and Lisa's served on this board, how important, and Dr. James being the superintendent, how important it is to pass levies, because when we can't pass levies, it hurts our kids, and you know, and we don't want to hurt the kids at all. But also, the other side of that is, it doesn't just hurt the kids, it hurts us as a city, because people look at this, and Bill knows that we need businesses to come here, and if our kids are doing well, and our school is doing well, our city's doing well, businesses will want to come, people will want to come, and that makes our city better. And so I would encourage you all, and I'm submitting all you guys, or asking all you guys right now to please be part of our levy project when we have to go down that road to ask the community for a levy. So thank you again for being here.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to again just say thank you for coming out on this wonderful Saturday afternoon. But this is a good example, and also is being live streamed, that, you know, a lot of people say we as a community, we don't work together. But this is proof right here that we work together. So I just want to again say thank you, and let's just make, you know, Akron a much better place, and our school systems. Make Akron public schools #1, you know? So again, like Bruce said, where businesses will want to come, and then people will want to move, and Merritt will have that 200,000 population. And, you know, we can just grow our school system in our city. So again, thank you so much.
Member Sykes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate your participation. What I would like to do is, if we could have a little bit more information about what other areas are doing on pre-K initiative. You know, you mentioned that Akron is the only area that does not have the pre-K initiatives. So can you give us a little bit about how did another community do it? How did they get it done?
Yeah, I do have it right here, actually.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. And I think, you know, we have some anecdotal evidence, and I think we have some data that, you know, was gathered back in 2018 too. So I think when we get something more comprehensive and the most current, we can definitely kind of coordinate something and pass on to you. What I can say right now is, even I have a list of how the other cities do it. Sometimes it's city, sometimes it's county. So Cuyahoga County passed a levy back in 2008, countywide. And then they already renewed in 2017. And this is for universal pre-K, obviously. So Dayton, Montgomery, they did a city-county income tax back in 17. Cincinnati, 17 seemed to be a big year. Cincinnati, 2017, they did a school levy in Cincinnati. Columbus was in 2014, and that is all city general fund.
Okay.
And then Toledo was in 2019. They're the most recent one, and I think they're still trial and erroring a little bit. But it was a combination of city, county, and private business funding. But again, that was a little bit not a long-term solution like a levy was. So I think they're in continuous kind of fundraising mode and trying to pull data to kind of prove of concept. So there's a little more short-term. So they're working through how they best do that. So like I said, there's kind of a myriad of examples of how a city, a county can do it. So that's something we got to engage the leaders, right? Who's on board, who's not, engage the corporate community who might be interested, and then start to have conversations about how and when we piece some of this together.
Thank you. Follow-up, Madam Chair? Follow-up? So I would say that Dayton and Toledo are closest to Akron in size and population and familiarity. So what was the dollar amount?
I have to pull that for you, so we can definitely get you more.
Okay. All right. Okay, on timing, a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
On timing, if we're looking at a levy, a school levy, and you're saying that it's not going to interfere, the pre-K initiative will not interfere, what type of timing do you think we would, because that would be a serious back-to-back kind of ask.
Yeah, I think, and I don't want to put words in Annie's mouth, but I think the point there was that I think this is something we as a community need to move forward with, regardless of whether it's part of a levy. So I think it could be part of a levy, but I don't think anyone here wants to dictate that it necessarily would be, right? We don't want a levy to be a Christmas tree that we hang too many ornaments on, right? So I think that's the main point. It could be part of a levy, but as I look at it, again, we kind of have a patchwork, right? We almost have. If we look at these communities, they have universal pre-K initiatives. I think we have pre-K spots, and in some cases, we're actually doing better than some of these communities. But what we need now is to get all those folks to the table and then figure out how are we going to fill in the gap with the rest of the students. So if that's increasing APS's number of seats by 20%, increasing private seats by 20%. I did go down in the fall and speak with the governor and really made this point to him. And then he asked the same question that you did, how are the other communities doing? And so encouraging the state to help as well, because I think they have an obligation as well with the focus the Governor DeWine has made on children. So I think that it's something where we all kind of have to get to the table and also look at the numbers. I know in 2019, they had figured out exactly how many 3- and 4-year-olds were not being served within the city of Akron. I think we need to kind of stress test those numbers again and figure out how many. And then last point I'll make, I'm a little bit biased here, but I drive past Essex all the time, and if Essex isn't going to be used by APS, maybe it should be used by another provider because for the same function, right? So there may be, as we're looking through some of these building decisions, opportunities to prevent a building from being debilitated. And Lisa, you probably appreciate that since 100 yards from your house. Whether it's kill two birds with one stone, not let a building deteriorate, but actually make sure we're increasing the seats. So some thoughts there.
Okay, and one final follow-up.
Yes.
I had a conversation with Malcolm Costa, Community Action Agency, and he indicated that you had worked with him on a pilot. And could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, and I think this goes back to the point that Vice President Jackson made regarding Title 20, Head Start. There's funds that are out here to support early learning opportunities for kids. And so Malcolm was interested some time ago about how could APS and Head Start collaborate on offering an early learning program where they do half a day? Could Akron pick up the other half? We have to look at the funding, and they'll be part of that, conversation, because I think we have to look at all the funding streams, and that might help us get into some of those numbers. But that has to all be worked out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
some of those cities that you indicated that are already have universal pre-K in place, can you give us a better idea of how much the public school system is actually involved? Like how much intersection as far as the curriculum? Just getting a better idea. Can anybody speak to that at all?
Okay. Yeah. We can get, I think, the information and follow back with the board. But I think that from my perspective, really, this is really important for APS, not just from, well-being of the community standpoint, but from an enrollment standpoint, right? I mean, if we are getting students in the door at those earliest ages as 3 and 4-year-olds, and we're having successful outcomes, especially if we're talking about improving the way we teach literacy and that kind of thing, then I think that's something where as kids go into elementary and middle school, we're avoiding having them going to, some of our other charter schools and other schools. So I think this is, again, it's an opportunity. This is going to have to happen regardless, right? Because ultimately, we know that the number of dollars we spend, we can't afford not to do this as a community. I think it's really important that we figure out how all of us come together and be part of it. But, to me, especially as an APS graduate, we want to make sure that we do it through APS as tied in as possible.
And I will just add, I think we're happy to have a more in-depth discussion on pre-K for sure. I'd be remiss if we didn't also shout out GAR Foundation, who has been working on this for many a year. Kirsten Toth and Christine Mayer have put a ton of time and effort into a lot of research on this too. So most of the stuff we're talking about today is truly from GAR Foundation. So, but again, now that we're back at the table and having these conversations, let's get the most up-to-date information from these cities, right? What is the update since they passed some of these in 2017. So again, that's what we're actively working towards, so we can have all the freshest data to really have informed discussions about this. So again, I think this is the start of a conversation. So we're happy to follow up, if there's a will for more information.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Member Sykes.
Yeah, just one other thing, Mayor. I agree that maybe we don't want to include pre-K with the levy, but we absolutely have to talk about pre-K in order to see a levy pass, I believe. I just think that they go hand in hand, because we want to talk to the community about why we need to start early in teaching our children, why the two work together. And so I don't know, that's why I'm asking about timing. How would we get something significant given where we are now with the new property values and individual feeling, some not necessarily feeling that they're benefiting from what's happening in the city of Akron. Looking at the wards that usually vote for levies, and the black community is usually very active in supporting levies. But getting a feel of the community, I don't know how they feel right now about that. Well, actually I do, but I just won't say. So I just think that, I don't know, it kind of goes hand in hand. At the same time, we don't want a Christmas tree of things when we start to talk about the levy. So I think having another dialogue, sitting down, talking about it. I don't know if we've done any research, if we've done any polls with the community and what they think about the levy.
We are talking about putting something out there in the short term that would include questions not only about the levy, attitudes about sort of support of it, trying to get a feel for, with everything, as you said, is going on with folks, how likely are they to support it. And I believe there's also be some pulsing around pre-K there as well. We have to be careful about not signaling that something is imminent, if you will, right? Because people are very sensitive to that.
Yes.
I think it'll also depend on what the amount of the levy ends up needing to be for both APS and then what the additional cost will be. So I think all those things, I believe, yet to be determined. And so that's something that we've got to sort of factor in as we look at it.
And to take a look at see if there's anything else that's going to be out on the ballot, another levy issue, another renewal issue.
Absolutely, and I want to be clear. I'm not saying it definitely should be off the table for a levy, but there's there's not a ton of time between now and November.
No,
we
it's
should
not.
just be as thoughtful as possible. If this is the opportunity, I just don't want it to be, you have those Don Drum Christmas tree ornaments. It's really hard to put those on a tree because it immediately starts. So,
Start to leave.
so that's my metaphor that I'm using on this Saturday. So I think it's just to be determined. I just think this is something we have to plant a flag and say, we have to establish a coalition around this, regardless of whether it is part of this levy. It may be that ends up being the best way to go ahead.
Member Hall.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. When we're talking about coalitions, are we including residents to be a part of this, to hear their thoughts? Because at the end of the day, if we do put it on the ballot, they're the ones voting, and then when we put a survey out or whatever it is, Mr. Mallett, that you plan on putting out, I think we need to use language where people, the average Joe, will understand. Sometimes we tend to put all the colorful words and things like that, and the average person reading, they're like, it's like you go into the doctor and the doctor's telling you, you have this and their language, and it's a simple code, but they make you think that you're about to die when you walk out, So just, making sure that we just use appropriate language where people can understand. And then just getting residents on these committees to get their input. And that way they can become ambassadors for this and go out to the community and let other people know the correct information, not perceived information or what they're thinking.
Mr. Kent.
Madam President, thank you so much. Just to piggyback on what you're saying, Ms. Hall, I think even a way to pilot it with our students who are seniors that are going to turn 18, who their first experience in voting is going to be in November. Like, how do we start having some of these types of educational conversations with them? Because what we're talking about is how do we prepare them, right? Because we're all saying that they're going to be the ones that are leading this city and this county in the years to come. Why not run this same situation by them, through them, in, I don't know, their government class, social studies class, to talk about what that looks like. Stop. That's what we can do. That'd be great. Because I just, to your point, I don't want their voice to get lost either. And we'll go to the parents, but what do they think? Because a lot of them have jobs, right? And so it is going to affect them as well. So it's just, again, a thought, and we'll do our part, as the mayor said, about even bring some voter registration forms, because this will be a good number of their first time to vote. And this is an important time as ever for them to vote about their school district.
Member Hall.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Last thing. When you said, reaching out to the youth, in the city of Akron, we have so many organizations that work with the youth. The BOSS program, your program, the football league, all these different type of mentoring programs. That's how we can get it out. And maybe those organizations can start signing up the youth that are turning 18 as a voter registration. When I turned 18, my mom said, sign this. I'm like, okay, but what am I signing? She's, oh, you're a voter now. And I'm like, oh, okay. But just to do that. And then, it works hand in hand with the parents, because like I stated somewhere else, children hear parents. They listen to those conversations. So when parents are not agreeing with what's happening, they're on the phone talking, oh, this doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. So when the kids are hearing it, they're already made their decision up as if, I don't agree with it because my mom and dad don't agree with it. So it's like, it's hand in hand. You have to get to the parents to let the children know, even though they're 18, they're still kids, let them know that this is okay and here's why. And then the mentoring programs and everyone else in the community that's working with our youth to sign them up to vote. So, yeah, thank you.
And this is a little bit of with the Youth Success Summit work. What we're hoping to do is really get the word out to everybody together and be a little bit more strategic and coordinated, so we don't have to go one by one to every organization. And so, from the city side, we're making big lists of organizations. So, we don't have to say these are our folks we talked to about policing and these are the folks we talked to about education. We're going to talk to everybody about everything.
Ms. Manfield.
So I'm going to tout the older adults again. We know that in Summit County that we are about to surpass the number of us that are, well, I won't be quite, but those that are 65 and over are going to pass up the ones that are 18 and younger, right? We are voters in your city. We are voters in this county. And so I'm going to encourage you to also, this is be out in all those places where older adults are too. I would love. We're having the Senior Summit this year. That's the county and the city and the Direction Home, the Area Agency on Aging. We all come together and we do it at Firestone CLC. There might be a reason that a former board member picked a high school to have that at in the first place, so we can bring older adults in to a high school and show what APS is doing. I'm working with the principal there and with Deb Folk. I would love for the board to have their own booth. It would be great to have you all there. If there's a session that you want to have and you want to host, I would love for you to be able to do that as well. So please let me know if that's something you're interested in. And then I would encourage you to go where those older adults are now. Don't go while you're asking for something, because that was always the worst thing that I ever had to hear was, we've never had a board member here unless you're asking for a levy. And it's like, oof, all right. This is the first time I've ever been in this, that I've been assigned to this cluster, and now I'm the one walking in and they're saying it's the first time anyone's ever been at this PTA meeting or ever been at this event. So I would go out now while you're not asking for anything. I'm sure you are. I've seen many of you at many a thing, but whatever you're doing, triple it. I used to joke with Dr. James that my car, I had the Elliott cluster for the levy we failed and the levy we passed. And I would joke that my car, if I got in, it would automatically drive to Elliott even when I wasn't going there, because it thought that's where we were going. I would encourage you to spend time in your cluster and spend time where all of those older adults are, as well as your parents. Your parents and your grandparents, we've got an awful lot of grandparents raising students in APS. I think about them with all the things that I do, so just putting them up in the forefront too.
Thank you, Mrs. Mansfield. Superintendent Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for attending today. I think that it's important for the community to see the school system and our partners working collaboratively together. Knowing a great deal about pre-K, which is something that I'm very passionate about, but I would ask that that be something that is in conjunction with APS, as those students would not be pulled from APS and decrease the numbers in APS, because we would want that to be something that is done in APS. So just putting that out there. I'm a huge proponent of universal pre-K. Right now I can't do universal pre-K, but I am looking at how we can expand it within the district right now as we await for that, and speaking that into existence, that we know that that's going to be something that's very positive, that's going to truly transform our entire city, our county, our community. And so it's something that I'm excited about working with. But I want to just make sure that as we do this, that we do not decrease the numbers in APS, but let APS be the hub of that, so that we expand it within our school district, because that's going to be important for us to keep the strength of APS up as we move into trying to do the universal pre-K. But I'm a very big proponent of it, looking forward to collaboration with it. I know that as we work with pre-K right now, I'm a big proponent, not promoting any one particular curriculum, but I'm a very big proponent because a lot of our competition uses certain curriculums, and so I certainly want us to be looking at, which we're going to be doing, and something that I would love for us to be looking at is Haggerty, because that is something that a lot of our competitions use, and some of our parents actually migrate to those particular pre-K centers because of that. It is a very strong, very robust curriculum that will really prepare our kids. But then even having the experience of working on the East Coast, where we had 0 to 3-year-old, birth to 3-year-olds in a program that was done by Senator Hoyer of Maryland at that time. That is a extremely robust program and something that I would love to see. So when we talk about universal pre-K, that's separate from universal pre-K. And so we might want to think about all of that as we're doing it, because that would be even sweeten the pot even more, that we have something for from birth to 3, and then we have the Head Start, but we also have universal pre-K, which allows for kids from all walks of life to have the experience and preparing them as we are really, really hugely working on literacy as one of our biggest levers here in APS. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else for my colleagues around the table? Vice President Jackson.
Yes. Lastly, I would just want to say to you all, what is it that you believe that you would need for us to do as a board based off of what you're hearing, what you're observed, your wisdom, for those of you who have worked on levies in the past, to assist also with the heavy lifting that's within our capacity legally that we're able to do? What do you all need for us to help support you all in these efforts as well as you help us, I guess?
I think the first thing we'll be having, the issue like in past levies has always been credibility of like the numbers and whether there's an actual need. And in the past, that's where, we've gotten finance people from some of the businesses to come in and look. Now, public school finance is very different than private sector, but there are some things that are very similar and they can help, because you need credibility to go out there and talk, particularly to raise the kind of money that's needed for a campaign that you're not going to be able to raise, just within the district, because in a presidential election, it could be several $100,000s or more, because everything's going to be more expensive. But I think the first thing is, figuring out that decision, whatever we can provide input to help with that decision, probably the sooner the better, because the clock is ticking. If, like if it was going to be a November or whatever, or next year, however you're going to do that. But I think thinking about your citizens committee, who would be co-chairs, and getting the community volunteers to staff that, because that would have to be up and running pretty quickly. And of course, in the past, partnership with AEA and our other unions on campaigns as well. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, again, I just want to thank you guys again for coming out, showing your support. I look forward to future work and collaboration on this, and I know we will be communicating and meeting soon to keep this important work moving forward. So thank you very much.
Good to see you. We'll get back to you on some of those details. Yep. Good to see you. You too.
Yeah.
If we can get the board and the coalition together.
Get on the wall.
Can we do it right out here? Can we get the board? Can we get
Just quickly, I just want to, as we close out, thank everybody for your participation, your engagement, and remind you to look at that little document that I handed out at the very beginning and just think about everything we heard today and how we can continue to bring our best selves to the table. And so with that being said, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Alexander,
I second.
seconded by Ms. Hall. Is there any discussion? Seeing none,
I'm sorry, Madam President. We just want to reemphasize again your 22nd birthday.
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Do we have to sing then?
You leading.
No? That's your job.
Thank you so much. Roll call. Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Dr. Molnar,
Yes.
Ms. Sykes,
Yes.
Ms. Autry, yes. Thank you. We are done at 3:57.